Hey, y'all. All right, we are back to finish this filing out. So, for those of you that didn't watch part 7, just a quick recap. We are going over the actual complaint and filing that was made in Pennsylvania. The reason for that is because so many people have been told, well, this filing is for this, or it's for that, or this is what it's doing, or this is what is in there. And it's just not what people have made it out to be, especially the plaintiffs. The plaintiffs, in particular, in my opinion, have really gaslit their audiences and misled them intentionally of what this filing actually is. So we're going back to the basics. We're going back to finishing reading the filing. We're on page like 35. And I've got some interesting clips once again. In part 7, we included Betty's walkthrough of why she was a part of this filing, and then BJ's dehumanized and desensitized her reasons why with the filing. Today, we are going to be listening to a little bit of a few different people, and I think it's a great reminder of what is actually going on. And then there's a few other things I want to get off my chest and talk about. So let's get going. How are y'all doing on this Wednesday? You guys all freezing? I know a lot of you guys are getting shitty weather and snow and stuff. Hopefully it's not too bad. Hey, Pika. Hey, Blondini. Hey, Terry. Aries. Janice in accounting. Michigan wifey. I might have a little pettiness in me in this one. Just be prepared. Per usual, pettiness might come out real strong in the get-go. Hey, Sharon. Hey, Cranky. Blessed with common sense. Cranky again. Natalie and Talua. Petunia. Larry, thank you. Amy, Erwin. Just call you Jane. I cannot pronounce that whole, I'm going to screw it up every time. I will try to remember. I'll probably end up nicknaming you. Hey, Toe Beans. I do that all the time, so I don't screw up people's names. Hey, Marcy. Hey, Sherry. Sheila. Cat's Eye. Truck You. Cotton Candy. Muddy Puddles. Roro. Roro, guess what? It's time for Eli and Tomac again in a couple weeks. Or I'll take you guys racing again. Hey, Trish. Snorlax. That's an interesting name. Hey, Allison. Hey, Happy Feet. Happy Soul to Soul. Peg. It's good to see you, Peg. Kay Kanuga, if you come in here and I miss you as you're in here, I hope you're feeling better too. I know you've been sick too. Hey, Beverly. NF Cat. Hey, Steph. Hey, Rocky. Y'all, never say never. I got so much to say. Dazed and Amazed, Skip, Diana, Music City Mom. It's good to see all you. Mia. Oh, Skedaddling, Fit and Curvy. Some of you might be a little upset with some of the stuff I got to say too, which is pretty typical. Hey, Vanessa. Miss Leah, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing better. How are you feeling, Miss Leah? Everybody doing okay? Everybody staying warm? Zero Fox Given. All right, so let's just start off. So we're going to get into the filing and stuff, but I just kind of want to set some things straight. A lot of people have reached out to me. Hey, Zero. A lot of people have reached out to me over the last couple days. Are you okay? Because I said I would be back on Monday to finish up. Y'all, I'm just tired. I'm just exhausted. I do have a job, so there's that. Like, I have 2 kids that are minors that I do take care of and chase after. And when Kyle's at, like, it's just a lot. My real life is a lot, let alone sometimes getting on here. And I just hit the exhaustion point. So I just checked out for a couple days. Plus, I'm not really interested in a lot of shit that's going on. If I'm being honest, there's just a lot of it that I'm not interested in or want no part of or find no entertainment in. This whole Lore Lodge situation, I want to talk about that. Hey, sis, you should never have been you should have been a detective. The dark side. Hey, everybody coming in. I appreciate all of you guys that have reached out. Are you okay? Are you okay? Like that. You guys are truly amazing. But it's just, sometimes I hit these places, and some of it's also emotional exhaustion from the fucking chaos and stupid shit on this app. Sometimes it's just it just gets under your skin and you're like, you can't really do anything. You feel really helpless. I have a hard time. I struggle a lot with personally feeling helpless because I can't prevent what's happening to these families. And there's so many people. In fact, there's very few people that get what we're doing or get the reasons why we're like, the island has started the mission that we have. It goes over people's heads. And it's really frustrating because what we do and what we talk about is very important. Like, it's extremely important to me because victims are being re-victimized. Victims are being used for fodder all day long. It doesn't matter if it's a missing child. It doesn't matter if it's Chap's story. Like, victims' voices matter, and people just shit on them over and over and over again. And it's really hard for people to like fully encapsulate like how much this is really truly going on. And it just gets frustrating because people will talk about how, oh, correcting the misinformation, you are giving people like attention. Fuck yeah, they're getting the attention that they deserve. The attention of, they don't give a shit what is right or wrong. They are profiting off of somebody else's pain. I will always continue to push back. I'm never going to stop pushing back. The reason why we are actively going back and walking a timeline in Sebastian's case is because people have been following it in real time, and they are starting to be able to see how this is a continued pattern of behavior by creators over and over again. It's taking content from discussion groups, rumors, speculations, building it into content and running with it. And it's happening on all sides. It's really disappointing because let's use the SF Lore Lodge. Anybody in here tell me exactly why everybody is so up in arms about that interview? Because at the end of the day, what does that have to do with finding Sebastian? SF, the difference between SF and Tony is SF is a licensed PI. SF actually has credentials. But the parents have the right, whether we like it or not, to hire people, whether it's a spokesperson, whether it's a PI, to assist in their needs. We don't have to like it, and we're not going to all the time. And I sure as fuck think that a lot of the chaos that's been caused is noise. It's complete noise. But what happened on the Lore Lodge the other night in the chat, the conversation between SF and Lore didn't bother me. I knew what was coming after it. The Lore Lodge interview, that had nothing to do with Sebastian. That was a pissing contest between two sides of a story. What? How are people so caught up in that? I'm sorry. It is what it is. SF at least has been out there searching, and he's a licensed PI. But the chaos, at the end of the day, law enforcement is the one. They're not. SF is just content for them. Just like Tony and all of the other shit over here was content. Because these people are making choices. These families are making choices. We don't have to like them. But SF is not a foundational piece, and he wasn't around when Sebastian went missing. So expecting him to they're lingering on to every little fucking thing that he says, like, oh, this, oh, you lied about. He's not law enforcement. He's not a foundational piece in this case besides he's their PI, and hopefully he will help them find answers. FarQ, thank you so much for the gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the cabana. It's ridiculous, though. This is ridiculous. People are fighting over now, and you have brainiacs like BJ over here going, oh my God, let's go back and see. SF, if you were following along in this case, when Chloe got shit on and got ousted as Seth's PI, SF started coming out defending Chloe. Like, that's initially like when he appeared on the scene. I don't know how anybody's confused by this shit. Sebastian is just content for all of these people. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to say this, but I'll be damned if I engage or review anything of men sitting there picking apart what could have potentially happened to Katie. I'm sorry, but dissecting her, what could have been, we all know. Seth said it out of his own mouth. But I'll be damned if I ever give any leeway to a 26-year-old egotistical male who wants to discredit because he doesn't even know the facts and won't go research it. I'll be damned. I'll be damned if I ever fucking sit and entertain any men going over. No. Because again, what is talking about her situation going to do to bring Sebastian home? I thought it was about Sebastian. I thought that's what they were focusing on. You know, Laura Lodge just told everybody that he's. It's so gross. All of this shit is just so out of control at this point. I'm not an SF fan, as you guys know. I'm just not. I appreciate a few things that he's doing, like pushing back on some of the stuff, standing up for his client. I don't mind that shit at all. I think it's great. But I'm just not one of these people who thinks that like, again, another thing I will stand up for. And it's not that I don't like the dude. I don't know him. I shouldn't have any feelings. He should be their PI. And he should be, if he can help find Sebastian, amazing. That's all I care about. But otherwise, I don't have nothing. Like, the verbal fucking games back and forth between everybody just makes me fucking irritated at this point. People hanging on to every word that these people say. Like, what does that change? What is it changing? I don't know. It's just disappointing to see so many people like elevate these people as they're some sort of, no, Sebastian's still missing. Sebastian's still missing, and how has any of this helped? Yeah, stitching, that's exactly how I feel about it. And it's became all about trolling lately. Oh, absolutely. Revival of Deception Detective. All of these men are, and it's so male dominated and driven right now. Hey, KB. Hey, everybody popping in. I'm going to say some more stuff as we go, but I'm going to open with a video, and then I'm going to express my thoughts on some other shit too, because there's some other things that are going on in these overlapping fucking hellhole segments, whatever the fuck you want to call them, that is really on a personal level started to impact me. And the more I don't say something about it, the more I feel like I'm part of the problem and ignoring a bigger situation at hand. So today I will be talking about something that will probably make some of you uncomfortable, which is fine. I don't care. But I want to say this. A lot of y'all aren't fighting demons. You're fighting responsibility and taking accountability. You're not fighting demons. BJ, I'm talking to you specifically. The behavior, let me just play it. Let me play the clip I'm going to open to. Somebody else pointed this out to me, and then we're going to roll. This rolls right into where I'm getting, and you guys will hear me express my true thoughts on a lot of this shit as we go. But just so you know, right off the bat, I will be continuing to do this filing. We're going to go right back into doing the timeline, laying it out, showing the patterns, this playbook, because unfortunately it's going to happen. Another family is going to be in this spot that Sebastian's family is. The attention span on these cases is very short-lived. As soon as they can find another one that they can do the same type of playbook to, they will be moving along to the next one. Just like these armies that constantly form. How many armies can you have? And it was, I think I have thumbnails from BJ's of like April when she started the Sebastian's army thing. They're everybody's army, right? Yeah. And I'm not just calling out her specifically, but she is a big part of this filing. It's a huge part of this filing. And her recent behavior and lack of accountability for her behavior is problematic for me at this point, because I've been blamed for fucking threatening her, harassing her, doing all sorts of shit. So, and I've been very, very overly kind about a lot of the shit that's gone on. The fucking gloves are off. Let's just say that. And another thing, to the fucking weirdo male that has nothing they can say about me but personal insults. You are irrelevant. You have been irrelevant. Your personal insults are childish. They're disgusting. They're not worth even giving you the time of day that you're so seeking. So while you sit there and try to find the next insult you can throw at me, I will continue to do what's actually speaking out against what's happening to families while you sit there thumbing your ass. We'll never be the same. You're not in my arena. That's why I've never given you any fucking attention or time before, because I don't fuck with weak-spined, thin-skinned little bitches. I hope you get what's coming to you in the 2025. Carry on. Let's go. All right. This is BJ's from October 11th. And to shout out to the sub that brought this to my attention. October 11th, 2024. Let's go. And then we will be rolling into the filing. Oh, and by the way, on my little hiatus too, me, the worthless trash bag over here, was able to fucking figure out how to change the cleaning head module on my vacuum cleaner. I ordered the part and replaced it myself. And let me tell you, that's vacuum cleaner mechanics. They're not really my thing, but it's working again, you guys. I did that all on my own. I was so excited. I called Kyle and I was like, I fixed it all on my own. He's like, what? And I was like, I did it and I didn't need you to do it. He's like, okay. Okay, that was just a fun side note because I felt so accomplished. I was puffing my peacock feathers around the house. I fixed my vacuum and it's working.
Oh my gosh. I'm so
sorry. It'll
man.
mess with your head. It will absolutely mess with your head. There's no doubt about it.
I feel like weird right now. Like I can't even I'm like, oh, I've been so out of it. I missed like Bullhorn Betty's court date. I heard about that and I like
just a note for anybody who's just coming in. Again, the date of this is October 11th. The filing was October 18th. The dates matter.
So I couldn't watch anything about it. I couldn't read comments about it. I'm like, I am so lost about anything that happened in the last like 5 days. So lost.
As far as Betty goes, we got a plan. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
You can talk if you want to talk to me privately about it.
We've got a plan. Oh, we've got a plan. October 11th, 2024. The filing was on October 18th. Heatherlicious, they attempted to file for an injunction against Granny and Barbecue Lady. That's it. That's the only people that are named as defendants as of right now. We've got a plan.
But you're going to have to message me.
Talk. Yeah, I'll message you. If not tonight, we'll talk tomorrow. Maybe we can do a phone call and catch up.
Yeah,
I mean, Joe,
hey, Nana.
if you need anything, if you can think of anything you need, put it in back chat. Yeah. I'll be glad to help you out, honey.
Oh, Nana.
Well, I mean,
You're a real,
she's
real
got kids,
sweetheart.
you know.
Absolutely.
She's a single parent.
do.
I was
I
there.
love that.
This was after what they're talking about is this was after Hurricane Milton, I think, hit, and that's why Nana was offering help to Emmy.
But I think we're good as far as like everything, you know, in that way. I just feel like I'm out of the loop. I have no idea what's going on. So I'm just gonna sit here. I don't know what's going on with you and I
Just
but
you just wait, Miss Emmy Jo. You just wait.
It's been a lot. You'll be real
It's
pissed.
bad. It's bad. So it was
Oh, it's bad. It's bad, huh? October 11th. I'm going to continue to say the date. You're going to understand in a minute.
speaking of which, Ocean says our little GA town looks like a bomb hit us, but homes still standing, damages but standing. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Ocean. Without
here,
doc yeah.
it's crazy.
Without doxing yourself, Oceans, are you because I grew up in Conyers. Has anybody seen Reality? Is she okay?
Yeah, she was just in chat.
Okay, I just want to make sure Reality's all right.
I thought I saw her.
Yeah, the haters are out in full force. So, Mods,
Okay.
can y'all go
I'm
ahead?
right where Milton hit. That's where I live. I'm right there in Tampa Bay area. So it's like
I remember that. I remember you saying that, and that's why I was like, "Holy crap!" I still have not heard from Guidance. If we can hear from Guidance, that will be the last person from our crew.
she lives. I know where she lives. She lives in my hometown,
Lauren, I'm assuming so.
where I went to school at. So they got
Oh,
there.
really?
Renee last night in chat said she was okay, that they heard from her though.
Okay, look, there you go. Yep, look. Tam says she just talked with her. Awesome.
Okay, good. Yeah, she lives down there, kind of by where Betty lives.
Well, Tam, is her husband okay? Because he stayed back with
Hey, everybody coming in. It's good to see you all. Thank you for stopping by.
what, the animals?
Yeah, yeah. Is her husband okay? Because we were concerned about that as well. Guidance was in Justin's too. Okay. Gloves you. What a cute name. I was very tired. Make no secrets about it. I'm always tired.
Hold on.
Where did that come from?
I'm having like laggy groups where it's like it's not like lining up. You know what I mean? Like I'll go to like you'll.
There's a specific reason why I'm playing the upcoming piece again. October 11th. The filing was October 18th.
It's being weird. So I'm sorry if I'm talking when you're talking or something. It's being straight. It's still.
Oh no, you're fine. You're okay. I'm just glad you're here. We'll work through that.
Yeah.
We did lint liquor last night, and I thought about you. I was like, this is not the same.
I miss you guys. Where did you panel up? I'm confused. You said you got on panel where?
No, I didn't panel up.
No, she was here with Reality Wednesday night.
Yeah. So what happened was what we're looking at here. Johnson's playing a part
Casey, you'll get it in a moment.
of it. And there's some of you in chat that are out of the loop. So basically what happened was the other night I went live. I was on panel. Hey, Seth. Now I will admit I was very tired. Make no secrets about it. I'm always tired. I don't sleep half the time. But there was a couple parts in the live stream. Like one time I was closing my eyes. Like, you know how like when you think about something, I was trying.
Please do not addict shame at all in the comment section. I will be addressing this shit today, though. I will be addressing this. So give me a moment and we'll get to that. But please don't engage in any conversation or put anything in my chat about what you think she's on or this or that or anything. I frankly don't care. It's none of my business. But as a grown-ass woman to woman, we're going to have a chat in a second, Brittany.
Trying to remember the name of my glasses, and I shut my eyes for like 2 seconds, and they said that I was nodding off. Then there was another part where I was reaching down to scratch my leg. My nose hit the damn microphone, and they said I was nodding off then. And then there was another part where I'm thinking they took, and I don't care what they say. They said that they didn't slow that video up. Nana in Reality Wins does not sound like that normally, but that's not even the worst part.
So what's the excuse for last night? What was the excuse for last night? Anybody? Because she fell asleep last night too. You gonna lie about that shit again? It's about time that the people around you start stepping up. If they really actually fucking care, they should be stepping up and saying something, because at this point in time, it's concerning. It's concerning. It's extremely concerning, and especially as somebody who has loved an addict through active addiction. Kyle has unfortunately lost a brother to a heroin overdose. I'm done skirting around this conversation. Enabling is not helping people's behavior. There is a difference between loving an addict and enabling an addict or poor behavior. Now, I don't know if that's what she's got going on, but if you don't, go get it checked out by the doctor. The excuses that you continue to make and pile it on everybody else and excuse your behavior because it's somebody else's fault. It's somebody else. It's always somebody doing something to you. Bitch, you're making choices, grown ass woman choices. You are choosing to come on this internet and show bad behavior and poor displays of behavior over and over again. That is your choice. You ain't fighting demons. You're fighting accountability and responsibility. And you like to put it on everybody else. October 11th, you're sitting here trying to put off that you didn't fall asleep and trying to somehow shame other people because they brought attention to it. Yeah, I wasn't good with addict shaming either. I'm not good with that. I don't need to go into all of that or assuming what you could be on or anything. I don't give a shit. What I do care about is the fact that you are actively not taking responsibility for your actions and pointing fingers at everybody else that points them out. Oh, you're the problem. That's called gaslighting, Brittany. You don't want to talk about your actions. You want to talk about our reactions to your actions. I don't hate you. I don't care enough about you to really have any concern. I think your behavior is disgusting. I think it's disgusting how you kick families of missing children over and over again, or anybody that's suffered a tragedy. I find it foul, disgusting. I'm not going to sugarcoat the shit. I just don't have enough concern of you to hate you. But your actions are yours, and it's about fucking time you own them and stop putting them off on everybody else. There's something seriously going on, and you need to take something. You need to figure something out for yourself. Because in every one of these cases, if you can think about it, go back. Think about the Summerwells. People lost their kids because they were so heavily invested. People went back into using. People ended up in jail for sideline things off of it. What's happening in this one? Same things. You get so wrapped up in kicking somebody else at their worst time in their lives, meanwhile avoiding what's going on in your own life. I don't want to see anybody fail at all. But I'll be damned if I fucking sit here after dealing with active addiction and extreme loss because of addiction and not speak up and say something. Those of you sitting around coddling it and acting like it's not happening, that's called enabling. That's not loving an addict. That's called enabling. There's a significant difference, and maybe you should learn what it is.
Part that gets me is Granny and her people take that live stream and they clip it. And
trust and believe she's not the only one that I think has these issues going on. I think a lot of people get caught up in this world and avoid reality. And again, I have no shame in saying that addiction is a disease and people struggle with it. But when you get so caught up in hating on somebody else's life that you've never walked a day in their shoes of, like you do to Chris and Katie, and then you will take no inventory of your own fuck ups and what you are doing publicly every fucking night, there's a problem.
Make me look like, try to make it worse than what it is. And then she does an entire live stream basically insinuating that I'm on substance. And then her chat is just like, yeah, and I'm talking about I got inundated and I'm still being hit with messages left and right. People telling me that I need to get help. My friends are wrong for not getting me the help that I need. And tonight it's worse. Tonight, the first night was bad.
It's not your friend's responsibility to get you the help you need. True friends will try to tell you. And when they decide that you're unwilling to hear it or help yourself, they'll walk away. That's what true friends do. But all these other people around you are just enabling your behavior. But that's why you surround yourself with yes people instead of people who care. That's why you get rid of everybody that cares about you.
So then I went live last night and then she doubled down today and went live. And so what brings me here today is she's saying that she's basically saying that I'm blaming her for drifting off to sleep No, I'm not blaming you for that. I'm blaming you for inciting this hate against me. To my knowledge, she said that there are other channels, like clip channels, that uploaded the video.
And again, I wasn't on board with anybody going after her for having addiction issues or anything like that. Don't have to be. But the date of this is significant because this was October 11th. They have a plan, right? They have a plan. A filing using a missing child's name was filed for 7 days later. 7 days after this. She has tried to tell you all that this has been done to her and this has been done to her and poor her, this has been done to her. Where's the fuck accountability for your goddamn actions? You are almost my age. You are 5 years younger than me. And I've never seen somebody so unwilling to take accountability for their actions and stand in the shit that you have made.
Well, I had no knowledge of any other clip channels that uploaded the video, but I can tell you, you're the only creator that has gone live and has perpetuated this narrative that I'm on some type of drugs. And no one should ever, like, that's 100% defamation, and it's disgusting, and it should be beneath anybody to sit there and accuse somebody of being on drugs.
Meanwhile, we just watched the other day where she was insinuating that somebody else, another creator, might be on them. We've heard her insinuate that the parents of a missing child might have wanted to have a drink, might have a wet bar behind them, might be alcoholics. Well, you know what? People go through shit. Sometimes people don't want to feel the shit they go through. Addiction is a disease. But you sit on your pompous fucking ass and, oh, poor you, right? But then you turn around and point fingers at other people. Stop fucking lying about your doctor's appointment too and the bullshit. Like, you create unnecessary fucking stories. Unnecessary stories. I completely avoid those things for a reason, because it triggers the absolute fuck out of me. Because I raise my nieces due to addiction. You trigger the fuck out of me. And that is my responsibility as a grown adult to keep it in check. But you have played the blame game. You blamed other people for what you have been doing for months on end, falling asleep. And you use that as an excuse to use a missing child's name to join a filing. Fucking gross.
A person on this platform. I bet you I am.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I know, and I think we all know that you do fall asleep on panel often, but it's not like a substance induced. I know the difference. And the reason why I know the difference is because I have, like myself, I have narcolepsy. I'm diagnosed with narcolepsy. I take medication for it, not sleeping medication, but
I just get sleepy
myself from, yeah. So I trust me when I say that I'm quite experienced in being able to tell, because you know how many times it's not like that stupid Deuce Bigelow movie. That's a joke about narcolepsy, but real narcolepsy looks like nodding off from substances. It can look like that. You know what I mean? So you know how many times I have been accused of nodding off from substances more times in my life than anybody. And it's because sometimes, like, I'll be awake and my eyes will be open, but like my brain thinks it's asleep, and I can even carry on a whole conversation like that. So it sucks having to live like that, knowing that nobody understands, you know, and they just are going to automatically assume that that's what it is. But I can tell the difference between substance-induced nodding and overtired.
I don't care what it is. I'm going to be honest. It's not our responsibility. It's not our responsibility to find out, nor do I care what it is. It's a problem at this point. That's all I can say. I don't know what is causing it. If it's a medical issue, go get checked. You owe that to your loved ones. Go figure something out. But stop using these things as an excuse to use a missing child's name for a filing over fucking hatred on the internet. It's fucking gross.
Nodding, and you know what I mean? It's very, very, very different. Like, you can tell the difference. I don't care what anybody says.
If I'm under the influence of a DRUGS, then how come that's the only sign that I exhibit? How come I'm not slurring my words? Like, I don't exhibit, you know what I mean? And first of all, I'm gonna tell you right now, if I was on something, I would not be fat. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But I do want to say, Mandy Kush, I'm gonna say it's a little.
I'm so fucking sick of those fucking excuses and bullshit. My sister's been a bigger girl her entire fucking life. an entire life. Stop. Stop. We're not fucking stupid. I hate fucking people gaslighting me. Lie to me. First and foremost, I'm not trying to shut these people down. We're going to have laws changed. And if they don't follow in the laws, we're concerned about laws, not just these people individually. These people are just one part of a growing epidemic of profiting off of people's pain and kicking families and victims at their worst times. These people are just one section of a bigger growing trend in our society that this is acceptable. Shutting them down doesn't fix it. I'm not here to shut them down, even though she tries to tell you I'm all about cancel culture. No, laws need to be changed. Things need to be done legally to protect victims and their families. It's not about taking their voices away. It's about giving the voices to the victims where they belong.
Choice of wording
In dignity to the victims.
is quite interesting. I'm going to say that. She says, I'm not a fan of any of these creators that are going against you, but in my opinion, you appear to be nodding out without a doubt. Wonder who else likes to say without a doubt, Yvette. Mandy, so what are you insinuating? Is that as far as your comment goes? Or are you going to go a little step further and are you going to join in with the granny and him and say that I'm on drugs? What's your point? I was not nodding out. That was actually one night that I wasn't nodding out. I was sleepy that night. I'll give you that. I was dead ass tired, but I wasn't nodding out. I have went to sleep on my lives before, but that's actually one night I didn't. Tracy says, True Crime Perplex went live about you also. I thought you knew. Yeah, I knew she went live. I don't really care what she says. She calls CPS. You know what I mean? That's bottom of the barrel. It don't get much worse than that.
It don't get much worse than that. Agreed. But you managed to go worse than that. You managed to use a missing child's name for a filing in Pennsylvania courts. You tell me. They're pretty much equally disgusting, in my opinion, and about as low as you can go, and about as real life as anybody can get.
That's how
yeah. So let's go ahead and play this because I want to show you guys. I played for you last night where Granny was basically saying that and hey, Shelly, good to see you. Thank you for being here. I had to say hi twice. Good night.
She was basically implying. So a week later, we already had a plan in place, though.
BJ, I hope you're doing okay.
They already were up to this shit. We already knew. They were being very overt about... Anyway, fuck this shit. You guys see what I'm saying? This was already in the works.
I hope... And thank you for being here. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for your support. I want you guys to hear how Granny changes the narrative. So we heard her last night I was playing it and she went hardcore on me. Neil, please. She went hardcore on me, very much insinuating that I was on something.
Anyways, you get the point. That's October 11th. October 11th. And then the filing happens. Before we go back to the filing, though, I want to take us on a little walk because I think it's important to remind people of who she's aligned with, who these plaintiffs have aligned themselves with. I'm going to take you to Nick the Hat because I want to remind you what he came into this saying September 10th, 2024.
People who snatch kids away from the one place on earth that they should be completely safe, their own beds.
Residents in this area. 196 of the search for Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian went missing overnight, February 25th into the 26th. And right now it is believed that the last time he was seen was being put to bed, according to his mother, on the 25th. The next morning, when she went to wake him up for school, he just wasn't there. So obviously, Dog has 24 people in Tennessee right now as we speak, and they're not out.
Oh, this is how they came in. Remember, hot and heavy.
In like fields, right, searching for anything, because we are going under the assumption that Sebastian is alive. That's the assumption. That's the overwhelming consensus within the groups investigating, whether it be officials or private investigators or contractors or assets or anybody else that's coming down, right?
For anybody that doesn't know who this is Nick the Hat. This is At Night Media. This is your CEO of At Night Media, who is in contract with Seth Rogers, the father of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
So in the coming weeks, as information starts to come in and as Dog's team gets a better understanding of who's
and also a plaintiff in the frivolous filing in Pennsylvania.
doing what network initiated what. And when I say networks, typically in manhunts, you guys know, like, it's a criminal network and stuff like that. But in this case, it's a different kind of network. It's a network, the social network. There are a lot of impediments that happened early on in the case. And it's not so much.
September 10th, 2024 is the date of this video.
What it has to deal with is people providing false information to YouTube creators, and the YouTube creators obviously are listening because those people have good information, right? So that's Saturday. No response. We had reached out, nothing. So Sunday, Dog says, let's try again. So we call the family, Mr. Prophet, and I ask about this investigator, right? And his response is that he doesn't. So Mr. Prophet tells.
Oh, Helen, this might be an interesting walkthrough for you then. Yeah, we're going to get to some of the things he says that are very interesting that I think people have forgotten about. Now, just timeline again, because it's important. The video we watched from BJ was October 11th. We went back to September 10th here. But the filing that Nick and all the plaintiffs made was October 18th. And we're going to finish reading that tonight.
The team that he has no idea who this individual is and how we put him in a group chat with this number and he has no idea what we're talking about and he doesn't know the guy, right? So let me back it up.
Whitebird, I agree with you. It's completely overused because people use it narrative for things that aren't really truly a narrative. Gameplay, like if you have a suggestion, let me know and I will switch it up. Playbook,
a day,
gameplay, outline,
or two before that, we had gotten a message from somebody that took a screenshot that said it was from the Proudfoot, Mr. Proudfoot, claiming that he did not hire Steve Fisher. It was a very nice message, just denying that he had hired him, right? Which is why Dog had asked us to reach out. So Sunday comes around, Sunday being this Sunday. And again, we had reached out to Mr. Proudfoot, this time being by phone. Dog had asked that we call from the tip line. So we call him from the tip line and ask about this investigator. Again, we are told very respectfully that he did not hire an investigator and he has no idea what we're talking.
Whoever said I should be a DA or whatever, I'd probably end up throwing stuff at people. So that might not be a good position for me to be in. But I have, trust and believe, I have been weighing the option of going back to school when my girls are out of school.
Talking about. So we took his word for it, obviously, and we thought that was that. So now it is Tuesday, and it turns out that either Mr. Proudfoot is lying to us or the investigator is lying to us, right? Because there's no in between. The investigator tweeted out that they would only contract a licensed person, yada, yada, yada. Sir, just so you know, we have licensed investigators in Tennessee that are contracted out by the company. So we took it.
So if they have licensed investigators in Tennessee, then what's the big, huge issue with SF being a licensed investigator? That's what I'm saying. People are getting so caught up in the weeds from the side to side, team to team shit that they're missing the point. None of these people are really, truly relevant at the end of the day. Law enforcement is going to be the responsible party. If one of the PIs comes across something credible, they will turn it over to law enforcement, and that's how it will be handled. Again, there's a big significant difference here. Seth hired and aligned himself with this group of people. Chris and Katie have opted to go with a private investigator who is willing and is trained in search and rescue, a licensed PI. But what's the difference? Oh, huge difference, because one is optical illusions, in my opinion, and the other one at least has some ground searching capabilities.
As originally, we thought maybe somebody had sent us that screenshot to try and get us to put it out there and say, oh, this guy was not hired, so they can debunk it. And then team up and say, see, they don't know what they're talking about. That's not the case, guys. We don't post stuff on X and Facebook and YouTube until the time is right, and the time is right now. And that's how we operate. Essentially, we ask a question, and if you answer and you change your answer.
You notice how he says that they don't post stuff on X until the time is right? So for the last 2 weeks of a complete vitriolic hate campaign that's been spread isn't helping bring Sebastian home. Not searching for Sebastian, not trying to seek answers for Sebastian, but the time was right for the X post, right? Interesting, huh?
Answer, and you make out that we are lying, kind of. I mean, so now you have one man who says he was retained. Why would he fly out there if he wasn't being paid? You have the other person who supposedly is paying him saying, I never heard of him. Today, we get called out again, which is funny. And
September 10th, he's complaining about SF being aligned with the family, even though Seth claimed in the beginning that he had 4 private eyes. 2 of them he got rid of publicly, Heather and Chloe. But initially he claimed he had 4 PIs. So if those 2 were removed, then he still had 2. So what does it matter if the Proudfoots hire a PI? What does it matter? It shouldn't have. But tell me that it wasn't intentional, that there was a kissing match. Interesting right off the bat.
And the individual says, that shows how much you know, because I was with Mr. Proudfoot when you guys called yesterday. Interesting. So this is where it gets interesting. If you guys watched the Nancy Grace piece, it was great. And they were on there, Chris, Katie, and they had said that they took a polygraph, and they also agreed, Chris did, to sit down with Nancy and take one. And he said basically something to the effect of name the time and place, and I'll be there. Right, guys? So it was on for it to happen. And at that time, there were rumors that he already had taken one from TBI. So those rumors are true. So Katie, Christopher, and Seth did take polygraphs with TBI. Now, the part that's not true is...
Wait, I thought recently there was some throwing it in the air again, that there was questions about who took polygraphs. Again, this all is noise. All of this has been noise created. Every bit of this has been noise. For what? There's a child missing. None of this has helped find Sebastian.
Christopher Proudfoot told Nancy Grace that TBI told him he's not allowed to partake in a polygraph, right, with Nancy. That is not the case at all, actually. Not only is it common sense that state, nobody can tell you what you can or can't do, especially when it comes to something like that, but just to get clarity, we ask, and what did they say? No, we would never do such an instruction, and that's silly. So again, it makes you really wonder where this whole circus is coming from, right? Now, when I say circus, I mean people come to town to try to help find Sebastian, and they are met by bullies. Every direction you look, you'll see the bullies, and they kind of try to gang up. But again,
Seth took a polygraph with Nancy Grace's team.
It's the little lies along the way that end up putting the pieces together rapidly. We are told that the investigator is not official from the family. We are told that the investigator is official from the investigator. And then we were told by the investigator that not only is he official, but he was at the home when Dog was trying to call him yesterday, which is interesting.
And again, take notice. This has been a back and forth between him since September and SF. It's been ongoing.
That it means Mr. Proudfoot is either lying about the investigator or the investigator is lying about Mr. Proudfoot. Sebastian Rogers was tucked into bed on February 25th, and the rest is history. The next morning, he was never seen again. He literally vanished. Literally. I mean, he left everything. He vanished without a trace. And that's kind of what is so mind-boggling about this, right, guys? It's been 7 months. Nevertheless, Sebastian Rogers, he's 15. He has autism. He was tucked in on February 25th. And the rest is history. He vanished right after. He has not been seen since. Not a sighting, not a clue, not a hint, but not an indication of death. And it's good, right? It's great that there are no signs of, obviously, death. That's an amazing sign that there is no sign of that. And that's what we have to focus on. We have to focus on getting people to check your Ring cameras. Be on the lookout for your neighbors. Keep your eye out. You never know. You never know. You're going to have an 83-year-old neighbor that is harboring Sebastian. And Sebastian doesn't know better, guys. He has autism. And we have to bring him home. That is the goal. That is the only goal. So we've made great progress so far behind the scenes, behind closed doors, and on the ground. They're reporting to us every day, giving us some good intel. And we have a great feeling that this is going to not be a quick case, but we will get answers quickly. I'll put it that way. Dog is working around the clock with his team. They are really good people, like amazing people. And I hope that you guys get to see them. And I'm sure you will when Dog touches down in Tennessee. I'm sure you'll get to see the team, right? Not the whole team, but you'll see some of them with Dog when he is in Tennessee, lighting it up, hosting a press conference, and getting awareness out for Sebastian. We are here to find Sebastian. We're not going to go anywhere until he's found. So again, for the people that are coming at us, the trolls, the bullies, keep coming. We're not going anywhere. All we want is Sebastian found and brought back home. Again, I can't encourage you enough. Please call TBI if you see something, if you hear something, if you know something. You can also call Dog the Bounty Hunter at 833-TELL-DOG. You can send a text to 332-252-3636. You can send an email to tips@manhunts, plural.1. So it's tips@manhunts.one, tips@manhunts.1. Or if you see Sebastian Rogers, call 911 immediately. Again, guys, I'm giving TikTok some great coverage. You guys have Harry Popper, who's joining me today. I'm not alone. I have a friend, so you guys can run with it. Again, the goal is to find Sebastian. I don't care what kind of shaming you guys do to find him. That's fine. Let's keep his name in the headlines. And if you want to keep him you guys want to keep the gossip going and running with like whatever you want to run with like this, do it. But make sure that you guys also say Sebastian Rogers. We have to keep pushing that he is still missing. We need to make sure that that is very well known and that people keep looking. Okay, not for numbers, not for clues on YouTube, but for answers.
Oh, that's how we got from them looking for clues, not on YouTube, is ironic. Little throwback here to what Nick came in hot and heavy saying. Isn't much of a throwback because it seems like all we've done is wash, rinse, repeat these same cycles of bullshit.
There's real answers and not these answers that are coming out of the horse's rear. We want it to come out of the horse's mouth. Again, so again, guys, if you see something, the time to act is now. The numbers to call. You call TBI, you can call the FBI, or you can call 833-TELL-DOG. You can send a text to 332-252-3636, or you can email tips to tips@manhunts.one. The more, the better. No tip is too long. If you have a whole novel, theories, XYZ, send it over. It's going to go through our data center. It's going to be processed, and we will get answers, right? The more information, the better. We will be able to find the discrepancies. We will sort through fact and fiction. So if you send us fiction, we'll find out if it's a fact or not. But we want that. We want that stuff to come in. If we need it to come in, keep sending tips. Keep spreading the word. We're not going anywhere except coming to Tennessee. And guys, we can confirm that Dog, the bounty hunter's team, his task force, has been in contact with several agencies. I mean, everybody from the FBI in Memphis, Homeland Security in Memphis, Customs and Border Patrol, the Department of Justice today we spoke to the Department of Justice. So again, there are updates behind the scenes happening. When I say updates, I don't mean like news updates. I mean, there are updates as far as search efforts, resources, assets. Again, like I just said, I guess the newest information that we have is the contact that was initiated with the Department of Justice is going to be a good one. And we'll have more on that later. And it's not to investigate what happened. It's to find Sebastian. And they actually have task forces that are dedicated to find.
Amazing. We haven't heard of answers yet, but they claimed in September they were going to get them quickly.
Missing teenagers and children, and also individuals with like autism, right? Those teams are the maestros when it comes to searches like this. So if you guys have like a rumor that you heard online, dating back to March even, or the first day, something that was said on YouTube, something that was said by somebody involved in the case, whether it be the dad, the stepdad, or the mom, or anybody else, a neighbor, anybody. What you guys can do is email the tip line, and we will, at the end of the week, every Friday, our plan is to submit about 10 bullet points of stuff that we know they will clarify on, all right? Stuff that we know they want to debunk. That way the focus stays on Sebastian. So again, if you see something, call 911. You can also call 833-TELL-DOG, or you can send an email to tips@manhunts.one, or send a text to 332-252-3636. Again, 332-252-3636, 833-TELL-DOG, tips@manhunts.one, call TBI or 911.
All right. So there's that one. Now let's share this one. Now, September 11th, 2024. Buckle up. Here we go. He's going to play a news segment.
In a courtroom while his son is still missing.
It is extremely frustrating that I have to come here to support somebody, which I don't mind coming here to support somebody that's supporting my goal of finding my son. But the fact that I have to come here because four people, want to put restraining order against somebody who's just trying to find my son, and yet Sebastian is supposed to be her son as well.
Seth added that he believes Andra is only exercising her First Amendment right and has not done anything illegal. I also spoke with Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, who says he has no comment at this time. In Gallatin, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2. I also spoke with Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, who says he has no comment. He has no comment. He has no comment.
There are evil people who snatch kids away from the one place on earth that they should be completely safe, their own beds.
Residents in this area are acting vigilant. Review your surveillance cameras and contact police if you observe anything suspicious. If you see this individual, call 911 immediately.
6 days and still no sign of Sebastian Rogers. Thousands of miles this week looking for him.
Oh, I'm sure his dramatic videos helped a lot, right? Let's get to where Nick comes on because that's the most interesting part of this one. The upcoming here is really interesting what he references. And I think some of you will understand and appreciate some of the bullshit we're going to see. Again, September 11th.
Bend it till it's fracturing point.
So we are on day 198 of the search for Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian vanished on February 26th. And it makes us wonder, are they searching for Sebastian or a way out, right? Because who is sending death threats? It's very rare that help is turned away, but it's understood in this case, right? For some reasons. And we're going to go over those reasons, to be fair. A great majority, so not all, but a great majority have gotten involved with good intentions, but as the case went on and as the rumor mill started to turn heavily, they lost track of why they got in the story. The story started with Sebastian Rogers allegedly being tucked in on February 25th and vanishing overnight. That is what the story was back in February. But it quickly turned into a he did it, she did it, he did it within, right? It wasn't a long time. It wasn't any reasonable time. It was passing judgment immediately instead of waiting for officials to say something. So 7 months in, nothing changes, right? Sebastian still isn't home. The drama still continues. And every time somebody comes in to assist, they are grifters, right? That's what they're labeled. It's funny. So you have a case that is on a highway going 150 miles an hour to being cold. So the case going 150 miles an hour on the highway by itself gets pulled over. Unfortunately, the guy that pulls the case over, his name is Dog the Bounty Hunter. At the end of the day, hearsay is what this entire case, right? There have been minimal details because there haven't been many updates from TBI or
and unfortunately there's still no updates, and Sebastian was lost way before any of these clowns got involved. He was lost in the beginning of March.
Authorities, and that's not to say they're not working. There have been minimal updates. There haven't been any updates that are worth reporting in their eyes. So when we finally get solid answers, right, and we confirm something, it's funny when people say you're 7 months late, bud. This we knew 5 months ago. No, you didn't know anything, and you still don't. So stop saying you knew. You didn't know. But again, you're getting your stories from people with a dog in the fight. So yeah, you knew, but it wasn't confirmed. I'm not going to believe a word out of any mouths that have a dog in the fight, especially when the mouth that has been spewing hasn't been truthful. So as the days go on, the threats are just getting crazier and crazier, right? As we get closer, not to Sebastian, I'm not going to say that, but as we chase down leads that others were afraid of, and now I understand why. But as Dog chases down leads, it turns into an interesting series of unfortunate events. Leads are getting chased in an effort to find Sebastian Rogers, right? He's 15, he has autism, he vanished overnight. Simple as that. Whether or not they took a polygraph, which they did, but at the end of the day, Sebastian is not home, right? He's not there. They're not compelled to speak, they're not. But when they do speak, they should be truthful instead of giving information and then hoping nobody checks up on it. Sebastian Rogers went missing. He vanished overnight, February 25th into the 26th. We are on the hunt for answers. And there are even more ridiculous, outlandish threats. And I say outlandish because you guys, whoever the people behind these little keyboards are on your phones or however you do it, you're literally no better than the Jake Pattersons of the world, the Chris Wattses of the world, the monsters.
Interesting post from Dog. The Bible says the lust of money is the root of all evil. Any panhandler that tries obstructing the search for Sebastian Rogers, let me tell you right now, beware of Dog. 1 Timothy 6:10, for the love of money is the root of all evil. Huh. But weren't they supposedly retained for a huge sum of money? I call bullshit on it, but they've tried to tell everybody that.
Rex Hewermans of the world, because you guys are threatening to kill people that are helping find Sebastian. Weird. Let me feed into it for a second. Let's say we were doing a circus. You're still threatening to kill. Makes you no different than a killer. It's so crazy, guys. Anyway, again, the goal is to find Sebastian Rogers. And anybody that gets a death threat or threatened, send it to us because we'd love to send it to the FBI to investigate who is igniting this war that has now turned into death threats and very serious repercussions. Those words are not taken lightly anywhere. Crazy kind of words to be using in a missing teen's case. Do you really think they're not going to circle back to the idiots who made these threats? The case is about Sebastian Rogers, Team Sebastian. And that's the only team that matters. I'm going to start encouraging you guys. I'm going to put out links on X.
Interesting how once again we've circled back around to death threats. Whitebird, thank you for becoming a member. Wolf Rider, thank you for being a member for 23 months. And Emily, thank you for being a member for 13 months. Yeah, what have they done? Isn't it ironic to go back and listen to this shit?
Facebook and YouTube for green lights. And I say that because we want to light America up in the coming weeks, maybe a month. Hopefully we have the momentum going where we can light America up in green for Sebastian. There was a time here in Pennsylvania where a young boy in Broomall, Benny, passed away. And the community, more than just the community, it became a very large scale, kind of a sign of unity, where by all of the windowsills and the lamps outside of homes and stuff, they were lit up in blue for Benny. And that's what we want to do for Sebastian. We want to light up America in green. and let Tennessee know we are not going away, that America is watching. All eyes are slowly starting to turn toward Tennessee, and they are not going to be closed again. And when it comes down to it, again, guys, it's about unity. We're looking for a missing teenage boy, and you have to do your part. And if you're far away, the way you can show that unity is we get these towns to let up.
It's about unity, but the only way to accomplish our goal is to continue to push for division.
Up in green, because before you know it, news helicopters are flying over town at night, and they see an entire town lit up in green. They're going to investigate where that came from, and now you've got cities that knew nothing about Sebastian telling people that neighborhoods are lit up for a missing teenage boy with autism from Tennessee. His name is Sebastian Rogers. He went missing February 25th into the 26th, and he hasn't been seen since. There have been little details that have come out from either side, and the details that have come out have been questionable, have been debunked, or yet to be verified. And that's what we're here for. We're working on trying to verify as much of what was said. Once you say something publicly, it's fair game to verify it, because we're dealing with a missing teenage boy. It's never a good time to lie when somebody is missing. It's never a good time to make up stories when somebody is missing. This is a missing teenage boy. If we were to give into the bullying, we're basically abandoning him and leaving him alone with others that have been scared to get involved or stay involved. People that are coming back with good intent. They don't want to be involved in a cancel culture, and that's kind of what has taken over this case, cancel culture. Until now, it's just done. The drama's over. We're here for Team Sebastian, and that's it. If you don't like it, there are a ton of TikTok channels where they are probably covering Harry Potter, and you can have fun with them because they like to cover BS. They like to.
The drama ended September 11th. Oh, did it, Nick? Oh, did it?
Cover drama. They love Jerry Springer. I mean, literally, I guess that's their platform, but it's just not us. We were in it to find Sebastian. When we were in it for Zimmerman, we were in it to find Zimmerman, and we did.
You didn't find Zimmerman, but authorities did. Teresa, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. I thought this was a really good reminder before we finish out this filing and the reading, especially with the temperature right now in the air, of what did they come in for? Because it has yet to prove that they have even searched whatsoever for Sebastian. Why were they called in and hired to come into this situation from an anonymous person in Brentwood, Tennessee?
When we were in it for Cavalcante, we stayed in it until Cavalcante was caught, and he was. We don't go anywhere. Bibb County 4. And these are just, the reason there are so few is because we don't go anywhere. If Sebastian takes 2 years of our time, guess what? That means that the only case that we did in the past 2 years was Sebastian Rogers, and we're fine with that as long as the case is solved, as long as answers are brought home, as long as Sebastian is brought home, and if he isn't, as long as somebody, anybody that is responsible is brought to justice. Again, guys, stay safe, stay vigilant. I'm going to put links up for green lights.
Okay, well, let's carry on because we're not done yet. Let's go to September 16th, 2024. You'll see where I'm headed. You guys will catch up. It seems frivolous that we're doing this, but trust and believe I have a mission to my madness, as always. Nikki.
Again, guys, we are searching for Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian went missing February 25th. That is the last sign of Sebastian. There is no indication that. There we go. It's working again. I lost you guys for a little bit. Again, the search is about Sebastian Rogers. It went into left field rather quickly as soon as this thing hit off, and it's getting put back where it should have been from day one. Again, if you're going to threaten harm on women that live next door to you, do you really think I'm not to believe you're not the person that's threatening to kill me? Give me a break, and we will find you. We are not these other.
Yet they've not been able to prove one threat so far. They've talked a lot about it. There's been a lot of talk about it. There's talk about it again about these threats and from random accounts, but yet to prove it.
Little search groups. If you send us death threats, if you make threats of that nature, it's very rare that we strike back, but we do. And that's why a few creators, and you guys can figure out who, haven't covered the case since we got involved, because they know that once we step in, we're kind of the final line of defense.
Oh, they're kind of the final line of defense. Who do you think he was referencing? The couple of creators that know. Would that be JLR, Pascal, T-Rev? Who was it?
And You can bite us, you can scratch us, but certain words, like I will kill you, will result in federal action. Inciting stuff will result in federal action. That's the difference between us and a lot of the other people. We bite back, but we bite back in court. We bite back with the feds in a federal courthouse, not on X. Thank you to Stephen Fisher for accepting to speak with us, well, our attorney, and you want to host it on X, let's do it. Again, we're not trying to have a circus, but we're setting the record straight, and a lot of these guys are going to end up in court to explain themselves.
A lot of these guys are going to end up in court to explain themselves. September 16th. The filing was made October 18th.
Sebastian and Christopher Proudfoot. Again, a neighbor is looking for your missing stepson. You stop the car, you get in the road and you stop the car wearing these goggles that make you look like a whatever. And they got scared at first because they thought it was the police. Now, let this sink in.
JLR and this guy used to be buddies and work together. Are they cut from the same cloth? You tell me.
We thought it was the police and we thought we were going to get in trouble for searching. It's because Sergeant Slaughter might have been the one driving Sergeant Slimefoot, whatever you want to call him, around. That's probably why they would have gotten in trouble for searching. But when you have a neighbor call the police on, now a neighbor called the cops on Christopher Proudfoot during the search, not about Sebastian, because he knew the name of a kid and that he was threatening them. What happened to that report? Oh, it disappeared. How coincidental. Look, Sergeant Shanefoot, we know who you
The report disappeared.
are at the Henderson Police Department. And again,
Henderson, Nevada? You mean Hendersonville, Tennessee? This is when a lot of people's light bulbs went, oh, this guy's just full of shit. Well, yeah, you've been full of shit since moment one.
And the connections and the friendships and the this and the that, they've got to come to an end. There's a missing boy. So again, guys, if you see something, say something. This might be my only live this week because I'm still obviously waiting to go through a few things that we are filing today, tomorrow. Today's Monday. Yeah. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So all up until Friday, we have filings coming out. And until
they had filings coming out the entire week in September. Huh.
Those are with the clerk of courts. There's a little bit of a zip tie on me, and Hong is
zip tied. Shit. It took a whole month for their filing.
Gonna continue taking over. And if for some reason the gag sticks, Hong is gonna be with you guys. We're not gonna leave you guys hanging. And then a little not a shout out. I want to say something to a few creators. This is out to them. I believe it's Cluminati, I think, and she can correct me if I'm wrong. But shame on you, you little body shamer. You have no room to talk. And everybody else that's out there talking about racist remarks, you guys are slick. He needs to have chopsticks. You might as well use the N-word when I have another guy on there, right? Why don't you say that on your TikTok?
Sir, you fabricated racist emails. Like, just stop.
You're going to say chopsticks over here. First of all, your racism in the middle of a missing teen case doesn't make you look any bigger than you are, but because you're a big person. Now, okay, if you want to shame people, I can also shame back. Don't do that stuff. It's disgusting. It's literally disgusting. Grow up and be a big girl. I know you are one. You are a very big girl. But when you're getting info from the shame feet and you want to start trashing people, you can actually probably ask around and
nicknames of the missing child's parents.
Look for the one creator that hasn't done a video on this case. Okay. Look for the one creator that covered this case heavily. Look for the one creator,
JLR,
that did it and is not here because he knows what we are capable of when it comes to going to court. They know that we are I'm a lot nicer on camera and I don't come off nice on camera, but when we go to court, it's a whole different battle. And that creator knows it. That's why that creator is a smart guy. And I wish others followed his lead. Cluminati, I'm going to give you a clue about what's going to come. And it's called a federal injunction, not a cease and desist.
Interestingly enough, she wasn't named on the said injunction, though.
Drag you through the courts, and we're going to drag you in every state if you live in. And we're going to bring you to Tennessee. We'll bring you to New York. We'll bring you to Pennsylvania. We're going to sue Cluminati, especially because I can't stand that person. You made it on my radar with your little jokes and calling people. You're making fun of people because they're Chinese. You are.
Oh, that's interesting because she made it on the radar, but avoided the filing. Huh.
Are a jokester. You are a clown.
And just wait. You'll see what I'm and about coming up.
That's why you are on TikTok. Again, guys, we are looking for Sebastian Rogers. He went missing February 25th. There's no indication to say that he has been harmed. He may be in harm's way.
She's been named in exhibits and stuff, but no, she's not named. The only two people that are defendants are Granny and Barbecue.
And there's no indication that.
And she wasn't even on the motion to amend to add.
He went home on February 25th. So now, again, he vanished on the 25th, not the 26th. Never got home. Prove me otherwise, because all the neighbors can't. And we spoke to them. Literally, everybody says, oh, we looked at the surveillance. We know what Sebastian looks like. If he was walking out, other neighbors have seen him doing ding dong ditch. We know about all of that stuff, okay? And if he did leave the house, he was running for his life from the Proudfoot, the guy that threw the little girl on the table. The guy that throws a little girl on the table needs to get himself thrown on the table. You're a coward. Who hits a little girl? Who hits a little boy? Again, that's what we're dealing with. Stay safe, stay vigilant. If I'm bad and I go somewhere, you got hung, and Illuminati can go at him all she wants because it shows her character. People that follow her, I mean, come on. You guys are following a true crime person that's defending victims while she's making fun of people? Yeah, because you don't have anything to talk about. He's not on parole, so you can't say anything. Illuminati, grow up. If you're going to body shame people, lose weight first, and then you start. Again, guys, stay safe, stay vigilant, and good luck with... When I say good luck, I mean the people that are commenting and supporting us, you're probably going to get death threats too. So be ready for it, because there's only one person that hasn't gotten death threats yet, and it's an interesting character and tied to the Proudfoots. So again, guys, you see something, say something. 833.
Only one person that hasn't gotten death threats yet, huh?
Tell dog. The search area is expanding to cover additional states because there is still a very heavy reason to believe that Sebastian is still alive. The tips that are coming in and that are being cross-referenced with other tips and photos that are being shown to these individuals, dog is on the hunt and he's not slowing down. You're going to see dog on national TV with the attorneys this week. I don't know the exact dates, but I'm sure there'll be teasers and they'll come out as they come along. So again, stay safe, stay vigilant. If you see something, 833 tell dog.
Yeah, no, thank you. Let's move on to this one. September 19th. So we've already heard him talk about taking people to court as of September 16th. September 19th, we're bumping it forward. Let me bump it forward a little bit more to Nick's face. This one I find really intriguing.
Without a trace, and here is what we know. Sebastian is 15 years old and he has autism. He was last seen on February 25th leaving the Texas Roadhouse. The case quickly became a social media frenzy. Obviously, sides were created, division was looming large over the case, and unity vanished quickly. Literally, unity vanished along.
And he saw a prime opportunity to, in my opinion, profit off of the division that was created by the playbook that is done in every one of these cases. That is colleague, ex-colleague, JLR, knows the playbook like the back of his hand and has taught many people, such as Bullhorn Betty.
With Sebastian. So when you have a divided group, a divided people searching, it's not a search, right? Because you're working against each other. You're working literally, as I just said, against each other. You're not going to make a move. You're not going to be able to get anywhere. And division just does not work at a time where unity is not only needed, but warranted and morally required, right? When you're dealing with a missing teenage boy. So in recent days, there's been a lot of drama on social media, a lot of drama, and there's no beating around the bush. But the drama started to obviously slowly slow down. I'm not going to say stop whatsoever. It hasn't stopped, but it slowed down, which is good. And there's been a lot of misinformation about cease and desist letters that have gone out, and I'm going to clear the air with that right now. Nobody has been told to stop discussing the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, nor their coverage, right? The cease and desist demands were much more specific, very specific, outlining alleged crimes that are believed to have happened between individuals who received the letters. It's as simple as that. And they are asked to stop the criminal activity.
Guess who didn't receive one of those letters? Granny.
Spreading awareness about Sebastian Rogers, who's 15 years old with autism, is not a crime. But the other instructions, and the best example was January 6th. That's what we're looking at. When you instruct the crowd to do something.
January 6th. You couldn't be referencing the insurrection that happened, could you? Oh, wait, this has nothing to do with politics nonsense. Fucking stop making it political nonsense. Fucking so sick of hearing that. Welcome to the fucking world that we live in.
You are responsible for that crowd, right, guys? That's just how it works. When you have a microphone and you tell people, hey, let's all get together right now, and we're all going to march and we're going to break into this building. And just because the person doesn't go, doesn't mean that they're not going to go through the mud, right? You guys saw what happened to President Trump for that January 6th thing, and there is no difference here whatsoever, except it is a digital version of January 6th.
It's a digital version of January 6th. Oh, is it?
What I mean by that is the same thing that happened on January 6th is happening here, whereas Sebastian is the capital and the disruptors are the social media select creators. And it's not as many as any of you imagine. It really comes down to just a handful, maybe enough for one hand to count, maybe with two hands and one finger at most, okay?
And how did we go to 50 supposed litigants?
It's not 20, it's not 15, it's nothing crazy. It's not. And that is interesting, right? And when I say interesting, I mean out of the dozens of accounts that are pushing this wild information, when you put a stop to, let's say,
yeah, he said Sebastian is the capital.
3 or 4 For some reason, the other 14 or 12 follow and vanish, literally. But again, nobody was told, hey, you are to cease and desist from covering Sebastian Rogers. Nobody. He's missing. And if he's not missing, then yeah, I guess you can be told to stop. But nobody can tell you to stop that. What they can tell you to do is stop any criminal activity. And that's what we're seeing. It's telling us you're going to kill us. Those are death threats. Sending people to flood lines of authorities. That is false reporting. I mean, when you add everything up.
You're not the authorities, though. And the authorities haven't charged anybody. So therefore, more bullshit coming out of the mouths of the distractors.
And you look at the document that you received, there's nothing in that document that says, hey, stop your coverage on this young boy who's missing because you are searching for him. No, 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 no. If you're going to use tidbits, please use the whole thing and stop at the misinformation and then going to GoFundMe and trying to tell people that you've been gagged from spreading awareness when that's another lie. It's just a lie. As simple as that. If you're going to make that.
Who went to GoFundMe as of, what's the date on this one again? Who had started a GoFundMe on September 19th, 2024? Barbecue lady? Because it wasn't Granny.
Assertion, post the cease and desist with it, right? So that way, you're not giving people one sentence out of a very lengthy 3-page document, right? Because if you take one sentence out of it, then yeah, I guess you can construe that as I'm not allowed to do anything that might.
Yes, this was about barbecue. The GoFundMe was about barbecue.
Hence, even the initials of Sebastian. That's not true at all, guys. It's not at all. They are choosing not to put Sebastian at the forefront. They are choosing, when I say they, I mean creators, the ones that are not doing any coverage after they were served with notices, the ones that are halting their coverage completely. Those are the individuals that you need to be careful about, because obviously Sebastian is not on the forefront. Nobody asked them to stop covering Sebastian. Stop with the lies. If you're going to lie, it doesn't make sense to do it when, again, at this point, it's clear there are lawyers involved. They're fake lawyers. Go with whatever you want to say. But the fake lawyers are sending you very real paperwork. And it's
lawyers, plural, numerous times.
It's a lot longer than a sentence about Sebastian. It outlines the crimes alleged, and maybe you can discuss them. Maybe you can discuss the billboards. Maybe you can discuss the finances. Maybe you can discuss the tip lines. Maybe you can discuss those things as well. And then when you add all of that up, it makes sense as to why you were asked to stop, right? And this is out to the creator. The creator knows who I am addressing. It's not stop spreading awareness. And there's never time, literally, when they say that it's never too late to make amends, it's never too late. And the creators that received those notices, it's not the end of the world at all. Yes, YouTube received a copy. Yes, TikTok received a copy. Yes, they are complying with it. But no, the lawyers are not going to suspend their accounts for speaking about Sebastian or
the lawyers are not going to suspend the accounts? Oh.
To have their accounts suspended for that. They aren't. That's not that's not what's going to happen. Is the videos that are still up and the ones that were deleted are going to be revived and brought in as exhibits. And those exhibits are what you're not allowed to talk about, right?
Oh, you're not allowed to talk about the exhibits that you guys sent out, didn't file, but sent out and distributed for people to see. Oh, I forgot. Gosh darn it. I forgot.
Inciting people to go.
How did we not follow Nick's lead and just fall in line?
When flood authorities, that is not awareness. Inciting people to go and harass anybody is not spreading awareness. Inciting to literally make phone calls on your behalf because you have a following is not spreading awareness. It's actually spreading crime. And it is a crime when you organize people. That's a conspiracy.
Oh, it's a crime to organize people? Oh.
Well, that comment in there saying, well, let's go. Those are potential accomplices.
Oh, so like the people saying, let's go on your Twitter feeds, your X feeds, are those accomplices?
And if something crazy does happen and one of these wild threats comes true, the people that commented LFG, which means let's effing go, do you really think they're not going to be knocking at your doors? This is 24 and threats are serious. The threat doesn't have to originate from the content creator, but if it originates from a video of the creator, whereas the person that made the threats was watching the video when they got the idea to make the threat because of the terminology used in the video that said,
oh, that's a reach. He was reaching. Please forgive Nick here. He's a little discombobulated back here on September 19th. He reached so far that he sprained his brain muscle, and that's what we're dealing with now.
Says, hey, this person is a very vile person. Nick the Hat is just a monster. You have to call the cops on him. See, stuff like that leads to crazies doing crazier things. And they notice that when the police calls don't work and the threats don't work, and they just keep enhancing it, right? And since the videos slowed down, the threats didn't, right? They are still coming. And it's something that when you start it, that is the time to take that double take and think, is this a good idea? Should I say this? Should I do this? Should I be live? Or should I pre-record to make sure I don't cross the line? If you accidentally say, hey, flood the lines, I'm just kidding, stop, don't do that. And you make it a very clear point and talk about not doing it for an hour after you tell people to do it for 5 seconds, that right there might get you out of a situation, right? Because you're trying to make amends for much more time than you spent with that careless mistake. Maybe it was a careless mistake. Maybe it was intentional. But again, guys, we're not here to halt the bandwagon whatsoever. It's about Sebastian.
What? Huh?
He went missing 207 days ago, and we want to keep the focus going on him.
That's exactly what you guys have done, is kept the focus on Sebastian. Yep. Meanwhile, not in the slightest.
We want to keep the green light going for Sebastian, and we want to put a red light toward drama. And that should really be something that we all do together. Even the YouTubers that right now might not like me per se, because of whatever it may be. I really don't care. I'm not a person that holds grudges. But if this is the time for us to unite, this is the time. And Clue Who and Barbecue too. Sorry for the Clue Who. It's just like the Blues Clues. But again, well, it's stuck in my head, the Blues Clues. It's a time for us to unite and then show people that we can put stuff aside when it comes to a missing teen. This is not about me. It's not about you. It's not about the viewers. Unless one of those viewers is 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who has autism. He vanished on February 25th into the 26th. If he's a viewer, then that is the audience we want. We only really need one viewer, and it's Sebastian.
That's the audience you want.
Maybe 2 or 3 viewers, and the people responsible are 4 or 5. Really, it doesn't matter if you have 100,000 or 50 or 1, as long as that one can make a difference. And honestly, guys, between all of our platforms, between all of our...
And we wonder why we have 83 pages of nonsensical filings.
For viewers, between all of our audiences combined, we have what it takes to bring this case to an end together, as the online community did time and time and time and time again. And prove me wrong. Every single high-profile case in the past 5 to 10 years has been heavily solved by online sleuths,
heavily solved by online sleuths. Oh, have they now?
By YouTubers, by streamers, by content creators. The information, the tidbits, the hours, the nights, the days, the months, the years spent in researching those cases, dissecting every word, watching every interview, finding the little things that somebody might have missed because they are just so tired of looking at the same thing for years. Those little differences. And when you look at this case, when you look at the facts of this case, and you go back in time, we had that. Like, literally, it was there, and something happened and it was derailed. We got to put it back on the rail, guys. Let the target remain finding Sebastian. It's
got off the rails. It needs to be put back on.
Sebastian Rogers that we're looking for, not anything else, not drama, not BS, not these weird, like, crazy, I don't even know what to call them, people that make threats. What do you call somebody that threatens to kill people that are looking for a teenager?
Non-existent, because you've never been able to show proof of said threats.
What do you call them? Sick, demented, in need of help, obviously. But at the end of the day, we have one goal, one vision, and one mission, and that's to find Sebastian Rogers.
Are you sure? Because you told us on the 16th that your goal was to drag people into court and file some frivolous things. And that's why some creators walked away.
15-year-old boy. So again, guys, if you see something, say something. You can call TBI, you can call 911, you can call dog at 833-TELL-DOG. But if you see something, say something. And it's a relief that the bullying is slowing down, I hope, because at the end of the day, that's what this is about. This isn't about bullying. I mean, come on, it's 24, we're adults. Are we going to sit and bully each other? Because it's not working. Obviously, we have lawyers.
Oh, well, it's 2025 and you guys are still doing that. So you tell us, is it working?
There's involved now. We're going into the federal courts. We don't want to take the route, but we are, right? Like, we have.
Oh, they're going into the federal courts. Hey, they're going into the federal courts. What do we all know?
Have to set an example. Otherwise,
they have to set an example.
The nonsense will continue on to the next case and to the next one. And all it'll take is one poisonous creator to come into the mix and do what happened here. And we just can't have that. This case might have been solved if it was just focused on Sebastian for 207 days. Maybe out of the 207 days combined, Sebastian got 2 or 3 full days of his own coverage. Everything else quickly turned into a wild he said, she said.
That happened back in the beginning of March, but you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. So there's that.
War with teams. And honestly, one of the did not see this coming. I'll put it that way. I did not see this coming at all. This was the craziest thing I think I've ever gotten involved in my entire life. And I've done some crazy stuff when it comes to stories. I've chased some wild stories. Everybody from Jeff Bezos and finding out about his affair, to Molly Tibbetts, to Jamie Kloss. The small town stories and the big city stories. And this one right here is just the weirdest thing I've ever been involved in my entire life. I don't know what to call this.
And then you came in and made it weirder.
I don't know if maybe it qualifies as a civil war. I guess it's weird.
Calling it a civil war.
But again, guys, the creators, let's come together and let's
comparing it to the insurrection and calling it a civil war. Gotcha.
Make it happen. We can do it. We can do it. We can literally do it without it blowing.
We can do it.
Blowing out of proportion. But again, please cut that GoFundMe down. It's ridiculous. We didn't tell you to stop spreading awareness about Sebastian. That's wild. Again, guys, stay safe, stay vigilant, be on the lookout. If you see something, call the police, call authorities, and say something.
All right. Another one. September 21st, 2024.
Okay, guys, we are on day 208 of the search for Sebastian Rogers. He's 15 with autism, and he vanished on February 25th into the 26th. And here's what we know.
You'll understand why we're doing this walkthrough shortly. I think some of you are already getting it of why I'm doing this walkthrough. But tell me how anything he has said has came true besides pulling people in for litigation. They've had no answers. There's no investigators on the ground. It seems like a whole divide and conquer campaign. And I think it's really important that people remind themselves when they came in September, we are no different. We are just circling the same bullshit. The same bullshit now in January.
The atmosphere surrounding the case is obviously very volatile, hostile, wild, I guess, to say the least. You guys saw social media ramp up and then quickly ramp down very fast, very rapidly in a matter of days, right? So when you have a social media frenzy surrounding the case, it becomes hectic. Opinions turn into facts, speculation turns into concrete evidence, and eventually...
Oh, say it ain't so. Nick, at least you're learning something from watching us that know what the fuck we're talking about, at least, because opinions did turn into facts that your team has continued to run with. Facts that we don't even know if they are legit or not.
Essentially, it makes it down a whisper down the lane fashion where at the end, you have an entire narrative that sounds good and might fit a few pieces, right? But it's just incorrect. All the pieces of the puzzle aren't there. You can't put it together. You can't try to make sense of it because it won't make sense. You can't make sense out of something that doesn't make sense, right? So there's just enough there, enough theories, enough speculation, enough hearsay to start making sense. And from there, everybody was off to the races. It was hearsay galore on both sides of the spectrum, right, guys? And it was fueled a lot by social media. And when there's little information that comes out, it's known in a lot of cases that little information leads to misinformation. But when you have misinformation that is not checked and it continues and continues and continues, and by then, how do you check it, right? Without kicking a hornet's nest, essentially.
So, prime opportunity for him to get his little dirty fingers in there in the mix of it, because nobody can fact check this shit. So
you have people that have been sticking to one fact for many months and it turns out to be a false one. How do you go about it without insulting the individual who made the allegation, right? Now, obviously, there probably is a lot more, but I can't discuss anything whatsoever as it pertains to that. And at the end of the day, I cannot discuss the case much. As simple as that. And you guys are going to see like some member-only lives. For the most part, like there's nothing about Sebastian. In those lives, like I said from the start, we're not going to be trying to force people in to pay to get updates, right? No, the membership videos, right? I guess are going to be like little lives just to kick it and discuss the weather and try to, I don't know, but we'll have conversations. Obviously, we can't discuss the case. It's a very strange situation.
Oh, members only lives. Huh.
Something I've never experienced before. And it's rather unique. It's a rather unique situation when you're walking on eggshells to search for a missing teenage boy with autism. There's a lot we wish we can say, but it is what it is, right, guys? Some cases are sensitive and other cases are swayed by public panic, by rumors, by speculation.
Oh, other cases are swayed by public panic. Huh.
And in this specific case, its focus will remain on Sebastian, on finding answers for Sebastian's loved ones. But again, we can't discuss the case. It's a very unique set of circumstances, but the lives that I have on my members only side, I wouldn't subscribe. So, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I appreciate people that do and that pay for the memberships. I personally would look at it as a, what the heck is this? But I guess I'll start going live on there so you guys have something and we could talk about something like other stuff. There's a lot of other stuff. At the end of the day, though, we are still searching for Sebastian Rogers, who vanished back in February. He's 15 years old. He has autism, and it's time to bring him home, right, guys? It's Christmas is coming up. His birthday's in January or December, and he turns 16 this December. Christmas is coming up, and the goal is to have him home for Christmas with his family, with his loved ones, with his friends, back where he belongs, at home. So again, if you see something, dial 911, CBI authorities, report tips. But Sebastian Rogers is missing. He's 15 years old, and we're going to leave it at that. It's the goal, right, guys? The goal was to get the creators off of the bandwagon of slamming and scaring everybody that gets involved to welcoming any support, whether it's an enemy, whether it's a friend, whether it's a stranger, whether it's somebody.
Oh, that was the goal. Oh.
That you don't quite know yet. You have to feel them out. You have to let them get their feet wet, and then you start passing judgment, right? You don't pass judgment at the very beginning. It scared a lot of people off. Hopefully that has come to an end, right? The threats slowed down big time. To say the least, it worked to slow down the crazies and put focus back towards Sebastian where it should have been. And that was the goal. I mean, if you have to get to that goal by coming in and I guess getting the YouTube community bickering and coming at you to get to that goal, that's fine. I have no problem with them coming at me. I can handle myself and I know what there is to know about me, right? You guys aren't going to find something that I don't know about me. I specialize in finding stuff out on people. So I can guarantee you that I know everything there is to know about me. Nothing's a surprise.
Oh, he specializes in finding out stuff on people, huh?
And nothing's an exclusive, okay? I've said everything that I've said to anybody that thinks they have an exclusive. I'm sure I've said it to 30 or 40 other people, maybe 100. So there's nothing exclusive when it comes out of my mouth to people that I've never met in person, right? Or people that I don't speak with in person. It just is what it is. There are no crazy exclusives that you're going to find. I'm on Google. You guys can find like everything there is to know about me. You don't like it? Too bad. I'm sorry, I guess. Bye. But again, guys, this is about Sebastian Rogers. That was the goal, to put the coverage back on him. And now that it is, I'm not saying I'm backing out, because we're not. We are actively trying to find this young man and bring him home where he belongs. But that's not going to be done on YouTube. Spreading awareness already started. The awareness is moving. The bandwagon is flying, and people are getting back on board for the right reasons. And I'm the first to say it when I see it. People like Clue Who, I'm sorry, but that name is stuck in my head forever. She is showing that she's not in it just for the headlines when she goes above and beyond and starts out going out and looking, right, guys? That's
Oh. Well, isn't the irony of all of this coming back around? Let me slow this down here so you guys can take it in full effect and tell me what you think.
showing that she's not in it just for the headlines when
Who's he talking about? Wait, could it be Clue?
the right reasons. And I'm the first to say it when I see it. People like Clue Who, I'm sorry, but that name is stuck in my head forever. She is showing that she's not in it just for the headlines when she goes above and beyond and starts out going out and looking, right, guys? That shows that to her it wasn't about the headline. Maybe I'm just too quick to pass judgment on it, but when certain people vanish and other people say, you know what, I see what the parameters are, I understand where John or Jane Doe are coming from, I'm gonna change it up and refocus this back on Sebastian. That speaks volumes as to character, as to the thickness of somebody's skin and their motivation. Let's hope that motivation stays Sebastian. Let's hope that motivation remains Sebastian, that all green lights are for Sebastian and there's a red light for drama. If people that have been ridiculed, such as Clue, have the ability to turn it around and make things right by just doing the coverage that needs to be done, keeping the spotlight on Sebastian, getting people up and about.
Roro, I think you're reading between the lines here.
I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you love me. I don't care if you don't know me. And I don't care if you despise me. But if you go out and look, you have my respect, right? And that goes for everybody. That's the goal. It's to find a young man. So shout out to Clue, because you're doing it, girl. I mean, you're starting to prove that this is not about anything except Sebastian. And I wish the others would have followed your lead instead of just abandoning him. Right? Those that abandoned him make it so he vanished now 3 times. First in February, second in between the drama, and then when the drama started to end for the 3rd time. And what, the final time? I mean, come on, guys. We're better than that. We have to get together. We have to unite. We have to stay.
Oh, how did we go from she was going to be named in a filing and they were going to drag her into court in multiple states to shout out to her? She's doing the thing. She's reeling it back in. Things that make you go,
Stand together, not because we like one another, but for Sebastian Rogers. We all have unique platforms, each and every one of us, whether you have 500 subs, 10,000, 100,000, 200,000. We have very diverse crowds, very diverse viewers that may not see eye to eye, but they will see the same end goal as long as creators such as myself and you lead them in the right direction and remind them this is about Sebastian. It's not about anybody else, nobody else whatsoever. It's about a young man, Sebastian Rogers, who vanished.
He actually said that they would drag her into court in Tennessee too. No, she doesn't live in Pennsylvania. But Seth does. And one of the exhibits was a cease and desist supposedly sent to Clue, which never ended up there, and also a filing for an injunction that never got filed for. Shocking, isn't it? This was September 21st.
Finished in February. And guys, it's time to light America up in green. Let's get those green bulbs going. If you see them anywhere, Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, grab a set and put them out. Let's light up the country. Let's spread awareness. And this is about bringing a young man home. It's not about drama.
Does he though, Bree? Does he?
It's not about commotion. It's not about anything except Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He's 15 years old. He has autism. He vanished in February, and it's time that we bring him home. Christmas is coming up. His birthday's coming up. He's turning 16, and let's make it an extra sweet 16 with him back at home just in time for Christmas. Again, guys, stay safe, stay vigilant. And when I'm live on the members only thing, it's not going to be any exclusives. It's just going to be like a hangout, I guess, so you guys don't feel like you're just there in limbo by yourself. You're not. Again, stay safe, stay vigilant. If you see something, say.
Huh. Interesting. Let's go to September 24th, 2024. Again, they had a plan as of October 11th. October 18th, the filing was made. But he's been talking about dragging people into court from early on. What was the date that people started reaching out to him? I'll have to go look at the text messages and remember what date the creators all started reaching out to him when they got involved.
All right, guys, we are on day 212 of the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian went missing on February 25th into the 26th, and it's been 7 months, and here's what we know. Sebastian is 15 years old. He has autism, which puts him on the spectrum. He was last seen in February with no credible sightings since. He literally vanished, transforming into a ghost in the machine. Search crews scoured the region with little success. Other crews were scared off, and the rest is history, right? So fast forward 7 months, no leads, little credible information coming, like a slow leak. And the internet obviously came to its own conclusion and ran with it with a lot of speculation in the form of a fact. And it snowballed out of control rather quickly, right, guys? It turned into a huge sideshow, a YouTube sideshow. I'm not a YouTuber, so I've never seen one of these things. I heard about another YouTube sideshow over the summer that I was commenting on it. I didn't know it was a drama fest. I thought it was just a joke. And apparently it was one of these crazy drama fests that are kind of not common, but semi-common apparently on YouTube. So
I wonder how he heard about how common they are. Could it be his buddy JLR? I wish some of you would pull it back for a few days and actually sit and watch what's really going on. And use some common sense.
When you have a community as beautiful as the YouTube community, where people from all walks of life gather for information, and they are goaded into falsities, into occult belief that's just not real, it turns into a huge issue. People that have no ties to the community whatsoever begin chiming in with their expert opinions, stuff that we've seen years and years happening on like the mainstream, right? But at least with the mainstream, when they chime in, they're bringing experts, right? Not these self-declared investigators that they funnel in. I don't know where they come from, but those people, their opinions are toxic, right? Because they base them off of speculation, off of other YouTube videos, little information that they gathered on their own. And if they did gather it on their own, borderline illegal with how they went about it, almost as a bully, banging on doors, trying to act tough. It's stuff like that that makes people hesitant to come forward, right? People say they're out there doing the right thing, and searching is a great thing. Searching for answers is a great thing, but there's a line when it comes to door knocks and how you approach.
How many of you actually put a 1 in the chat if you think JLR is no longer involved in this? Put a 2 in the chat if you think JLR is still in the background doing a lot of fucking games. 2 if he's still involved, 1 if he's not. I'm really interested.
Potential witnesses or players in the case. Literally, when I say players, I mean potential witnesses, right? Ones that speak up and are then ridiculed and put up on a stake and chased by investigators. That is not an expert opinion, right, guys? If the person is conducting those investigations in a threatening manner, scaring, intimidating, harassing, and stalking people, that's not an expert. That is a psychopath, right, guys? So again, the case is
probably about a little bit heavy on the 2. Both are possible, Ava. 1.5. A lot of you still believe he's involved. Okay. Just checking the temperature. Okay. It's interesting to see how many
This is about this
see the bigger picture.
case is about Sebastian Rogers, not about all the sideshows. And as I learned about these little YouTube features, like the thumbs down thing apparently helps with the analytics in a way that gets those videos off. I think I have, what, 20,000 of you guys on YouTube. So let's get together and thumbs down the bullies, all right? Instead of giving them a platform and calling them out and trying to work with them. At the end of the day, they're going to phase themselves out. That's the best I can say right now. We are very quickly litigating with a few of these individuals, and the rest are going to phase themselves out, right, guys? A lot of
Very quickly litigating with a few of them. Again, September 24th, 2024. The filing in Pennsylvania didn't happen until October 18th. So who were they quickly litigating with?
these creators that are coming at me, they are rather funny because they hit me up early on trying to get details, and then now that I didn't respond and adhere to your demands, you're going to come at me all day long.
Oh, wait, what did he just say? He said people were hitting him up. Oh, not that would never happen, would it?
They are rather funny because they hit me up early on trying to get details, and then now that I didn't respond and adhere to your demands, you're gonna come at me all day long. You guys can Google me. You have one guy saying he calls my parole. It's very strange behavior. Do you really think they don't know I'm on it? Like, literally, guys, you're not giving any new information. Hey, do you guys know Nick the Hat is on parole? Well, yes, we do. You're calling the Pennsylvania Board of Parole. So obviously we know who he is, what laws were broken. And then when people go on and say, I'm in XYZ, we saw him over here in Tennessee, we saw him doing this. And then you guys have these little long conversations where you make stuff up. It has to check out, right? But it's stuff like that. If they are coming at me, which I'm fine with, right?
He's fine with them coming at him. So if you're fine with people coming at you, then why are people screaming about all this other stuff?
That means they're coming at people that can't defend themselves. And I'm not fine with that whatsoever. When you guys go after women, when you guys go after people like that are already in a bad situation, and then you want to just drag them in and make them into a horse and pony show, it makes you no different than the people we're dealing with, right, guys? It's not like we're dealing with Girl Scouts over here. We're not. This is probably the weirdest case that I've ever seen. It's weird. And it's even weirder that we can't talk about it. And at least, not that we
Wild Man's Bomb, that was debunked months ago.
ever say much. We keep it well within the spectrum of crossing a line. But in this particular case, we're just going to keep it going that Sebastian Rogers is 15 and he's missing. He turns 16 in December, right before Christmas. And let's make it a sweet 16. Let's bring this boy back home where he belongs. Keep the parents out of it until he is found, until answers are found. And when the time is right, obviously, that being when authorities circle back, that is when you guys can start your debates and whatnot. And by then, we'll be gone, right? Once Sebastian is back home, or once the case is solved, we're gone. There's no need to raise awareness on a family debacle, right, guys? This isn't the Jerry Springer show. This isn't Maury. This is a serious situation. There's a young man who is missing. He can be in harm's way. He might have already been harmed. We just don't know. And we don't know what we don't know. And trying to piece together stuff about the parents is not helping solve the case. Apparently, a lot of these creators have tried that for the past 7 months. Didn't get too good. Didn't get too far. Sebastian is still missing. Day 212. No updates. No sightings. As far as an update on the search, not related to what Dog has going on, but CJ, I believe a YouTube creator from the region. I don't know much about him, but I do know that he's at least out there trying to find Sebastian rather than stir up drama. Perhaps he was one of the creators. I don't know. Maybe he was one of the creators that initially had a different tone, I guess is a good word. Maybe he's not. Maybe he was always just down for the search. Nevertheless.
Mentioning CJ, isn't it ironic? Don't you think? A little too ironic. Yeah, I really do think. In fact, hold up here. I mean, I've tried to tell a lot of people that this wasn't out of the ordinary.
And isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
It went from Seth serving CJ with a C&D to CJ being welcomed back on the team because CJ would give gravity to their whole we are being threatened and things are happening. My serpentine belt went missing. And then CJ was like, look I'm getting noticed by the team. And then what does he do? He goes and redoxes one of the defendants on the filing by the name of Granny's Watching. Because who was in there giving him ass pats and accolades? That would be this guy, Nick the Hat, cheering him on. Go, CJ. Swing that PPP around. Give it all 150.
He was searching, and perhaps it was a coincidence, perhaps it wasn't. But again, foul play came in to the chat. A lot of people were reaching out, DMing me, tagging me, and telling me to go watch this video. And I go on CJ's live, and the guy complaining about stuff that happened possibly to his equipment while he was searching. Though it's not confirmed, it does raise a lot of questions as to what is going on in the region, right? Something that, again, we just don't know what we don't know. We're not down there physically. We being like Hong, myself. I'm not going to speak for Dog and where he is. But again, there is one crazy thing after another. You have a missing teen, and then you have the creators on YouTube who are trying to dictate what happens as if this is a game of chess or if it's some kind of game and you guys want to call the next move. The next move should be, where is Sebastian Rogers? He's 15 with autism. He's missing. He vanished February 25th into the 26th. That is the narrative that has to be pushed. That is the news, and that is all we know. The young man is missing, and all of these sideshows with these cricket catchers and
Somebody asked above who reached out to Nick. Well, I'm not sure exactly who all reached out to Nick, but Nick posted his messages between him and Cluminati on X. Supposedly, BJ said at one point in time people would be shocked by the people that reached out to Nick when he came in and they started throwing around accusations of lawsuits. Guess who you're never going to find ever that reached out to? A single one of these fucking people. Me over here. Yeah, I can only speak for myself. I know for a fucking fact that I would never see anything useful of engaging with a conversation with any of these people. But I don't know beyond that.
The deer guy, the deer bone dude, those are just wild, right? And they'll come at us and they'll call us grifters and they'll say this and that. But at the end of the day, guys, the drama, we said, ended days ago. So the people that are still continuing with it, hats off to you guys. Maybe a lot of you guys that are watching this, try to find some of those videos and give them a thumbs down. Start giving them thumbs downs. I guess if we can unite 18, 20,000 of us, however many there are on my YouTube, go and give them a thumbs down. I don't care if they give me a thumbs down. I'm not on YouTube for the numbers. I told you guys this before. I can care less about the numbers as long as there is one viewer and that viewer knows where Sebastian is. That's all that matters. We just want to have a conversation with that viewer. But
oh, go give them thumbs down. Yeah, okay.
Obviously, our community has become like a family. So I'm not saying I don't appreciate you guys, because I do. But at the end of the day, I'm not like the other YouTubers. I really don't care about the number of followers, of subs. I don't even know, like, subscribers, members.
Duchess, yeah. Duchess too. Duchess, I would never even put you in the mind. I wouldn't have never even thought of that possibility, truly.
XYZ. I don't, but I appreciate them. That's not why we're here. We are here to find Sebastian. So if you guys, instead of paying for the membership or whatever, probably do us better, go over to the other page and then give them thumbs down like clockwork until they start getting away from the drama should have ended. What is going on with these clowns?
Oh, you're not trying to strong arm people, are you? That wouldn't have been what you were trying to do. Not trying to control the narrative, right? Not seeing that there was already division that you could come in and play games and create a long troll with.
Literally, clowns. We can't talk because we got a cease and desist. Let's talk about the cease and desist for 5 days and talk about the drama around the cease and desist. Guys, you're looking for Sebastian Rogers, but you want to talk about a cease and desist for 5 to 10 days? Okay, cool, weird, but whatever floats your boat. If you're viewers, I guess, I don't even know what the heck to call those people, the ones that fuel that stuff, instigators, inciters, they're just hands down wild people. Like, I'm not a parent, but I mean, the drama that is coming from these YouTubers, and some of them are parents, it's wild. The lack of empathy, and you have to put yourself in their shoes. You're never going to, after this story, right? To you, it's a story. To a lot of creators, it's just a story. Banfield said it best. Once the headline is gone, so are the creators, so are the media, right? We saw that with Cavalcante. It became a privacy war. We were out there on the front lines, essentially trying to keep the community, their privacy at bay, to make sure that nobody interferes with that, while maintaining decorum and respect with authorities, to try to get the little information that was critical out, while maintaining an integrity around the case and not giving it too much information. That is really how cases get solved. It's with the community coming together and not causing all of these divisions.
What have we learned from the ramblings of Nick the Hat? The gameplay was intentional. There was many people willing to play the games along with him. Optically, I think there's a lot more than a lot of us even realize going on. But don't tell me for 1 second that these guys weren't brought in to divide, distract, and cause chaos. And I, for one, will probably not believe that there aren't people that claim that they're good with the Proudfoots or around the Proudfoots or believe in the Proudfoots that aren't playing double duty here. I will continue to believe that there is a lot of people playing behind the scenes games, because at the end of the day, for most of them, it's not about Sebastian or finding Sebastian. It's about clicks and views and being known on YouTube as a the creator that helped solve something.
The more impediments that are caused, it just isn't finding Sebastian Rogers. None of that is finding Sebastian Rogers. It's just not. And continuing with these wild panels. I mean, go ahead, but once you cross that line, we will be there waiting for you, just like we were with the others. And again, don't be the one to take the baton from the other creators who might be able to correct their wrongs legally and avoid the mountain of litigation, right? Don't be the one to carry that baton for them, because it looks like that's happening. And it's rather wild that true crime creators are falling for it and taking a baton from somebody who is neck deep in litigation. And
isn't this ironic? Isn't this fucking ironic? Granny was drug into this. Didn't do anything different than a lot of these other creators. But they needed her for the Pennsylvania part. They needed her. And we're going to go back to the filing when we're done listening to these. But I wanted you to hear all the things he's saying, because he's telling you their intent was to come in and start suing people, because why the fuck not? It was fun, right? Cause more chaos and more division. We're just going to pick names out of a hat, and whoever we need for Pennsylvania. Granny happened to be one of them. Tell me again that they didn't have intentions and that they weren't, in my opinion, baiting people into certain things.
it hasn't even started yet. It's not a good move to take their voice and amplify it and then take their panels and put them together into one. You're literally mixing. It would be the same thing as buying. You get a dose of fentanyl, you'll get some heroin, grab some crack, grab a little bit of this, mix them together. That's your panel. You're literally giving yourself a concoction, and you're going to OD in legal paperwork from Philly to Tennessee to New York to Florida, taking you right to the woodshed with your channels. So if you rely on YouTube, I would tread carefully. If you're going to be making these baseless allegations, at least have some kind of evidence to back it, or use, in my opinion. It's not that hard, guys. Again, it's about Sebastian Rogers. He's 15. He turns 16 in December. Let's keep the story about him. The green wave is coming, and it's coming like nothing has hit this case before. Everything that...
Yeah, isn't that a weird analogy? Isn't that a weird analogy right there, that Michelle? A little odd, if you ask me. A little odd. Are there games being played? And at whose expense? One thing I will say about Nick is he found the useful idiots willing to play the games right alongside of him. They lined up for him. He just had to fill in the gaps.
That has happened thus far is nothing compared to the green wave will be here, and it's going to hit. Again, this is about finding Sebastian Rogers, age 15. He vanished from Hendersonville, Tennessee, February 25th into the 26th. He's a young teenager. He's a teenage boy with autism. Again, he vanished without a trace, turning into a ghost in the machine. And it's time to bring him home. Christmas is around the corner.
Turning into the ghost in the machine.
His sweet 16 is around the corner, and his family wants him home. And the drama, if you see drama, go to it, give it a thumbs down, share the video and tell people to go and give it a thumbs down. Let's get rid of the hate. And the thumbs downs are just like I guess, I don't know what they do, but if they do something, let's just do it. Nevertheless, if they cross the line, we'll be waiting there at the finish line for them. And they know who they are. A lot of them know who they are. And the list did grow, but it did shrink as well. It's fluctuating right now with the YouTube boat. I guess we're going to see who's getting on a lifeboat and who's going to stay on the ship as it goes down. Again, guys, Sebastian Rogers, age 15. We want to bring him home. Simple as that. He has to go home. He belongs at home. He is missing. He is not home. Hence the live or pre-recorded live. And again, I'll be back live on the Sebastian Rogers situation.
Oh, I do too, Kim. I have full confidence in her new attorney. Trust and believe. 100%.
When lawyers clear it up, and I'm able to. For now, it's pre-recorded, so that way they can watch it and do their IMO stuff, in my opinion. I'll make sure that all that is in a row and correct. Our T's are crossed, our I's are dotted, something the others should start doing as well. But nevertheless, Sebastian Rogers, age 15, missing. If you see green light bulbs anywhere, buy them, put them up outside. Let's light America up in green for Sebastian. Let's make some noise for Sebastian, and all for Sebastian, not for anybody else.
Oh, so everything that you've been doing, right, is for Sebastian, but Sebastian's still missing. The irony of all of this.
The sideshows, if you want to go to them, go ahead. We don't do sideshows here. So again, guys, stay safe.
They don't do sideshows.
Stay vigilant. If you see something, to say something.
Huh. They don't do sideshows, right? Let's go on to September 26th. Again, I apologize for this being longer, but I find it to be very, very necessary that some people see what has been going on, intentionally going on by the plaintiffs of this filing.
All right, guys, we are on day 214 of the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers.
And for anybody paying attention, September 26th is the date of this one. This is September 26th.
Sebastian went missing in February, on February 25th into the 26th in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And here's what we know. Sebastian Rogers is 15 years old. He turns 16 in December. And what we want is nothing more than to make this the best Sweet 16, not just for him, but for his family, and bring Sebastian Rogers home, not home to a mess of drama, but back home. And then authorities will be able to figure out what happened, right? So again, guys, it's been 214 days and there hasn't been a sighting of Sebastian. There have been a lot of leads that come in and potential sightings and stuff from Tennessee to San Diego. But again, not Sebastian. The goal is to find Sebastian Rogers. He vanished in February. Not find drama, not rehash the drama like a lot of these not so creative creators are doing. The drama is wild. You would think that we're on the Jerry Springer show, but we're not. This is real life. There's a real teenager missing, and there is a real family going through some really tough times, right? And it's not.
It's really interesting that you continue to mention Jerry Springer there, Nick. And the one article that always hops on it when Dog gets involved in something is TMZ. Tell me you're not the tabloid-esque type, because that's all you are. But you established a company to act like you're advocating on victims' behalves and protecting the victims. Meanwhile, in my opinion, further exploiting the victim who is the father of a missing child who is willing to exploit his own child too. Perfect clusterfuck of bad situation.
Not helping. It's not. Getting on the ground and searching is helping. Getting on the ground and searching and then chasing somebody away is deterring. Big difference, right, guys? Big difference.
Is that how you sold them on representation? Is the insurrection situation that you pointed out earlier and saying that Sebastian was the capital? Is that how you got him to sign on the dotted line for the contract? Just asking for me.
And you don't see it that often, right? Deterrence and people that get involved to chase people away. You see it in movies, maybe like back in the civil rights days, stuff like that. But I mean, today in Tennessee, to be chased away from the case, I'm not speaking about us. I'm just saying in general, everybody that gets involved, everybody that puts a foot on the ground gets doxxed, gets targeted. Let's dig on this guy and see what he has, his ulterior motives for wanting to find Sebastian Rogers. The motive is simple. There's a reward. I'm assuming that the person and people that are looking, maybe that, I'm not saying that they're doing it for the money, but again, there's a reward and Sebastian is missing. 1 + 1 = 2. Doesn't necessarily mean that the person that came to help search did something they shouldn't have done. Possible, I mean, aliens could have done it, but likely, no. Highly doubtful that a YouTuber or a streamer or a good Samaritan that wants to find a missing teen is going to throw themselves into the middle of a drama fest and get attention left and right, which makes you wonder, is this a tactic by creators? Think about that for a second, because it worked, right? People are scared to search. People are scared to get involved. They don't want to deal with the doxing. They don't want to deal with the drama. They don't want to drag their wives, their daughters, their families through the mud to find a missing teen. You take the YouTube drama
dog whistling
creator and TikToker out of the equation, and you have a search for Sebastian. You add them into the equation, and you have drama for Sebastian.
Boots on the ground, March 21st, JLR. Who was contacted? JLR. Who was specifically requested to come in? JLR. Interesting.
Not that hard to figure out and dissect who's doing what at this point. This channel's been quite consistent. It's about Sebastian Rogers. He's 15 years old. He has autism and he's missing. The drama is not missed at all. And it should stop because, I mean, at the end of the day, somebody's going to have an example set. One of the creators that wants to push it and gung-ho it to the finish line. It's expensive at the finish line. Trust us. We know we've been there before and we're going back again for Sebastian Rogers, age 15, missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Oh, right. I needed to make sure this was in here because the filing is all about Sebastian, right? Litigation is all about Sebastian, right? That's what they've all been trying to tell us. When you read the filing, though, it has nothing to do with Sebastian.
Vanished in February. We are now in September, and we are approaching a very great month to really bolster the search. So to the bullies out there, if you want to keep going and keep bullying people and keep doxing and scaring people away, the warning shot was fired very loudly. It ricocheted apparently from panel to panel and made its rounds on the YouTube and TikTok. But now it's ricocheting and it's hitting a lot of other TikTokers and YouTubers. And it's showing a pattern where every time somebody gets involved in this specific and very unique search, it comes at a cost to their reputation. If they don't have something in their background, make way because they'll make it up. It's YouTube. That's ironic. What we're dealing with. You're not a sex offender. You are today, buddy. Predator. Guys, they drop the easiest insults because they know it hits the nerve of America when you call somebody a monster against children. So they do that on people that are searching for the kids. And then you have professional PIs that are slamming other people that want to help find.
Or the fact that there was actually a registered sex offender by the name of Ronnie Wagner out there searching for Sebastian. I mean, that could be too.
Sebastian Rogers, he's 15. He has autism. He vanished like a ghost, okay? Something has to be done. When I say something, I mean people have to search for the kid and they shouldn't be bullied away. It's crazy. The bullying should have stopped. It should have never started. And a very interesting month is coming up to shout you bullies out loud from the rooftops all the way down to the bottom. They will hear about the bullying that happened in this case and the people that started the rumors about we're working on a Netflix special. No.
Oh, remember the date of this is September 26th. So tell me that they didn't have a plan in place already. Oh, we already knew by the other plaintiffs, BJ and Betty, that they had a plan. They had a plan.
We weren't, but you guys did give a great angle that has nothing really to do with the young teenager, Sebastian Rogers, but more so I don't know what I can call the people that deter everybody from wanting to help find a missing teen. And then you have a tip jar shaking on your screen. You want tips like a gypsy, but you want to scare people off. So you're getting tips to scare off anybody that dare get involved, unless they get involved behind you and shake your tip jar. Bizarre. Grifters. They've got some nerve to call us grifters. That's wild stuff. What grifter brings 50K to the party? Give me a break. If that's the case, then boy, are we missing something. I don't know. Maybe there's another definition for a grifter that I just don't know. Not us. Grifters, tip jars, gypsies. Again, guys, Sebastian Rogers went missing February 25th into the 26th, and he became a ghost in the machine. So now,
a ghost in the machine again.
Now that the drama has slowed down and sparked back up a little bit like a rekindling forest fire, it died down a lot, and it let us see through the smoke, see through the BS, and see through who we have to essentially be careful about, right? As far as misinformation, as far as spreading these wild theories and then igniting these crazy online angry mobs and inciting these random crazies from across.
They were able to sit back and see who was willing to jump on board and fall in line. Those people are on the email chain for all of their press releases. That's all they did, was found out which ones were willing to sell their souls down the river for some content, clicks, and views, and hop in line.
The country to all unite.
Not because they stand for what they believe in, but because content.
Fight together and chase away all help for Sebastian Rogers. Bizarre, disgusting, distasteful, and it goes beyond bullying. It does, but you are the definition of a bully. And cool, you're a 40-year-old woman on YouTube all day bullying anybody that wants to look for a missing teenager. Bizarre. Anybody that bullies in a case like this, give me a break. We have to be united. We have to stand united.
Never mind. I don't necessarily think she's trying to be put in jail. I don't think she would mind it for that purpose, though. Like, I think, yeah, I don't think her thoughts go that far ahead, to be honest.
The story has to be about Sebastian and Sebastian only.
For anybody saying that Betty only got involved, like, Betty has been involved in this case since March 10th. Betty has been one of the first ones in the optics layout that we've been going through. She just started covering it on TikTok. And then as soon as JLR started promoting his Facebook group, when she started having content to farm out of the Facebook groups, that's when she got involved. But she's been involved in this since March 10th, factually speaking.
Not the others. And you know who the others are. Everybody. If it's not Sebastian Rogers, I don't care. Nobody should, because you gotta find Sebastian before you guys start your little party that you guys have been partying like you're at a bar for the past 7 months like it's a tailgate. This isn't a damn tailgate. It's a missing teen case. People that are flying in and acting like, I'm gonna go search today, and then I'm gonna fly out and come back next week, and then I'm gonna show a video of a crooked. Guys, it's a missing teenager. Stop making games of it. You look like an idiot. And come at me all you want. I welcome the trolls. I welcome.
Body, I cannot understand how anybody can look at this guy and take it seriously. Like, it's honestly, it blows my mind how they're like, yep, this is credible. I'm going to sign up on a court filing with these guys. Yep, I believe this shit. Yep, I'm going to work with these guys. Yep. Like, I don't fucking have what? Like, whoa, what the hell?
Welcome the controversy. But when you guys start attacking people that don't have a platform, it's not cool at all, because they can't defend themselves. They're dealing with a bunch of online sleuths that get together, unite the crazies, and they all start calling your work, whether you're a teacher, whether you are a construction worker, whether you are a gardener, whether you're a nun. They're coming.
Meanwhile, the more important detail of that is, if you have a missing child, they'll go to your job site. They'll dox you. They'll show up at your job site. They'll show up at your campground if you go back to work to provide for your family. If they think you're guilty of something and the internet has deemed you guilty of something, they don't give a shit about parents of a missing child or victims.
For you, whether you work for,
you notice how he is leveraging the creator to creator bullshit. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Mother Teresa or Lucifer, they don't care. They're coming. They'll get you, because it's one and the same with them. That's what we're seeing. It's good versus evil. But at the end of the day, we just want Sebastian Rogers back home, alive. Not much to ask for when you guys have been stirring all this drama for the past 7 months. Use your platforms a little bit wiser. Get the attention where it has to go. And it's Sebastian. That's where the attention should have been from the beginning. It started with him, and then it quickly morphed into the weirdest snowball of mumbo jumbo. The best way to explain this case is you got to the restaurant, you ordered a salad, and you sat down. Your salad comes out, and you find a cockroach in the salad. And I'm stealing this from my buddy Jose Baez. You find
his buddy Jose Baez, huh? His buddy Jose Baez. I can't even send food back at a restaurant, let alone call someone's work. Oh, My buddy Jose Bias. I sorry, that got me right there.
A cockroach in that salad. You're not going to eat around the cockroach. You're going to send it back, right? So that's what we're asking you to do in the case of Sebastian Rogers. Don't pick around the cockroaches. Don't eat around the cockroaches. Don't try to put your fork around the cockroaches. Send the whole damn meal back. Send it back to the kitchen. Tell them what the hell is this. And if they serve you up another cockroach, you leave. You don't sit down again. It's not that crazy. You get a cockroach in the meal. You send that meal back. You tell them to keep it. Make you a new one. See if it comes out any better. And if it doesn't, you part ways, right, guys? If the channel is going to start on somebody else that just announced that they're out there.
I mean, if I had a cockroach crawl out of my salad that came from the back of a restaurant, I might be calling the manager and saying, look, there's a cockroach. There's probably more than one. Like, I might be saying something then, but sure, Nick.
Looking, leave the channel. Give them a thumbs down. And if you're the host of that, stop. What are you doing?
You're good, babe.
There's a kid missing. This is not a tailgate at a football game. This isn't. This is a serious situation that apparently has turned into the Jerry Springer meets Maury show, and it's off the rails, beyond off the rails. Again, cockroaches are in the salad, and it's time to send that salad back. You send it as fast as it came to you. Send it back to the same place it came. You send that meal back, and you ask them, "The hell's up with this cockroach in here?" And when they explain, if they can explain a cockroach in your meal, and you eat it still, they're that good. You know, it's wild. But I don't think that they are. I don't think they're that good, guys. I don't. I think that they are very overestimated. We're overestimating.
Who seriously listened to this shit and went, yep, this guy, he's the winner. Him and his company are what I'm going to ride my. Yeah, some people did. Some people sold their soul behind this guy.
How good they are. And it's horrible to use the word good when you're dealing with evil. And that's what that kind of stuff is, right? When you bully people that can't defend themselves, you're evil. And then when you meet your match and then you go running and you tell everybody that now you're threatened because somebody else with a platform came out and said, what are you doing? Now you're running and you're scared. Come on. You had no problem running your mouth for 7 months. But when you get asked a simple question, like, I'll leave it at that. At the end of the day, it's not like there's no threats and there's no such thing as a threat with a lawsuit. It's not a threat. You're going to get sued. If it's a bogus lawsuit, you sue them back. Welcome to the legal system. That's how it works, right, guys? You get sued. You have to answer to it. You don't. It's on them. They'll answer to it, because their channels will be suspended. That's why they're definitely going to answer. They're not going to just ignore it, especially when YouTube closes their account because they're waiting for an answer. The easy way out would be they don't answer. That would be amazing if they just say, oh, we never got this, and then their account is frozen and they got to respond to get.
Oh, would that be what you were hoping for? Were you hoping that that would be your way out here? Is they would just ignore it?
Again, then we know they got served, right, guys? So again, don't follow the lead set by the people that are currently being barbecued in front of you. Literally, the trolls that are being cooked for the crimes that we allege that they have committed. And there are a lot when you guys make these crazy allegations and then you incite people to get together and then you circumvent stuff. And YouTube is not an airtight ship by any means of the definition airtight. Far from it. A lot of the moderators that work at these channels, you really think we don't talk to them a lot? Guys, use your common sense.
All right, mods. Which one of you is talking to Nick? Who's talking to Nick over here? Who's selling us out? Like, seriously? Do people fucking... There ain't one of my mods that would talk to this guy except to be like, can you tell us where you got your teeth? Because that's where we're going to avoid going. Can you tell us where you got your sunglasses? Because I'm never buying sunglasses there. Like, that's what my mods would want to know. Chico says me. Chico says definitely not me. Yeah. Nope.
It's not that crazy to do. Common sense suggests that your circles are not very airtight, that information gets out. When you guys share documents with each other, it always gets to us. It does. Which is how we're kind of, I want to say, 2 steps ahead of the trolls, luckily.
Oh, that's interesting. Every time people share documents, they always get right back to them. Huh. Say it ain't so.
So again, if you see something, say something. Sebastian Rogers went missing February 25th into the 26th. He's
kind of like document leaks of, would that be like trying to cover your ass prematurely because documents have been leaked? Oh. And they weren't supposed to be leaked or something like that. Is that what we're doing here? So then he goes on. Y'all know, like, he goes on and does all this other weird shit. All right, let's go to a little reminder here of what Betty said, and then let's get into the filing.
You know, in the RICO case, there's an attorney that was fraudulently added and states that he has this letter. And I've said it looks fake to me. I don't know where he got it. All I know is Bruce Castor I was never under the impression he was my attorney, you know. but he's been going on this to make this case look bad or try to devalue what's going on inside that case. And so all of these lies for at least a month just got stopped yesterday with, or maybe it was earlier today, with Nick posting the email from Bruce Castor, which in all fairness, I wouldn't have advised him to do that. I don't engage in providing receipts to people that have no receipts.
Oh, you give advice these days? You give advice these days? Say it ain't so. Let's do one more reminder just because I love this for them. This was BJ's reasons for doing the filing, and then we're going to read the filing.
I think, I think it's just one of those things where, it's, how, I'll just bring up Betty, for example, it felt like it was okay to some people when it was Betty. Yep. But, when the shoe, it seems like it's on the other foot, it's a mess.
It is, absolutely.
And I just don't understand. I was saying this on my channel earlier, like, I don't understand why people just can't live and let people run their channel the way they want to run their channel. And then if you don't like it, then don't watch. Or if you don't like the way someone covers true crime, then do better.
1,000%.
Do better.
1,000%. Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's just the way I feel, because like the bashing and all of that, what does it do? It's, if you don't like the way you handle a channel, I handle a channel, Josh handles a channel, Mr. E, whoever, what does just going and, like trying to bash a person do? It doesn't do anything for the case, because that's clearly what the person says they have a problem with.
Yep.
And if they have a problem with that, then do better, right? Do better with it.
Yep.
Why continue? Like, I don't know. I just don't get people to.
I don't even know how to answer this one, Mish. So, Mish, there are aspects of this filing that, believe it or not, like this, I just want to let anybody know. I don't even know if people have this perception or not, but I think it's greatly, extremely important that people realize that not every aspect of the filing are we a part of, right? So, I have nothing to do with Seth and Tony's.
Can you just start from the beginning about like what happened today? Because I think some people, it was like, what are you talking
Oh, I love this for them. I just think I could play this over and over again and just relish in the day that they're all having. They won't talk about this shit. And you know why? It's because of the shit like this. Because they fed everybody a line of fucking bullshit on a fucking platter. A buffet of bullshit, if you like. And people ate it all up. They've been dehumanized and desensitized, and that's her reason for the filing. She doesn't have anything to do with some of the filing. There's parts of it that she has nothing to do with it. Bitch, did you even read the filing? I'll read it, the rest of it for you. Senrisa, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
Okay. Maybe that's what we should do.
So today, there was a request for an injunction filed.
Federal.
A federal injunction. Yeah, go ahead. You do it.
Well, no. I mean, you can probably find it better than I can, but there's a federal.
A federal. Meanwhile, it's not federal.
Injunction against I guess it would be a YouTuber and a TikToker. I guess a TikToker. And 50 John and Jane Does that are not. I don't know if they're publicly mentioned.
The arrogant turning of the camera on makes my fucking day.
On that or not, but they're just they line it out about from A to Z. It starts with literally the day Sebastian goes missing, and it leads up to, for instance, people being harassed since. So these groups coming in trying to find Sebastian, pulling out group after group, pulling out since Sebastian went missing because they're being followed, harassed. Tire slash, all of that, and then it leads up into things Betty's had going on, and it's really gotten off the track about. This is just my opinion, by the way. Of
interesting that he said things that Betty's been going through, because Betty is the next one up. We finished off 7.0 with BJ, and 7.5 tonight. We're going to be picking up with Bullhorn Betty's part of the complaint. It's so fun.
It's no longer about Sebastian anymore. It's been more, at least in my opinion, about trashing the parents. And like I was saying today, Brittany, when it comes to take Seth for instance. Seth, let's make this crystal clear. None of the parents have been named a suspect or even a person of interest. So we have that. But then take, for instance, Seth, who has not been named a person of interest or anything. He's actually even went farther than that and showed his timesheet and that he could not have been anywhere. Then he takes a lie detector test on national television.
Remember, these are the reasons why this filing exists, right? Meanwhile, in the filing, you will not find any of these reasons.
To prove to, a lot of the naysayers that he has, nothing to do with it, even on top of, authorities saying that there's no suspects or anything. And the thing is, you can talk about the case. Talking about the case and having an opinion is one thing. But then once you, for instance, Seth was at work. We know that. We've seen his timesheet, took a lie detector test. Once that happens, it's out. He had nothing to do with that night. So why does people keep dragging this father who's done everything?
Hell no, Rocky. Justin's got assets. Justin makes bank on YouTube. Oh, by the fucking way. By the fucking way. All of these idiots running around going, oh my God, SF's retainer is $15,000. You fucking idiots have been milking this case for 10 months minimum. And let's just say you've made 3,000, which some of you have made upwards of 5 to 10,000 a month doing this. That's 30 to 100 grand that you guys are making, not SAR certified, not nothing, just spreading rumors on the parents, not helping whatsoever, not donating back to organizations, not doing a fucking thing. But you're complaining about his $15,000 retainer where he actually has equipment and has been boots on the ground and has purchased plane tickets and, all of the things to go down there and actually search because he's actually been down there. But you have made minimum $30,000 minimum. And I'm saying minimum because I'm talking about BJ, which we know on one of her slower months that she was still complaining. She still was making upwards of $6,000. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
He can publicly to prove to the.
And I can confidently say I don't even make anything close to that. And I'm more than thrilled with the support I get. So there's that.
The world that he has nothing to do with this. Why is he being dragged through the mud? I mean, just really, really awful. So, and then it's just been people who have, who try to, who want to come out and speak out. They won't any longer because of the hate that they get. Take Bobby, for instance, right? When she went on JLRs. I mean, it was nothing but hate once she came out. And the neighbor said, oh God, sorry, I'm not doing it any longer.
Yep.
And then, Betty's, the I forget her name, who was the lady that was associated with,
yeah.
She was in my chat earlier and she said.
Speaking of that, I've heard somebody came to me and asked me where this whole rumor situated with the babysitter stuff. And that's how Katie and Seth met. That was Yaya and Bullhorn Betty's chat. Comments, super chats that she was sending Bullhorn Betty and telling stories. I don't know if it was spoke on other places, but I do have screenshots of those comments by Yaya and Bullhorn Betty's chat.
Says, I mean, she's gotten
it's
a lot of things, and it's just been,
Yaya.
Everyone who is, it seems like everyone who's, if you stand a certain way and you want to search or you want to help, it's like, it feels like, it's this campaign of hate at times. And I just don't understand why.
A campaign of hate. A campaign of hate. Meanwhile, them going after Chris and Katie hasn't been a campaign of hate. People can have their opinions. Again, we talk about this quite often. You guys, none of you know how I feel or who I think is done what in this case. Because I don't even know. I truly have no clue what happened to Sebastian. None. Some days I feel one way, some days I feel another way. But I don't know what happened to Sebastian. You guys can have your opinions. But to come out here and trash and ridicule, and how is that helping find Sebastian? It's not. It's never going to. But we see it done to parent after parent, and they say, oh, we're on the right side of history. Right side of history is trashing every single person without evidence. And that's okay because law enforcement, isn't given answers. What the fuck?
Why? I have literally supported anyone who searches, no matter, if we believe the same thing or not. I've always, I've tried to keep it consistent in that.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Here, let me catch this one real quick. I know she did, Nicole. I got everything documented. R. Taylor, R. Taylor, my throat's been doing this weird crap all day. I think I'm trying to get sick.
I've been sick all week.
I was trying to talk to Justin earlier and barely even had a voice. R. Taylor says, thank you so much, by the way. She says, find Sebastian Rogers, bring Sebastian Rogers home. Yes. And here's the thing, though, because when this first was brought to my attention that what was going to happen, that was my question. I was like, how would me or any...
Oh, this part's really interesting.
Is any of some of these other people, because I see some of the comments. Somebody had asked, how, why am I taking part in a filing and how does that have anything to do with Sebastian Rogers? I'd like to explain that because even though my situation has been taking place a lot longer, this all kind of comes in together because you have a separate situation, which is my situation, which all y'all know about. And then we have Sebastian Rogers' case, who all of us have been covering. And we have a group of people who have taken this case and used it as a way to bash others on YouTube. And so we have this situation where
kind of like you taking this case as an opportunity to bash the parents of a missing child. Oh, say it ain't so. You're not taking the opportunity to drag SF, even though he's just a PI and he's not law enforcement. Meanwhile, you protect Tony, and how is it any different? How is SF and Tony, the parents are choosing who they want to work with them. We don't have to like it. Those are their choices.
I'd already had issues with Granny's watching, right? And then since Sebastian's case has started taking front street, it's become a major talking point and you basically used as a weapon to come against, and not just against myself, but many others who support Seth Rogers, to the point where, all of the creators that support him can't talk about, Sebastian or the case without having.
But just before this opportunity, the opportunist herself, the opportunity to join a filing using a missing child, she was actually saying she wasn't going to support any parents because she was disappointed in Seth. How quickly that changed.
Having a live stream done about us the very next day. Our live streams are recorded. Our, anything that we post, whether it be a community post, is looked at. Our words are critiqued. Our chats are critiqued. The subscribers have been attacked. And it's a situation where I told you guys this the other day. Just think about it. As soon as Seth and Tony announced that there's going to be a vigil, what happens? You have all these people that start looking up everybody who's going to take part in the vigil. They pull up all their names. They try to go, find out what organizations they affiliate with. Are they legitimate? Where's this money going? And to the point where a private vigil for a 15-year-old boy has become a circus show. And you have multiple live streams on the day that Sebastian's vigil is taking place. And it's no longer about Sebastian and bringing awareness, something beautiful, a vigil where a lot of people are coming together. They have this awesome bike ride, even down to the shirts, Justin, were made fun of that day.
What do you mean?
Well, when you invite live streamers or move a vigil because they wouldn't allow live streaming, you kind of set the intent in the beginning of this, in my opinion. But then again, I also don't go looking up all of that shit or partaking in all that either. So there's that.
When they did the vigil for Sebastian, there was nothing that wasn't mocked or critiqued about that day.
That's people being petty.
People showing up. But that's the thing is, you have people that are literally going to the actual vigil that weren't welcome and recording it. My whole point of saying all this is, it's a problem. It's become an absolute problem.
Right.
And so what do you do? And if people say that this doesn't, block or get in the way of the goal to try to find him, it absolutely does. It causes a big issue. And then you got to remember, not only is the people that are inciting hate against Seth, but you have their followers who believe every single thing that these creators are saying. And so then they go and perpetuate the hate and the drama even more. People are allowed to review and that won't change. No, people are allowed to review. People are even allowed to, well, let me read it off to be fair. People are allowed to review. That won't change. It's public posting. You're talking about commentary. Sorry, it won't. Public actions are allowed to be spoken on. Conflating these things to your issues. No. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it is a part of the bullying and harassment. It's been perpetuated. And if you don't blame me for tying these things together, the people that are tying these things together are the ones that are actively coming against creators like myself who are supporting Seth. But to say that it's merely commentary.
Once again, I go back to the theme for the night. The theme for tonight's live stream is a lot of y'all aren't fighting demons. Y'all fighting accountability and responsibility.
That's not true at all. You're not allowed to sit there and call somebody a predator. You can't sit there and tell people that Seth Rogers, how do I even say this? Engaged in, relations with a child. Those things are being spoken.
That was said.
I
got you. Okay. I got you. No, that's yeah.
And then let's not forget Sebastian has been labeled as someone who is essaying other people.
Yeah,
that's not commentary. I don't know if y'all read, like, and shout out to Mr. and Mr. E. They did an incredible job reading those documents. And if you guys were listening or you've read them yourself, it stated in one part of that, you know, the things that are being said have very real consequences. If one of those prisoners were to have caught wind of what one of these creators were saying in regards to Seth, that could get him unalived. And it's blatantly false.
Well, and there are also special laws when it comes to the police force. He is part of the police force, and how you and what you say about someone who is an officer and what you do, just that can change things as well. And there's that, you know, like
There's that. There's what, Justin?
So
no, and as far as I'm concerned, so I don't even know how I say this. First, I need to clarify this because this is a comment that I've seen several comments, enough to where it concerns me, and I want to put this to rest. While I appreciate everything that Nick and his team are doing, I'm absolutely not a partner to Nick and At Night Media. That's not true. Taking a break from stream to say.
Oh, she's not a partner. Okay.
Hey, Missy.
I don't think anybody assumed that you were a partner with At Night. You're just a useful idiot that they needed.
Thank you. Thank you for all you guys are doing. Love you so much. Mr. E's gonna have to gargle with some warm salt water tonight.
Oh my God, I know. I got a headache from reading it earlier. And I just was like, guys, I gotta go. I did the live earlier I've been doing it all week for Sebastian Roger. Not Scott, Sebastian Roger. Quentin Simon case, pardon me.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's transition. Let's go back to where we were. Buckle up, friends. Me and my terrible legal jargon reading 101 is commencing. Run now if you don't want to hear my dramatic reading and insertion of terms because I can't pronounce silly words. So instead of what's on the screen, I just make them up as we go. It sounds smarter anyways. J-Dub, thank you for being here with us for 24 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, here we go. Let's go. We are on page 39 of this filing. And the reason for this is because what people have been told this filing is for is not that. And they don't want to talk about the fact that Castor is mentioned in this document as counsel for the plaintiffs and quoted, and all the other things on top of being in the heading of it. They don't want to talk about any of that stuff. They want to distract with all this chaos. You know, Lord Lodge, look over here. Look at Lord Lodge and SF fighting. Let's not talk about the actual huge freaking elephant in the room, which is this filing. All right. Count 1, defamation, harassment, intentional infliction of emotional distress against Bullhorn Betty. Plaintiff, AG, also known as Bullhorn Betty, incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. A true and correct copy of a sworn declaration of Andra Griffin, aka Bullhorn Betty, is attached here too as Exhibit 58 and incorporated by reference herein. Defendant Granny and Barbecue engaged in a well-coordinated campaign of defamation, harassment, and intimidation against Bullhorn, as described in her declaration. Oh, okay. This campaign involved multiple people acting in concert to damage her reputation, disrupt her work, and instill fear in her daily life. Defendant Granny initially targeted Miss Bullhorn in 2021, with the attacks intensifying as Miss Bullhorn's profile grew, particularly during the high-profile investigation of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers in March 2024. Granny labeled Bullhorn Betty a tragedy pimp and a grifter and disseminated false information, all with the intent to harm Bullhorn's reputation and credibility. Under Pennsylvania law 42 PAC.S. These statements constitute defamation per se, as they impute dishonorable conduct to Bullhorn, damaging her reputation in her profession. The defamatory and harassing conduct also included false reports to law enforcement, resulting in Bullhorn's unjust arrest based on fabricated claims from people under Granny's influence, thereby disrupting her investigations and damaging her professional standing. Or the fact that you were arrested for breaking orders of protection from the parents of the missing child that you had been harassing. Oh, okay. Yeah. The word sal's getting thick. You might need some extra dressing for this shit to get it to go down. These acts meet the criteria for harassment under 18 PA, blah, 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 which criminalizes actions intended to cause emotional distress or fear of harm. I mean, she's in so much fear. She thought somebody drove by the other day and jammed up her Wi-Fi when all she had was a simple outage. Anywho, defendant Barbecue soon joined forces with Granny. I thought in the above, in fact, in Brittany's, they claimed that Barbecue was the one that was doing all the things, and then Granny joined up with her. So in this one, it's the opposite. In this one, it's Barbecue joined up with Granny. Can you guys pick who's the top here? Amplifying false accusations and coordinating efforts to keep the attack sustained over time. Their coordinated behavior further included encouraging followers to participate in harassment campaigns against Bullhorn, resulting in a continuous effort to harm her emotionally, professionally, and financially. Barely buy milk. This extreme and outrageous conduct meets the elements of intentional infliction of emotional distress under PA common law, as the acts were committed with reckless disregard for the likely harm they would cause. I'm going to have cottonmouth here pretty soon because this is a lot of bullshit, and I don't really like eating bullshit. Oh, okay. All I know is that these people have some mind control capabilities. I need to borrow Granny's crystal ball if she's got this much fucking power. Can I borrow it? Is it out for loan? Something? I got some people that I would love to have stub their fucking toe every day. Plaintiff Bullhorn incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as full. Shut up, BHP. Shut up. This is the cyber stalking, cyber harassment against Bullhorn. The coordinated attacks by defendants involved cyber harassment and cyber stalking that included doxing Bullhorn's home address and encouraging followers to send threatening messages. Insert clip of Bullhorn screaming out her address and telling people to pull up. As a result, Bullhorn feared for her safety and had to take extra precautions to protect herself and her family. Insert clip of her having a weapon that was seized. Anyways, which prohibits electronic communications intended to harass or intimidate. Additionally, defendant Granny and Barbecue, along with their associates, not named, just associates, incited online harassment and stalking by using electronic platforms to threaten Bullhorn and disseminate harmful messages. This pattern of behavior constitutes cyber stalking and falls under the scope of the federal law, which criminalizes the use of telecommunications to harass or threaten another person. Insert clip here. Hold on. It's still right here on my voicemail. I keep it for fun times like this. Who is this, I wonder? Insert clip. Hold on. I gotta make it loud.
Wanted to call you, say hi, babe. How you doing? Want to find out what your big deal is. Just trying to find out, what your problem is. I mean, my name is Andra. My real name is, and you being on Andrea Loop and all, I'm just curious. Is there something I can do for you? Is there some kind of conversation we can have? Please, by all means, you see my number on your phone. Why don't you give me a call back, babe, before this gets any worse for you? Get me? Have a good day. God bless.
Would that be considered cyber harassment? Telephonic harassment? Oh, I wonder. That couldn't be Bullhorn's voice we just heard on a veiled threat over the telephone. Oh, shit. The continuous nature of threats and harassment included dissemination of defamatory content and the mobilization of followers to participate in these actions. Ma'am, sir, whoever wrote this, okay. Mobilization. How are they mobilizing grown-ass adults with internet access? I mean, they're free to do as they wish. But whatever. To participate in these actions caused Miss Bullhorn to suffer substantial emotional distress. The persistent nature of these acts shows a deliberate attempt to terrorize and harm her through sustained cyber harassment. civil conspiracy and coordinated defamation. Plaintiff Bullhorn incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. Defendant Granny and Barbecue conspired with other individuals, including online personas such as Queen Bee and @BurntNow, to engage in a concerted defamation campaign aimed at discrediting Bullhorn. This conspiracy involved agreeing to defame Bullhorn and encouraging others to participate in coordinated harassment, meeting the elements of civil conspiracy. They agreed, huh? The conspiracy included overt acts such as disseminating defamatory statements. So playing Bullhorn's own words back is disseminating defamatory statements about herself. Okay, interesting. Sharing Bullhorn's personal information. So sharing a clip where Bullhorn screamed out her address and told people to pull up. Okay. And inciting followers to engage in harassment. Oh, okay. These actions disrupted Bullhorn's professional relationships and caused significant reputational harm, as she was falsely accused of engaging in fraudulent schemes and inappropriate relationships. Insert clip of Molly Golightly saying stuff about her relations. Okay, anyways. The organized and continuous nature of these attacks demonstrates a coordinated strategy by defendants to damage Bullhorn's personal and professional life, further establishing a pattern of conspiracy under Pennsylvania law. The malicious intent behind these defamatory statements and acts of harassment evidences an unlawful agreement to harm Bullhorn. Interference with prospective business relations. Plaintiff Bullhorn incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. The false accusations made by defendants about Bullhorn's involvement in fraudulent activities were intended to disrupt her business relationships, including her work on high-profile cases. These statements caused some individuals to distance themselves from Miss Bullhorn due to the reputational damage, leading to actual financial harm. Or could it be like she said children need to be euthanized, or calling a missing child defective, or laws that needed to go into place after she was outside a house in Georgia? Like maybe those harmed you, or saying that you got a sheriff fired in Georgia. You know, hell, what do I know? Under the restatement of torts, intentional interference with prospective contractual relations. That sounds like a Betty. Let's read that one more time. Intentional interference with prospective contractual relations occurs when improper conduct is used to disrupt another's business opportunities. Nobody's trying to get you to stop working the corner, bitch. You can be on Chili's. No, you told that yourself. Defendants' repeated defamatory remarks and encouragement of harassment against Bullhorn constitute such improper conduct, preventing her from securing work and maintaining professional relationships. Sure, Jan. The intent to disrupt Miss Bullhorn's business endeavors and professional reputation is evident from the defendant's coordinated attacks and defamatory statements, which qualify as harassment under 18 PA-CS, as they were made with the intent to cause harm to her professional standing. Violation of the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. She agrees again. Defendant Barbecue and Granny, along with their associates, engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity through an enterprise engaged in ongoing criminal conduct, including defamation, harassment, stalking, and conspiracy. This activity constitutes a violation of the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and the Federal RICO Act, which prohibit the use of an enterprise to engage in a pattern of racketeering activity. The enterprise involved multiple individuals acting in concert to harm Bullhorn through repeated acts of defamation, cyber harassment, and intimidation, designed to damage her reputation, disrupt her work, and cause her emotional and financial harm. These actions of Granny and Barbecue were not isolated, but demonstrated a continuous effort to undermine Miss Bullhorn's professional credibility and personal safety. Defendant Granny and Barbecue conspired with other online personas, including Queen Bee and BurntNow, to participate in an organized campaign targeting Bullhorn. These coordinated acts included the dissemination of false and defamatory statements, the publication of Miss Griffin's personal information, doxing. I mean, again, insert clip of her screaming her own address and inviting people to pull up, and the incitement of others to engage in harassment. This pattern of related acts demonstrates the continuity and relatedness required. Okay, and here we go. The enterprise engaged in overt acts of racketeering, including defamation and false reports. Defendant Granny and Barbecue made false statements about Bullhorn, accusing her of exploiting tragedies and engaging in fraudulent schemes, which damaged her reputation and professional opportunities. Cyber stalking and harassment, or cyber harassment and stalking. The defendants and their associates, unnamed associates, engaged in repeated acts of cyber harassment, including threats and the publication of Bullhorn's home address. How many times are you going to say it when we can insert clip after? Anyways, which placed her in fear for her safety. She was so afraid she couldn't even answer the door. And when she did answer the door, 2 chihuahuas attacked her. Come on now. We could write a whole freaking docuseries for Bullhorn Betty's trauma from people driving down her street. Unknown individuals, but okay. Conspiracy to disrupt investigations. Defendants coordinated false reports to law enforcement aimed at disrupting Bullhorn's investigative work and discrediting her professional efforts. The acts of defamation, harassment, and conspiracy were committed with the specific intent to further the enterprise's unlawful objectives. The repeated targeting of Bullhorn, combined with similar attacks on other plaintiffs, demonstrates the ongoing and organized nature of the enterprise's criminal conduct, satisfying the requirements for a pattern of racketeering activity. Defendant Barbecue public statements further demonstrate the existence of the enterprise and its purpose. For example, Barbecue's acknowledgement of a chain of command for sharing defamatory content reflects a structured plan to disseminate harmful information and incite harassment against Bullhorn and others, evidencing the existence of a corrupt organization. The racketeering activity caused significant harm to Miss Bullhorn's personal, emotional, and professional life. The continuous nature of the enterprise's attacks not only damaged her reputation, but also disrupted her business and placed her in constant fear of her safety. Why is the same fucking thing said over and over and over again with nothing new? There is nothing here that's like, ooh, yay. It's repetitive. The financial harm and emotional distress resulting from these activities further demonstrate the impact of a racketeering conduct. Ma'am, it ain't nobody's fault that you're broke and an emotional wreck. That's your own fault. Conspiracy to violate the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act. I mean, even though personal and professional jurisdiction would be Florida, but there's that. Defendant Granny and Barbecue conspired with each other and other members of their online network to violate the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and the Federal RICO Act by agreeing to engage in a pattern of racketeering activity aimed at harming Bullhorn and other plaintiffs. The conspiracy included a common plan, not extensive, just a common, and purpose to defame, harass, and intimidate Bullhorn and others through coordinated efforts involving false statements and threats and cyber harassment. The defendants and their associates, such as Queen Bee and Burnt Now, committed numerous overt acts in furtherance of this conspiracy, including, again, repetitive, spreading false and defamatory statements, inciting followers to engage in harassment. I'm not reading all these because it's the same exact fucking shit. Disseminating personal information. The conspiracy involved the publication of Miss Bullhorn's home address and other personal details, which placed her at risk of physical harm. She probably shouldn't be online screaming out her address then. Am I right or am I right? This is such bullshit, it's not even funny. If you want to follow along too, oh shit, Alma, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana. I didn't even see that. Sorry, guys, I'm on the other screen. Thank you once again for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, you guys. Sorry, I need a break for a moment. There's so much bullshit we're reading, it's not even funny. Now tell me, how does that line up with what they told everybody that this was about? Does this line up? Because all I'm hearing is, woe is me, poor me, look at them, poor me, Consequences of my own actions. Probably shouldn't have screamed out my address and told people to pull up. I have no reputation professionally because nobody wants to work with me because I'm a fucking train wreck and I stalk and harass parents of missing children. Burnt now is burnt toast. I don't know why they did that though. Right, Tempest? Me too. I'm so glad that Granny is not taking this shit. And I'm so thankful she's got a new attorney. By the way, please go over if you want to go support Granny, watch her videos, donate to her fund, do all the things. I stand 10 toes down with the fact that this is such bullshit because you can watch it for yourselves. That's why I get so pissed off at people being like, well, she did say something. I don't give a fuck if she said not nice things. What she's being accused of and what's actually in here is complete bullshit than the gaslighting and fucking falsehoods that they've been telling people. This was all personal vendettas of BJ's and them being able to use Granny for the fucking Rico shit in Pennsylvania. This was all intentional. They were sought out. They were baited into this shit. Sorry, it is what it is. And I trust nobody. Because there are some shitty people roaming around doing some shitty things. Happy birthday, PJ Second Chance. I'm not going to sing to you and blow your eardrums out, but I will just say, happy birthday to you. Okay, that's my Marilyn Monroe. Okay, back to this. All right. Where the fuck are we in this bullshit? Each act committed by the conspirators in furtherance of this unlawful objective constitutes an overt act under Pennsylvania law. The agreement to engage in such a criminal conduct and the execution of the coordinated attacks support a claim for conspiracy to violate the Corrupt Organizations Act. Do you guys remember that clip I showed the other day when Betty said that she thinks that they were going to have her executed? Do you guys remember that shit when we all about fell over? And we were like, wait, she said that? She did say that. She thinks that their next plan is to have, she thinks she's so up here that she's like the next Donald Trump. I mean, just because she's turning orange and her hair is falling out and she's about got a comb over and she kind of looks like Donald Trump these days, I mean, doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. It's fucking crazy. I mean, maybe she thinks that they're going to falsely recognize her as Trump. I don't know. Whatever. The defendant's statements and actions clearly show an organized ongoing effort to harm Bullhorn and others, revealing an existence of an enterprise engaged in a racketeering activity. The conspiracy has caused severe emotional distress, reputational harm, and financial damage to Bullhorn, demonstrating the intent to carry out a pattern of racketeering. Oh, shit. We're back to BJ. Here's BJ's defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress against BJ. Plaintiff BJ incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of BJ is attached here too, Exhibit 59. As detailed in the Jackson Declaration, defendants Granny and her associates engaged in a relentless campaign of defamation and emotional abuse against BJ. This campaign has not only torn apart BJ's professional life, but has deeply affected her personal life, causing profound emotional and psychological harm. I bet she's going to have a, well, maybe not, but I would bet that they would need a professional anyways, moving on. The defendant's defamatory statements, including calling BJ a lazy, wasteful piece of shit, were not isolated incidents, but a pattern of ongoing public defamation aimed at discrediting her and causing reputational damage. These statements made publicly before large audiences have caused Miss BJ severe humiliation, distress, and a loss of credibility, fulfilling the requirements for defamation per se under Pennsylvania law. Oh, whoa. Should I insert clip of BJ saying that I'm a trash bag? Should I? I mean, well, shit, that's defamation then. That's quote right there. Lazy, wasteful piece of shit. That caused humiliation, distress, and loss of credibility? Oh, my God. Defendant Granny also made public insinuations. So she didn't say it. She insinuated it. That's interesting. That BJ neglected or endangered her children, such as suggesting, "You will never catch me driving with my children unbuckled standing up." These statements directly attacked BJ's character as a mother and were intended to discredit her parental fitness, causing significant emotional harm and fear. We're on page 44, but I just want to go back up here because you know that this 83 pages is filled with the same fucking bullshit over and over and over again. So we're on page 44, but we've read this before. Yeah, 0.7. There's Tony's. We already read that. But then you go to BJ's right here. You know, these same things that were set up here. "You are a lazy, wasteful piece of shit. I don't speak on you, Brittany. I don't fucking talk about you." They just cut half of this quote off and added it again on page 44. So 34 and 44 are almost identical, you know, just filler type shit. Whoever wrote these documents should be ashamed because you suck. Truly suck. Anyways, carrying on to page 45. I can't believe this. "The extreme and outrageous conduct of Granny and her associates in perpetuating these defamatory remarks constitutes intentional infliction of emotional distress under Pennsylvania common law," even though you live in another state, so jurisdiction. Anyways, "The repeated public nature of the attacks aimed at a mother protecting her children was done with reckless disregard for emotional impact on..." Sorry, Miss Jackson. "Ooh, you are a fucking fool. Never meant to make your daughter cry. I do not apologize or sympathize." Whatever that song is. BJ's emotional suffering has been profound, manifesting in anxiety, fear, and mental health deterioration due to persistent harassment. Her children have also been affected, as Miss BJ had to explain the public nature of the attacks to them, disrupting their sense of security. Hold the fucking phone. Hold the fucking phone. I'm going here. I'm doing it. Sorry. Call me the asshole. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. My asshole site's coming out for a moment because the fuck. What the absolute fuck. Give me a second. I'm going to go find a clip. And I know the clip is right in one of these live streams here. Gotta find that 11-hour video though. I'm not going to make you watch the whole thing, but there is a clip in this 11-hour video that pertains to this. And it's really interesting that a statement like that was made. One momento. Ah, got it. Now let me find where it's at. Oh, right here. Look at this. Looky here. Looky here. Timestamps right in front of me.
Oh, you got some gummy bears? Oh, seclusion.
All right, here we go.
All right, so let me tell you guys how sad life is, okay? You know YouTube is bad.
Okay, this is not speaking for anybody but myself, but I will be reacting to this part right here. Normally I wouldn't. Oh, let me tell you the date of this video too, because this is August 3rd, 2024. August 3rd, 2024. Okay. But there's a reason for it. So what she's about to say, do expect a reaction. Most of the time I would skip right over it. Tonight I'm going to say something.
Right? You know YouTube sucks and YouTube is bad. When I just told you guys to hold on a second that I was going to go get rid of the spider in the bathroom. And do you know what my son said to me? You know what Christian said to me? Like, I want you to hear this, all you haters in the back. You need to hear this because this right here is...
Listen up, all you fucking haters. Get your speakers right to your ears. Lean in. Put your ears right to the speakers, you petty Betty trash bag Karen having asses.
A reflection on how horrible you are, okay? I told you guys that I was going to go get rid of the spider in the bathroom. And my son, Christian, my 9-year-old, said, "Mama, you shouldn't have said that because now the haters are going to talk trash about you having an insect in your bathroom." It's so gnarly. And these people, they use anything they can to talk crap on somebody and drag somebody. that even my 9-year-old knows, Mommy, you shouldn't even said that you had an insect in the bathroom because they're going to drag you for it. How horrible is that? Isn't that sad? And then one would ask, well, how does your 9-year-old know? Oh, because I've had to have talks with them about being careful about the things they say in the background, because people take this shit and something completely innocent and they twist it to make it into something that it's not. No, it's not that he's really even paying attention. It's just that I've had to have a talk with him so much about be careful what you say because.
Okay. So first, oh yeah, simple bitch. Simple bitch. I find that interesting though, that I played that clip in August. So it happened right before I played that, probably within a week of that, probably a couple days, honestly, if I'm being honest. So end of July, beginning of August. And then here she is in her statement saying this bullshit. Has had to explain the public nature of the attacks to them, disrupting their sense of security over a fucking spider even. Yeah. Yeah. Not again. Tell me that this isn't a pattern of repetitive behavior. Yeah. Oh, she has all along. Let me go back to this. I'll share a couple more minutes of it. First and foremost, I don't believe that conversation happened. I'm hopeful that conversation didn't happen between you and a 9-year-old, and I'm hoping this is just part of the act. And the reason is, I don't doubt that you've had to have talks with them about internet safety. I would hope you were having talks about internet safety with a 9-year-old. I would. You said his age too. But that was me making noise. Nonsense reviewing nonsense is always a little trippy, but what we're not going to do is play the victim for a circumstance that you've created in your mind. Everybody has spiders in their home. Every single person. Crazy thought process, huh? Every single household in America and probably around the world has spiders in it at some way, shape, or form at some point in time. You know why? Because mine don't, because I have a fucking hammer and a blowtorch and I scare 50-year-old men with my hammer and scorpion killing. They need to tell their mama, not the internet, because it makes them look real silly. It's impossible to continue to seal a house with no cracks, any single humanly. I mean, it's just not realistic. Houses settle over time, yada, yada, yada. I could give you a million reasons why every common house, yes, you might not see them, but little ones exist. So for anybody to even say anything about you having a spider, like you're making it into something it wouldn't even have been. And the reason why you're doing that is because you are feeling sorry for yourself. You're feeling sorry for yourself. That's part of your pity thing. And you're creating false scenarios to try and shame people because you think you're being picked on because your words are being used against you.
Why is she discussing about, first of all, why is she going live with her children in the room with the stuff she's talking about? Number two, why is she consulting her kids and having to tell them about all the things that she thinks people are doing to her online to a 9-year-old? I don't even tell my adult child.
And there's Duchess, the voice of reason. But there is clip after clip after clip of her doing this shit. From April on, we dealt with her using her stuff around her family, her children, all of that stuff to weaponize. She did that shit to me. And then somehow uses this shit in a filing against Granny, claiming the same type of bullshit. She was bullshit. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Yeah, Chico, that's the one I had timestamped that. That's an interesting live. There's a lot of timestamps in there that are good, actually. Anyways, that just reminded me of that, though, because that pissed me off. I remember it pissing me off then, and it still pisses me off. And then seeing that it used in filings, like stuff like that, is so much bullshit. Sorry, it's crazy. Defendant Granny and her followers have engaged in repeated acts of harassment and cyber harassment aimed at intimidating BJ. Granny's statements such as, I will make you a fucking victim. See again, 34, they separated out these two quotes to make it two separate quotes. I will make you a fucking victim. constitute explicit threats designed to instill fear in violation. I will make you a fucking victim. Taken out of context. Okay. The repeated nature of the threats combined with public dissemination demonstrates a clear pattern of conduct intended to cause emotional distress and fear. But we just heard her say that a lot of this doesn't have anything to do with her. A lot of this filing has nothing to do with her, didn't we? Fucking crazy. Absolute crazy. Right? Heart-shaped box. This is why I found it was so important, because she will not go through this and show people what they actually claim. She will not show people, and she does not want people to remember why she claimed she was joining up on this filing versus what's actually in the filing. They're telling their followers, well, this is about, protecting victims. It's about, protecting Seth. None of that is the case. Oh, Granny utilized online platforms to spread defamatory content and incite others to join in the harassment campaign. This persistent harassment extended beyond direct statements and threatened BJ's safety. BJ's mental health and emotional stability have been significantly affected by the harassment, resulting in sleepless nights, constant anxiety about potential real-world violence. The continuous nature of the threats exacerbated these effects and disrupted her ability to live a normal life. A normal life. The statement, a normal life, is put in here. Why the fuck? Never mind. Let me stop. This is absolute bullshit. And makes me so mad that anybody would weaponize their children in a filing using a missing child. That is the lowest of low that you will ever get, when you are willing to use your own children and a missing child for online fucking drama. Woosah. The defendant's defamatory and harassing actions extended to intentionally disrupting BJ's business relationships and professional opportunities. As a result, individuals and entities who once trusted BJ have distanced themselves, causing her to lose significant business opportunities and income. Even though her income, from the looks of it, has increased significantly, but sure. Defendants acted with improper motives, aiming to damage BJ's ability to support herself and her children through malicious statements and defamatory campaigns. This interference with business relationship constitutes tortious conduct under restatement, as it hindered plaintiff's ability to pursue professional engagements. BJ has suffered economic harm as a direct consequence of the harassment and defamation, including lost income and damage to her professional reputation. These financial losses have exacerbated the emotional toll of the ongoing attacks. Insert. Whoops. Camera slip showing her back office. But I thought they told their followers that Granny and Barbecue were doing things to impact the search for Sebastian. This sounds like a lot of, she hurt my feelings, Mom. I ran out of Kleenexes, Mom. I did stupid shit online again, Mom. I take zero accountability, Mom. The defendants, including Granny and her associates, engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity through an enterprise, comprising coordinated and continuous acts of harassment, defamation, and intimidation against BJ. These activities constitute violation. Next thing you know, they're going to fucking say in here, they have so much power and control, they're making her fall asleep and fall out of her fucking chair. Okay, I can't read any more of that. The enterprise involved multiple actors, working in concert to harm BJ through related acts of cyber harassment, defamation, and threats. The goal was to further the enterprise unlawful objectives by discrediting and inflicting harm on BJ, which constitutes a pattern of racketeering. I thought this didn't have anything to do with you. The defendants' coordinated actions included encouraging others to join in the harassment campaign. I didn't get an invite. I didn't get an invite to no harassment campaign. I must be on the wrong list. Spreading false statements about BJ's character and making public threats. Each act in furtherance of the enterprise supported the organized criminal conduct. But there's no criminal charges. Oh, shocker. The acts of racketeering caused BJ substantial harm. Dirty neck syndrome? Is that substantial harm? Dirty neck syndrome? Including emotional distress, damage to her reputation, and financial loss. The ongoing nature of the enterprise's attacks demonstrates the continuity, I always fuck that up, and structure necessary to establish a corrupt organization and a pattern of racketeering activity. But part of this filing has nothing to do with her, friends. Look away. Look away. Look away. Look away. It don't have nothing to fucking do with her. Oh, yeah, YouTube bad actors. I know. Sleepless Night. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, Revival. Is it the real Vile one that had the camera slip? The one that really loves me long time? On the racist person's panel? Is that the one? Holy shit. Oofta. Oofta native. Moving on. Defendant Granny and her associates conspired to violate the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and the RICO Act by agreeing. They agreed. All in favor? I mean, I'm sure there was some sort of like, raise your right pinky toe. And even though the person said, I can't lift my pinky toe, you're agreeing. I mean, sure. I'm sure it was some like mean girl activity. To engage in a pattern of racketeering and activity that included defamation, harassment, and intimidation directed at BJ. This conspiracy involved a common plan to harm BJ's reputation, disrupt her life, and incite others to join in these unlawful acts. The conspiracy included numerous overt acts in furtherance of this unlawful purpose, such as spreading false and defamatory statements, encouraging followers to participate in harassment, and making public threats. Another, Mom, they're picking on me. These acts were intended to achieve the conspiracy's goal and cause significant harm to Miss BJ. The ongoing and coordinated nature of the defendant's conduct constitutes racketeering activity as they acted with a shared purpose to inflict emotional, financial, and reputational harm on BJ. The agreement to engage in such criminal behavior supports claims under both 18 PA and 18 USC. Okay, sure. Now on to Seth. Defendant, Barbecue Lady, and Granny engaged in a pattern of extreme and outrageous conduct directed at plaintiff Rogers. This conduct includes spreading false allegations of criminal behavior, such as accusations of pedophilia and involvement in the murder of a child, along with threats to his safety. Okay, I'm going to read this again slowly. Defendant, Barbecue, and Granny engaged. Now, again, they're not using the term they did this. They engaged. They're not listing who actually, you see what they're doing here? Again, word salad. They're not being clear and concise. This conduct includes spreading false allegations of criminal behavior, such as accusations of pedophilia and involvement in the murder of a child, along with threats to his safety. The defendant's actions were maliciously intended to harm Rogers emotionally, damage his reputation, and derail the search for his missing son. That's why they're doing it like this. They're doing it broad. Ugh, I see. Ugh. These actions formed part of a deliberate and concerted campaign to inflict severe emotional distress upon plaintiff Rogers, who was already suffering from the trauma and the pain of his son's disappearance. The defendant's conduct exceeded all bounds of decency in a civilized society and constituted intentional infliction of emotional distress under PA law. As a direct and proximate result of the defendant's actions, plaintiff Rogers has suffered severe emotional distress, including anxiety, fear for his safety, significant mental anguish, requiring him to alter his daily activities and impacting his personal and professional life. His professional life? Okay. Interference with employment relations. Plaintiff Seth Rogers repeats and incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. Okay. Defendant Barbecue and Graney interfered with plaintiff Rogers' employment by disseminating dangerous and false accusations that could jeopardize his safety and job security as a deputy sheriff in a maximum security jail. The malicious rumors of criminal behavior spread through various online platforms directly endangered Rogers' life in the workplace. All right, hold up. They're not directly even saying what either defendant did. And he wasn't even working and hasn't returned to work. That's interesting. They're really, really doing this broad. That's how this is so ridiculous. Reading this again is so fucking ridiculous. The defendants, and that's why there's there's nothing here that shows, there is no attachments. That's something that we noticed all along, that there was no attachments of either one of these people saying exactly Seth is this, this, and this. That's why they're doing it so broad. The defendant's actions intentionally interfered with plaintiff Rogers' employment and created a hostile work environment, constituting a claim for interference with contractual relations or economic advantage under PA law. How is him getting hurt? This is interesting. Isn't that interesting? That's really interesting. Huh. Plaintiff Seth Rogers repeats and incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. They can't quote either. This is interesting. The sustained online attacks by Barbecue and Graney, which include spreading false information about plaintiff Rogers and alleging involvement in criminal activity. They're not even saying what the alleged involvement, amount to cyber harassment under PA law. No, it's got to be specific. The use of electronic communications to target Rogers with harmful and distressing content, including baseless allegations and threats associated with his son's disappearance, constitutes cyber harassment. The defendant's coordinated efforts to incite harassment against Rogers directly impacted his emotional well-being and safety, satisfying the elements required for a claim of cyber harassment. Obstruction of justice and tampering with witnesses or informants. Plaintiff Seth Rogers repeats and incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. Defendant Barbecue and Graney engaged in conduct intended to obstruct the search for Sebastian Rogers by misleading authorities. Here you go. Spreading false information and harassing plaintiff Rogers to prevent him from searching for answers in his son's disappearance. Their actions hindered the investigation and contributed to an environment of fear and intimidation. The actions of Barbecue and Graney demonstrate efforts to obstruct justice with the intention of preventing Rogers from sharing relevant information that could aid in locating Sebastian. Right here. Their actions demonstrate efforts to obstruct justice with the intention of preventing Rogers from sharing relevant information. How is any of their behavior preventing Seth from sharing information with law enforcement? Sharing relevant information that could aid in locating Sebastian. That sounds like a cop-out to me. Yeah, huge claim, Revival. Huge claim. This is why I'm saying, what is actually in here is completely off of what they're saying. And Granny has never even set foot in Tennessee, let alone would Granny say that, yeah, no, it's crazy to me. right? Up to good. Yeah, I'm over here. No, Revival, there's no way he could believe that. How are they preventing him from sharing information with authorities? There's no way. They have nothing to do with sharing relevant information that could help find Sebastian. Right, Electro? This is a huge situation. Very, very good point. It hindered him from being able to share relevant information, but it didn't hinder him from having a YouTube channel. No, convective segment. Segment. I talk about whatever the fuck I want to. I'm not true crime. I talk shit about stupid shit that's going on out here. Welcome to the cabana. You subbed up for 5 minutes to be able to say that. I talk all the shit. I talk all the shit about all the shitty people who are continuing to further exploit victims and their tragedies on a daily basis and call it their jobs and hide behind the premise of it's my job, it's our right, it's our freedom of speech to be able to kick people at their worst times. I talk all this shit. I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel. Doesn't claim to be anything else. Welcome in. Plaintiff Seth Rogers repeats and incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. By spreading false allegations and obstructing efforts to search for Sebastian, defendant Barbecue and Granny endangered the welfare of a child. Their conduct interfered with legitimate efforts to locate the missing boy and deviated from acceptable standards, thus exacerbating the risk to Sebastian's safety and well-being. Their malicious behavior included undermining the search efforts and supporting a coordinated campaign to discredit Rogers, constituted willful neglect that contributed to child's continued risk. Now that's some fucking shit. Yeah, we talk a lot of shit over here. Absolutely. I'm reading 83 pages of complete fucking fuckery. If you want to join in and hang out with us, you're more than welcome to. But you need some waders on and probably a helmet because the filing that we're reading is nothing but fucking buffoonery and a waste of our judicial system and complete exploitation of a victim by the name of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers by a company that claims that they're supporting and helping victims while exploiting the father of the missing child even further, and him being willing to exploit his own child too, anyways. Yeah, no, I'm a grown-ass fucking adult. I'm not gonna. They can pull up a chair, sit on down, pull their waders and helmet out and hang out with us. We're just weeding through all the bullshit. All right. Defendant Barbecue and Granny formed an enterprise, engaged in a pattern. I thought the enterprise had already been formed, though. I thought this is, according to BJ, this had been going on for a long time. Engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity aimed at discrediting plaintiff Rogers, obstructing the search for Sebastian, and harming Rogers both personally and professionally. Their conduct included acts of extortion, harassment, witness intimidation, and defamation, constituting a continuous and related pattern of criminal behavior under the RICO Act and Pennsylvania's corrupt organizations, even though this is a civil filing and there's no criminal charges. But it's a continuous and related pattern of criminal. Gotcha. The coordinated activities of Barbecue and Granny aimed at silencing Rogers and derailing the investigation demonstrate the existence of an enterprise that engaged in multiple predicate acts of racketeering defined under federal and state law. Well, fuck, oh dear. Jay, thank you for the support. Yeah, fuck yeah. Hashtag I stand with Granny. Fuck yeah. This is some straight up buffoonery. Especially, can we just go back for a minute? Can we just go back here for a minute? I need a break for 5 seconds. Well, actually, more like 2 minutes so you guys can listen to this while I'm running to the little girl's potty room. Sorry.
Thank you, a true psychic. Thank you, sweetheart, for becoming a member. You are beautiful. And Miss E also wants to clarify that neither are they. Okay, none of us are. None of us are. Not that I think that's a bad thing. I don't want it to come off that way either. But none of us are legally or we're not aligned with At Night Media or Nick in any way more than a friendship. There's no transactions, nothing.
And I think that should be put to bed as well, because after you've stated this, that's it. There is no payroll either.
No,
that's ridiculous.
If nothing at all, absolutely none of us. Look, we're a group of creators who have supported Tony and Seth and what they're doing. What their goal is, and there's that right. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, now to just for the sake of transparency, I do want to share with y'all that I did, and this is also another one that they can take, and if whether they want to believe it or not, it doesn't matter. What matters to me is what you guys know and what the courts know and think. But I did not have any control over who and what Nick and his team decided to go against. Even if I wasn't a part of this at all, they were still going to file these I don't want to say charges, what would you call it? These complaints against Granny and Barbecue.
This injunction, a federal injunction, and this injunction it's a federal injunction, and you've got Lesniak on there. You have attorney Bruce Castor, who is the former I can't even think right now, Secretary of State of Pennsylvania. He was also a Trump. I'm looking at his Wikipedia right now. He's an American lawyer and retired Republican politician from Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. He was appointed as a Solicitor General in Pennsylvania in 2016.
Oh no, not the Castor shit again. Oh, I love this for you. Carry on. I'm walking down the stairs.
Also, the first Deputy Attorney General in the following July. Castor became an acting Attorney General less than a month later. He led the defense of the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump, along with American lawyer David Strogan. I think that's how you pronounce it. I mean, they are taking this case, and I think that speaks a lot in itself.
Yep.
That speaks a lot in itself. I mean, this is an attorney who led for Donald Trump, President of the United States. Okay. And I mean, I don't know how to make it any more clear. Right. You know what I mean? And I mean, these people, it's best to just everybody needs to chill out. That's the thing. Just chill out. Everyone, put your egos aside and just chill out.
There I go again. Sorry. Okay, Scott Bulldog Mama says you had to be a part of something to be listed as a plaintiff in these court proceedings. What do you mean? Are you saying that I had to be like a partner or something to be a part of this? No. So how do I even say this? I
don't think you do anything.
No, but I'm absolutely not a part of anything other than one of the people that they were filing the injunction against just so happened to be a person that I have had a ton of issues with. And I was asked if I would want to be a part of this because, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what else going on. It's been awful. It has been awful. For the last, and these are reasons, I'm going to list reasons why I decided to do this. And I said, let me think about it. I don't know if that's something I want to do. Now, I have thought and tried to look into ways to handle this on my own, even prior to all of this. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you need to defend yourself. You don't need to defend yourself. I'm just going to tell you.
No, and I'm not going to, because it's like I told you today, Justin, if any of the people, I don't care if it's people that dislike me or people that support me, if anyone has endured the things that I have on this platform, especially when it comes to your children and your family, they would have done things a long time ago to try to make it stop. Years this has been going on. And so I was asked if I wanted to be a part of it, and I said, let me think about it. Let me figure it out. I need to pray on it and just try to, really. And Justin, to tell you, I didn't just jump at this. I thought things through. Wow.
Oh, she didn't just jump at this, friends. Don't worry. These were well thought out decisions. These were well planned, thought out. And, she prayed about this. She got the answer and said, it's free. It's free. Of course. It's free. Do it. Do it. Okay. Couple more minutes of this and then we'll go back to reading. I just needed a break. My jaw started to hurt because I feel like I'm jacking my jaw reading all this bullshit.
And then let me tell you what happened. What ultimately made me decide to go along and do this was my property. Okay, that was my last straw. It's one thing to argue and fight with somebody online. Fine. People can talk. Trash talk is just that, right? And as a creator, I very well know that that's something that we have.
Oh, wait. To my friends who have been here all along and read this entire thing with us, have you heard yet once of her property being mentioned in any of this filing? Have you heard that mentioned yet? Isn't it crazy? That's one thing that's so far we haven't came across in this filing yet.
Have to be willing to accept, right?
To an extent, yes.
Yes. But it's a whole nother story when trash talk progresses from that to the calls, whether it's dog whistles for CPS, which has happened multiple times. I have just from this person, and I have proof. I want to be clear about this. There is proof for every single thing that I state and every single thing that is stated in this filing. There is physical proof from her words. Okay, we have it all. I have been called an animal abuser. I have been accused of streaming while I was streaming. She said that I was, quote, so wrapped up or so obsessed with YouTube that I stepped on one of my cats and killed them. Well, there went my monetization. I meant to say unalived.
Wait, that's not even in there either. That's not in there either. Bonio, thank you for the gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the cabana. Wait, is the connective tissue person in here still? Head and shoulders, knees and toes, eyes and ears and mouth and nose, head and shoulders, knees and toes. Why does that person, that connective tissue person, make me think of that song? I mean, I just felt like I went back to kindergarten really quick. What are you doing? Whose sub are they? Thank you again, Bonnie. Okay, hold on. One more petty sound for me. You with the CS name. Here you go.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
I got you, sis. Oh, revival. Really? Oh, fuck. Can we at least have, I think hold on, revival. Let me check. I think we are, we're too boring for that. Go away. Go away.
Unalive them. And continued.
Can you at least be a fun troll if you're going to come over here and troll us? Can you at least, like, give us some spice? Do something fun, like tell us some jokes or something if you're going to hang out with us. You haven't done anything to upset anybody. Truly. We just want somebody that if you sit with BJ to come in and tell us something good about us, like about her. Well, I don't know if you could do that. Do something fun and exciting. Who's on panel with Justin? Emily, is that a trick question? Thank you for the support. An avatar from 15 years ago that somebody created.
To stream. Even though my animal was unalived, she has used a video of me shooing a cat with my foot, never making impact with it, and accused me of kicking my animal. I have been called homophobic. Accused of streaming while I was streaming. She said that I was, quote, so wrapped up or so obsessed with YouTube that I stepped on one of my cats and killed them. Well,
but none of these things are actually listed in the filing. None of these things are in the filing. Not one. Not one.
My monetization, I meant to say unalived. Unalived them. And continued to stream. Even though my animal was unalived, she has used a video of me shooing a cat with my foot, never making impact with it, and accused me of.
Hey, you can like her all you want. I mean, not everybody has good taste. We're good. There's no even need to agree to disagree. You just got shitty taste. I mean, hell, I've been there before.
Kicking.
I have an ex-husband.
My animal. I have been called homophobic, transphobic, racist. She has spread that rumor to quite a few people that I'm racist. I have been accused of not feeding my children, locking my autistic son in a room, or I don't know if she was saying in a room or out of a room. Either way it goes, locking my child away so that I can stream. And then all of that's bad, right? But even with that, I tried to rise above. And I'm going to be honest with you,
but those things aren't that. Those have nothing to do with this complaint. These. Oh God, the fucking craziness that they got her, like they went looking for useful idiots and they found it. They found it hook, line, and sinker. Whatever Nick sold her, however they sold her on this, and whatever friend of hers like helped promote this shit as a good idea. Wow.
Turning point when I said things have got to stop and I have got to do something about this was the day that she went live and she showed my property on her live stream. Okay. Not only did she show my property, but she showed the street name on the Google. She used Google Earth to show my property, and then she shared a obituary of a young man who passed away on my property, which anybody who would want to find my house at that point, she basically laid it out for you. And that was I said, you know what? This is only going to get worse.
And what I thought was interesting is, you say it's that, but then, you're working your butt off the last couple weeks, and then you're tired, right? You're tired. And then all of that happened, and it's just like, wow.
You're working your butt off. Excuse me, Justin. Working her ass off.
Yeah.
And then you get blamed for something, what, falling asleep or something like that, saying you were on something. But
yeah, well, for anybody that's telling me not to speak, I've already got.
Ma'am, sir, both of you, shut up. She fell asleep again last night, snoring, all of it, did all the things. It's concerning. And if you consider this your friend, Spanky, we know what a friend you are. We watched how you and Molly went down when Molly was really, really struggling. We saw what a supportive, amazing friend you were. How's that friendship going? No longer need her?
Permission to say all of this, you guys. I wouldn't just come talk about all this if I didn't have.
I know, but I would still,
Yeah. And I mean, there's not really even a whole lot to say about it other than, what I'm saying now. I just want to tell you guys, hey, these are, and there's way more than this. This is just the basic, this is just a little bit that I can share with you guys. There's more. There's things that I completely forgot. And so my whole point is, I asked her to take it down, and she didn't. She refused. And then, like Justin just said, the very real allegations that I am on some type of substance, which this right here, me doing this filing and stuff is going to prove that was defamation as well. And it's not fair to put that on my head. So, I mean, that's pretty much it. And like I said, I stand on it. There's nothing in me. I'm not doing this from a callous.
I just figured out how to exploit my child for money, by the way. Any of my YouTube creator friends, if you have an adult child, just ignore their messages until they come in your chat and send you super chats. Just ignore them. Even though I looked at her chat and I didn't respond, just ignore them. They'll send you money. That's a good way of getting money out of my kid. I just figured out how to exploit my own child. I like this. Okay, carry on.
Point. I'm not enjoying this. I'm not over here celebrating. It is not within me to want to bring pain or heartache to another person. I don't want to do that. I don't want any money. I don't want anything. I simply just want to be free to stream on my channel and not have to worry about, what someone's going to do tomorrow. That's all.
You better not have put my card in your freaking account and used my card, damn it.
I don't think that's a lot to ask.
I don't think it's a lot to ask for just people to
Yes, Cassie.
There's so many stories out there that need to be told. I don't understand why everyone kind of gets obsessed with, you or Eddie or whoever, and just doesn't stop.
Yeah. Read this as I apologize, and I trust you know what to say. I'm only going to pray. No, you guys are good. But I did before I even scheduled this live stream, I reached out and I asked, what I'm allowed to talk about and what I'm not. So I would still rather find out through the court proceedings. It's best to let them sweat out rather than giving them all the. Oh, I didn't. Everything I just named is in the filing, you guys. They have that.
Kenzie,
I didn't just share anything that's not public.
Isn't there when it's all said and done 700 pages or something?
Oh God, it's a lot. I would imagine it would take you a couple of days to read it all.
It's 700 pages, and something else is 1,000 pages, and then there's I think 3 drives.
Let's get back to this, by the way. Anyways, let's go on to Tony. We're on page 52. Defendant Barbecue and others have engaged in repeated conduct intended to harass, annoy. Since when is annoying people illegal? Since when is annoying people illegal? Are we fucking joking? Who wrote this? Who wrote this shit? This is embarrassing that attorneys' names are on this. What? Or alarm plaintiff Mathis, including making explicit statements such as, it is my, I'm assuming fucking mission to take Tony the fuck down. The conduct included spreading false and defamatory accusations, including claims of infidelity or other false personal attacks, all intended to damage Mathis's reputation and cause emotional distress. Harassment is defined as engaging in conduct that serves no legitimate purpose with the intent to harass or annoy another person. What? The actions of barbecue as described meet the statutory criteria for harassment. What? How did I miss this? Yeah. Revival, especially when he gets on the random facts. Duchess, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana. You guys are knocking them out of the bushes again. Okay, this is embarrassing. Defendant Barbecue, along with other individuals, made multiple fouls and defamatory statements about Tony, including accusations of infidelity, improper personal conduct, which were intended to harm his reputation and cause emotional distress. These false statements were made publicly with the intent of damaging plaintiff's reputation and were spread widely through social media platforms, further exacerbating the harm caused. Defamation occurs when a statement is false, maliciously made, or injurious to the reputation of the person targeted. Defendant Barbecue's public comments and actions satisfy these elements. Tony incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs are fully set forth herein. Defendant Barbecue, alongside other individuals, participated in a coordinated conspiracy to engage in unlawful acts such as harassment and defamation against Tony, as evidenced by statements about an undercover mission targeting Mattress and attempts to spread false narratives. Hold the phone. Hold the phone for a second. I think I got a video. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I think I have something else over here that might be of fun for us to just go look at really quick. Give me 1 second. I think I have a video of Tony on panel. Let me look. It might be in my other spot. There's Tony, but I think I have another one. Let's see here. Maybe I didn't load that one. Well, we have, oh, what's this one? Crabtree. Hold on. Looking for something. Oh, I do have a video. I don't have it uploaded though. But I do. I have a video of some crazy shit. I'll find it and load it because I have a bunch of videos from TikTok of Tony saying crazy shit, such as stuff like this. I mean, we have this one too, where he's on panel.
Well, yeah.
Crazy shit with the
shit can hinder the case easily. It's so easy to throw a case out now, which is wild to me. I did not know that. Oh yeah.
There's Tony.
What blows my mind, well, earlier I got striked, by the way, because apparently I did not know my live video. It's
a content creator that he trusts that came to town for the vigil early, and he is in the best spirits after finally getting some information since Sebastian went missing.
But how did Seth not even have this information? How did he not know? I did hear him say that there was dash cam video. I did hear him say that. But how did he not know that?
That's Katie's, right?
Let me tell you how, Ocean. Do you remember me telling you guys last night that Seth had been accusing them of not giving him the same information that he was giving CP and KP?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So walk with me down this path. Early on, they asked Seth to do some things in their mind to gain their trust. He didn't do those things, and they cut him off for a long time with communication. He was not getting communication through his PIs. They weren't getting communication on his behalf. Nothing to do with anything their fault. It just wasn't happening. So CP and KP might have had, well, if they chose to share this with him, They might have not shared it with him for obvious reasons, but they may have had information for a long time that we didn't have, Seth didn't have. I can tell you that the 3 things I shared with you tonight, 1000% Seth did not have that information.
That's horrible. If that's
Oh, there's so many videos. Oh my gosh. I'll go through and find some of the ones from TikTok that I recorded, because there's some good shit in some of those where they are absolutely sitting up there doxing people. And I'm not saying good shit, but as far as good shit is to show and contradict a lot of this shit that's happening. Crazy shit. Canvas and Crime, thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Okay, back to this. But it's really interesting because if you look at it, there was a conspiracy going on, in my opinion, but it was Tony and his TikTok buddies that were doxing everybody and going after everybody. The conspiracy was carried out with the intent to harm Tony's reputation and prevent him from assisting in the search for Sebastian Rogers, thereby obstructing the investigation. What? How is what? Claiming he's got infidelity issues? How is that affecting the search for Sebastian? Okay, anyways. Criminal conspiracy is established when 2 or more individuals agree to commit a criminal act and take steps to further that agreement. These actions indicate an ongoing conspiracy against Tony. Defendants, including Barbecue, deliberately engaged. Defendants, including Barbecue, there's only 2. Deliberately engaged in conduct designed to obstruct the search for Sebastian Rogers by targeting Tony with false allegations and character attacks that diverted attention away from the search efforts. These actions were taken with the intent to impair or hinder the lawful efforts to find the missing child and constituted obstruction of justice under Pennsylvania law. Pursuant to 18 PACS, it is a crime to intentionally obstruct the administration of law through deceptive means or threats. The conduct of defendant, Barbecue, and others falls within statutory definition. Intimidation of a witness or a victim. Defendants engaged in a conduct intended to intimidate and harass Tony in an effort to prevent him from participating in the investigation and aiding in the search for Sebastian Rogers. In that very clip that I just pulled up, it goes on to say that Seth didn't want him communicating with law enforcement. In that very video that I had pulled up right there, he goes on to say that Seth did not want him as a part of the investigation, working with law enforcement. That wasn't his, oh my gosh. And then he said something similar on BJ's too. Under 18 PA, it is illegal to use threats, harassment, or intimidation against a witness or an individual involved in legal proceedings. The described actions meet these statutory requirements. A witness or an individual involved in legal proceedings. What legal proceedings would he have been involved in? Anybody know what legal proceedings he was involved in before this one? Defendant Barbecue and others engaged in a pattern of unlawful conduct, including harassment, defamation, obstruction of justice, and intimidation, which targeted Tony and undermined the efforts to locate Sebastian Rogers. These actions constituted an organized and continuous pattern of criminal activity intended to harm Tony and obstruct the investigation into the missing child. Hold on. Let me fucking do this really quick. Let me grab this because this is going to piss me off. Let me find this because I know he says this. Hold. Oh, here you go. Here you go. Right here.
Bobby Simmons. I don't know what the nature of those calls is. And quite honestly, until Stephen brought me this information and somebody else brought me some information last night, I haven't been involved in any of the communication with law enforcement because at this point, that's not what Seth has asked me to do. So I don't have those answers, but I know when he got this information, definitively it was not anything he had ever had or knew about.
I think that we should, us as people that are
Seth didn't want him involved in communication with law enforcement. So is Seth interfering with an investigation because he didn't ask Tony to be involved? What the fuck? This is so stupid. Under the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and Federal RICO Act, defendants act qualify as a pattern of racketeering activity involving multiple predicate acts as part of an enterprise aimed at causing harm to plaintiff and interfering with the search for Sebastian. The predicate acts include harassment, engaging in repeated acts of intimidation and defamation against Tony, defamation, spreading false statements that damage plaintiff's reputation, obstruction of justice, taking actions to prevent Mathis from aiding in the investigation. Sir, that was no. Intimidation of a witness, conduct intended to influence or impede Tony's participation in the search efforts. These acts demonstrate a pattern of organized illegal activities that satisfy the requirements for racketeering under both state and federal laws. Defendant Barbecue engaged in repeated acts of harassment and threats against Tony, including explicitly stating that it was her mission to take Tony the fuck down. Along with numerous, here we go again with the chopped up quotes, once again another paragraph, along with numerous other derogatory and defamatory actions. These actions were part of a deliberate and sustained effort to cause substantial emotional distress to Tony and disrupt his life, causing him to fear for his safety or in the safety of his family. Stalking is defined as engaging in a course of conduct that causes fear of bodily injury or substantial emotional distress. The repeated nature of Barbecue's conduct, along with her threats and public attacks, meets the statutory elements of stalking. Retaliation against a witness or a victim. Tony incorporates by reference all proceedings paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. Defendant Barbecue's campaign of harassment and defamation was carried out in retaliation for Tony's role as a spokesperson for Seth Rogers and his involvement in the search for Sebastian Rogers. A retaliatory conduct included direct threats, attempts to discredit Tony publicly, and coordinated efforts to harm his reputation and disrupt the search efforts. Pursuant to 18 PACS, retaliation against a witness or a victim occurs when a person harms or threatens to harm another individual in retaliation for their participation in a legal process. Tony's not involved in the legal process. He's not involved in the search. Defendant Barbecue's conduct qualifies as retaliation as it was intended to intimidate or deter Tony from continuing his involvement in the case. Chasing crime. Plaintiff, chasing crime, blah, blah, blah. As detailed in the chasing crime declaration, defendants Barbecue, along with her associates, engaged in a coordinated and malicious campaign of defamation and emotional abuse. Defamatory statements made by Barbecue and her followers included allegations of criminal behavior, drug abuse, and derogatory attacks on O'Donnell's personal character, professional reputation, and history as a human trafficking survivor. The defamatory statements extended beyond mere insults. They involved continuous public accusations that were false, defamatory, and intended to damage O'Donnell's reputation. Remarks included false claims of racism, drug use, and allegations of affairs, all of which were baseless, intended to provoke harassment from Barbecue's followers. These false accusations were designed to incite harassment and public shaming, resulting in substantial emotional distress and professional harm. Barbecue's tactics included encouraging her followers to harass O'Donnell both on live streams and through direct messages where she was attacked based on her recovery, parenting, physical appearance, and experiences as a trafficking survivor. The conduct by Barbecue constitutes intentional infliction of emotional distress under PA law, given the extreme and outrageous nature of the harassment. Barbecue knowingly exploited sensitive personal details about chasing crimes, past trauma, such as the loss of her child to SIDS and her status as a trafficking survivor, causing severe emotional pain and mental anguish. Chasing crime incorporates all of this shit. Defendants Barbecue and her followers engaged in repeated acts of harassment, cyber harassment, and stalking as defined under which criminalized conduct intended to harass, annoy, or alarm another person. This included continuous acts of threatening behavior, doxing, and direct threats of harm aimed at O'Donnell. Where the fuck are the exhibits with this? The harassment was exacerbated by Barbecue's efforts to dox. Wait. This included continuous acts of threatening behavior, doxing. But then in 266, the harassment was exacerbated by Barbecue's efforts to dox. So was she doxed or were they trying to dox her? Fully aware of her history as a trafficking survivor. Barbecue's admission to doxing, we just doxed, demonstrated intent to expose chasing crime to further risk, knowing the significant danger that revealing her identity posed to her safety. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but no. Because if she is on a public social media platform and shows her face, how is that? Again, doxing with malicious intent is illegal. But how, again, and where is any of this? None of this is attributed. Not a single thing in Tony's was attributed to Granny. Not a single thing of this is attributed to Granny. The only things that they can even try to do is the spin maneuver by using BJ, Betty, and fucking Seth. Bullshit. That is bullshit. Sorry, I gotta get another pack. Exactly, Granny. Exactly. Intent, keyword. Yep, exactly, Lauren. This is crazy. No, exactly. To even use that in here too, like, Granny, did you question? I just saw you pop in, by the way. Did you even know who she was? Like, did you even know at all about? I don't think I remember Granny talking about the TikTokers very much at all. She exposed some of the shit with that Nina Glass situation. But I personally do not remember Granny even talking about. Yeah, I barely know who this one is. I just know who she is because a panel is on TikTok. Sorry, we need chapstick. Yeah, that's fucking crazy to me. This is crazy. This is all crazy. I mean, every bit of it just gets crazier and crazier. Okay. Barbecue's conduct meets the criteria for stalking as she engaged in a repeated course of conduct that placed her reasonable fear of bodily injury. I'm going to skip some of this because none of this, like, this is some real serious accusations in here, encouraging her to take her life. Like, these are, and I can't even, every bit of this, it's just repetitive things that are being alleged over and over again, and it's all against Barbecue. Every bit. Okay, here it goes. 274. Barbecue and Granny and other associates engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity through an enterprise that systematically targeted chasing crime with acts of defamation, harassment, stalking, and invasion of privacy. The enterprise functioned with the common purpose of discrediting chasing crime, disrupting her life, and inciting further harm from their followers. The repeated acts of doxing, false accusations, threats, and coordinated harassment constitute a pattern of racketeering activity under both PA's Corrupt Organization Act and Federal RICO Act. The enterprise involved multiple overt acts, such as Barbecue's admission of doxing her followers, coordinated harassment campaigns, and the public dissemination of defamatory statements. These actions satisfy the requirements for a continuous related pattern of criminal activity under state and federal law. The organized and malicious nature of the enterprise caused chasing crime substantial harm, including emotional distress, economic loss, and damage to her reputation. The continuous attacks aimed at exploiting chasing crime's vulnerabilities and discrediting her publicly further established the corrupt nature of the enterprise. This is really, really sad that they, like, how desperate can you be to sign up for this? Give me 1 second. I got to blow my nose. This is wild to me. And it just goes on to repeat the same exact things over and over and over again. Retaliation against a victim or a witness. Again, she's not involved in this. These are just... And this shit, we all know that this right here, Julia, this is Julia, the dog handler. Plaintiff Julia incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as fully set forth herein. We all know. Defendant Granny knowingly disseminated personal information regarding plaintiff Julia's mother. That's actually Brittany. That was Brittany that did that, including her full name and place of employment through a publicly accessible platform as evidenced by Granny's actions and revealing the school website where Julia's mother works as a teacher. Isn't BJ the one that got the email from the supposed mom? And she's a fellow plaintiff in this. That was an email sent to BJ, not to Granny, that BJ read out publicly on a live stream. The dissemination of this personal information was weighed with the intent to harass or intimidate Julia and her family. Granny's exposure of this private information placed Julia's mother and family at risk of harassment and harm. Julia sent an email to BJ. Julia sent an email to BJ saying that she was missing and acting as her mother. Julia sent, hold on, insert nonsense clips again. Hold on. I got you. Give me 1 second. Let me find my phone. Give me 1 second. I'm going to play a clip right here right quick because this is actually really fucking, this pisses me off. I have those clips somewhere. I have those we went over it not long ago with the Julia shit. Give me 1 second. A pattern of harassment against Julia and her family. Defendant Granny engaged in repeated communications that included direct and implied threats to Julia's safety, including attacks on her professional integrity, claims of fraudulent behavior, and insinuations to harm her personal life and career. Hold on, my phone's outside. Let me go grab it. I want to play these clips right quick. Sorry, I'm all over the place, but I'm like, I got this, I got that. Hold on. Let me insert these really quick because I think these are interesting enough to play. Let's go to Instagram messages. Sorry, I'm not as organized as I should be. But let's just go here really quick. Let me turn this up. Here.
Hey Becky, it's Jules. I know Valerie reached out to you asking if I could email you. First and foremost, I really do want to apologize for being a fucking idiot.
Can you guys hear that okay? This doesn't have anything to do with Granny, but I think this is really interesting. These are things that I can, like, came directly to me from her. Can you guys hear that okay? Yeah, Granny, you took up for her quite a bit.
I fully accept it. I fully publicly apologize. I sent a long email to Truth Not Feelings a few days ago, and him and I have been going back and forth about some stuff. This is no excuse whatsoever, but I came into this and I was fooled by somebody who kept claiming that they were missing their son, and I didn't think like a professional handler is supposed to. I was thinking as somebody with a big heart and trying to be, I don't know, I was just stupid, and I want to start off by really, really apologizing to you for that, for not listening and being stupid. But I really do fully own up. I messed up. Anyway, so my parents are down here visiting me and Howie, so I'm heading to them right now to have like a late brunch type of deal. Early brunch, late breakfast, whatever you want to call it. when I get back to Howie's house, I want to fix up this PDF for you because I know you like the facts and they like concrete stuff. I just sharing your concerns that somebody's going to do something, whether it's Betty or Terry or whoever, they're going to do something to try to frame Chris and Katie. And I really want to present proof to you more so than anything because I know you mentioned in your live you were worried about that. And I did send this stuff to TBI also. I just have some concerns and I'm not really sure what to do about it. And it's been really bothering me. So if you don't mind just giving me a little bit, because they drove down here to see me and Howie and my parents, they love Nashville. They're mostly going to be doing their own thing. Ray's still back with the other dogs. And I can send you search log reports. We use this software called Pack Track. It's what we all use for the handlers. Use it on your phone and it gets a GPS exact location. When it produces a report, on paper, it has the address fixed, so you can't change it. And when Agent Simmons or whoever from TBI logs into the server, they can see the maps of my apps and everything. But given the fact that Betty's in Tennessee right now and everything, I've just been very, very quiet.
Now Betty's her co-plaintiff, and she was initially worried about Betty or Terry planting something.
Sorry, I don't know how long these things go. I don't want to send you a 5-minute freaking long one, but you'll see when I show you the stuff I'm going to send you why I did not want to meet up with Terry. I had some concerns, especially, and this is publicly in her live. She mentions finding a mattress pad with possibly blood and urine stains on it. And the area that she found it, I later discovered from talking to the handlers over there in the beginning, was that area was already searched. So that was my first, like, wait, what? And when I called my colonel back at home, Colonel Voice, he said to me, he's just like, Julia, he's like, don't look at this as a friend. You're a handler, you're a good handler. Do what a handler does. Do not meet up with somebody who's not law enforcement or SAR certified. Just don't do it. But again, I'm not going to make any excuses. I was stupid in the beginning. I openly own that. I would openly admit that on any panel that I was dumb. But anyway, I also want to let you know that I appreciated your coverage on the live that was deleted yesterday. Again, I was an idiot for believing somebody else. You were right. What Sarah said, I had a miscarriage a long time ago, and when she said what she said, I didn't have my daughter, but you know what? That doesn't mean I didn't love her. Nonetheless, I'm not even with my ex anymore, who I was pregnant with, and to this day, him and I still have a good relationship. And I might not have, quote unquote, shot her out of my.
I just accidentally hearted that one. Whoops. Julia, I'm playing your messages.
But I've talked enough this morning. I didn't want to type all this out because again, I'm driving now.
That was after Sarah went on panel over at BJ's and shamed me about not being able to have a child. That was what that was about. But she'll know that I'm playing her messages because I accidentally just hearted it. I don't give a fuck.
Down to meet my parents because they came down to.
I got all this shit saved already. She can go in and delete it. I don't care.
That, but I never met her, but being a mom, when you carry someone,
it goes on and on.
And I will say in every single one of Terry Lynn's lives of late, she's been saying, I need a dog. She's totally been trashing me, totally been saying I'm fake army, which that's flat out slander, definitely.
Who was doing it? Wasn't Granny, it was Terry. She said it right there.
Libel, whatever it's called, because she's seen my military ID. She knows what I do. And then now one of her mods, Allie Loves Forever, whatever the hell her name is, she says she's prior military, and she's like, oh, Julia's bars in her uniform don't match. Officers don't wear bars on their, no one in the Army wears bars on their collar anymore. That's like
Terry
what the
Lynn.
Marines do. I can show you a picture of my military ID. I just asked to be deleted afterwards, and I'll show you whatever you need. I know you did your research on me for canine stuff, so I'm sick of the bullshit, man, with people spreading these. And you've always been straight honest and forward. But anyway, I find it funny that Terry Lynn's all like, I need a dog, I need a dog, I need a dog, and she's crying on her live about it. And then she said she got a dog, but then she never did. It's just all been weird, and it's funny how much she was talking up my dogs and how awesome they were and what they can do. But then all of a sudden, when I said no to meeting her, apparently my dogs are too old, and my dogs are shit, my dogs are pets. I'm just like, excuse me. And you could even look this up. I posted about it on Twitter. There's a canine that just retired at age 11 from, I think it was South Dakota, I don't remember, but that was an apprehension SWAT canine, 11, and that dog's still doing good.
Yeah,
And
Jake.
in Norristown, Pennsylvania, their arson dog is 13, so Gator's 9. So
You guys, it goes and goes and goes.
I forget. I think you said you live in like Utah, Arizona, or something like that. I'm actually jealous. The Southwest is one of my favorite places. I really one day would love to get out to Arches. I've never been there. I love Arizona. Ray's got family out in Safford, Arizona, if you know where that's at. I went to Sedona years ago, like right after the pandemic. That was pretty cool. But I like the Red Rocks, and I think it's beautiful out there. One day I'll make it back to Antelope Caverns and see them when they're open and do a legit tour of Horseshoe Bend, but who knows when that's going to happen. But yeah, I'll email you. Thanks, girl. Bye.
She goes on and on. There's like 5 more. I know. I'm not doing it anymore. She just goes on and on and on. Like, but there's so many things. Like, she's telling that Terry was the one that was harassing her, not Granny. She talks about all that stuff. And thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Yeah, that's crazy to me. Okay. Anyways, there's more. There's just so much because she's co-plaintiffs with Betty, but she says that she's worried about Betty planting something. This is crazy. Wait, they're complaining about. That's what he emailed back about, Granny? That's what he emailed back about? No. I'm not going to save you guys I'm not going to fucking torture you guys the other 15 fucking minutes of those filings, but let me read you guys the rest of this. This is fucking crazier and crazier as we go. Like, there's so many things I can personally insert here of shit that I have or have found that I'm just like, what the fuck? This is some crazy shit. Okay. Let me find my Diet Coke. Where did I put that shit? I got my slippers on, so I'm like wandering around the house. Hold on. Give me a second. Come on, baby. Come on. Let me get this dog too. Come on, Slowpoke. Old man. Bella's like, let's go back to bed. All right, fine. Here we go. We're almost done. 4 hours. We're almost done. That's a lie. Okay, so we know that they'll have a hard time. I'm not even going to read through all of this. Defendant Granny, alongside other individuals, including Queen Bee, Jay for Justice, Clue, participated in a coordinated conspiracy to harass and... Ma'am, there's panels. Jay, are you still in here? I bet Jay's still got the panels up that Julia was on. And in those panels, Granny, isn't it those panels that Julia and Terry admit to doxing us behind the scenes? Like spreading our information around? I swear to God. It was on those panels that it was learned that they were passing our information around. Yes. Okay, Granny. That's what I thought. Yep. Our information. I was like, fuck out of here. Okay. So we're not going to read that because we don't care. I mean, you guys, if you guys want to follow along or read this, I'll slide through it slow so you can pause. It's the same fucking shit. It's just insert different name. Harassment, defamation, unlawful dissemination of personal information. Again, I've got the videos. Granny, if you need those videos, I've got the videos where BJ admits to somebody claiming to be Julia's mom emailing her and BJ having like all this shit to say. Here's the Hong stuff. Defendants Barbecue and Granny, in conjunction with other known personalities and online creators, formed an enterprise with the common goal of obstructing the search for Sebastian Rogers. Hong's not a part of it, so it doesn't really matter. Hong isn't. Their acts of extortion, false statements, and threats. Again, Hong has suffered significant harm to his reputation, professional relationships, and the ongoing search for Sebastian has been materially obstructed. Excuse me, what? What the fuck? Have they insert Twitter ramblings? Hong has suffered significant harm to his reputation. Have you seen his Twitter account? That might have been harmed by the first time he was running around the cemetery in the $1,000 shoes with the guy with the tape on his mouth. I mean, hey. Hong, including the dissemination of misinformation, harassment, intimidation, which served no legitimate purpose and caused him emotional distress. Oh my God. The incident at Hong's residence involving a suspicious vehicle in person is part of an ongoing pattern of intimidation and stalking intended to threaten and harass him. Meanwhile, they didn't even file a police report. Yeah, again, not interested because he's not involved. His company, they can't prove any of this stuff. Nick the Hat, same thing. Seriously alarm, annoy, and intimidate Nick the Hat. Harassment included targeted actions such as live streams encouraging viewers to contact plaintiff's parole office with false claims. We just heard him say he doesn't care if you guys come after him. I mean, again, please do not do that. But we heard him say all of that was fine. His parole officers knew. I played that at the beginning of this. Same thing. Repetitive. All of it's just cut, copy, repeat. None of this. Obstruction of justice. Perverted. Granny, listen up. I'm going to have a talk with you. Defendant Granny intentionally engaged in conduct that obstructed, impaired, or perverted. Not prevented, perverted the administration of justice by creating barriers that prevented plaintiff from aiding law enforcement in investigations, including a case involving a missing child. No, sir. Your parole officer in Pennsylvania did that. But what's perverted? How did Granny perverted the administration of justice? Granny, were you flirting with the judge again? Granny, we need to have a talk about you flirting with judges. By the way, he was fine as fucking wine. I do agree. Yep. Kind of reminded me of the AI Kyle. Anyways, Granny, I'm going to need you to stop flirting with the judge because you're perverting justice. You are. Straight to fucking jail. Do not pass go. $200. Do they who wrote these motherfucking things? Seriously? Granny's like, lock me up. As long as I get to see that judge again, lock me the fuck up. I've seen him. Trust and believe. I got notified. And somebody said, by the way, this judge probably knows nothing about YouTube because he definitely does not look like any of the YouTube men that we have to deal with. I was like, yeah, these actions were taken to hinder plaintiff's participation in investigation efforts, thereby obstructing lawful processes. Again, that was your parole officer. It is a criminal offense to intentionally obstruct the administration of law through coercive or other means. Granny's actions meet the statutory requirements of obstruction, even though there's nothing in here. Okay. Some more wash, rinse, repeat. Granny's conduct, including says defendant's conduct, including spreading false allegations and misrepresenting plaintiff statements, was aimed at intimidating and deterring plaintiff from participating as a witness or in assisting law enforcement. Again, no, your parole officer said no. Your parole officer, not Granny. I mean, what are they witnessing here? Defendants made several false and defamatory statements about plaintiff, including portraying him as threatening violence and spreading untrue information regarding his professional conduct. These statements were made publicly with the intent to damage plaintiff's reputation and credibility. All right. And then they give the elements again. This is so fucking terrible. Okay. And it's wash, rinse, repeat again. All of it's just repetitive. Harassment, defamation, obstruction of justice, intimidation of a witness, conduct aimed at deterring plaintiff's role in investigative matters. Again, your parole officer. You should have probably put them as a defendant too then. It demonstrates this ongoing pattern of conduct, even though they haven't provided anything, demonstrates a continuous scheme of illegal activities that meet the criteria for violations under both state and federal laws. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, plaintiffs respectfully request that this court grant a permanent injunction against Barbecue and Granny, enjoining them from engaging in the lawful conduct alleged herein. Defendants' continuous and coordinated acts of defamation, harassment, and interference with plaintiffs' lawful efforts to locate Sebastian Rogers, as well as their obstruction of justice and organized conspiracy to harm plaintiffs, warrant the court's intervention to prevent further irreparable harm. The injunctive relief is necessary to protect the plaintiff's reputations, professional relationships, safety, and ongoing efforts to locate the missing child, as well as to prevent any future unlawful acts by the defendants and those acting in concert with them. Relief sought. Wherefore, plaintiffs respectfully request that this court enter judgment in their favor against the defendants, granting the following relief: a preliminary injunction prohibiting Barbecue and Granny, as well as any persons or entities acting by, for, or through them, from further disclosing, disseminating, or publicly sharing any private communications involving plaintiffs or their associates, including but not limited to recordings, live streams, or related content obtained without the consent of all parties, in violation with the Pennsylvania Wiretap Act. Oh my God. Directing defendants to cease the use of crowdsourcing or fundraising platforms, including but not limited to GoFundMe, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and YouTube Super Chats, to solicit funds for their legal defense or any other purpose related to this litigation. All fundraising efforts must be conducted with full transparency and accuracy regarding the nature of the defense, and the defendants shall be prohibited from making misleading statements about the case. Prohibiting Barbecue and Granny, along with their associates, from making any defamatory or disparaging statements regarding plaintiffs Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, At Night Media, LLC, or any other named individuals. They shall not be mentioned by name, whether directly or indirectly through any platform or medium, to prevent further harm to plaintiff's reputation or emotional distress, as per Pennsylvania defamation law. Directing Barbecue and Granny to cease any attempts to portray, disclose, or release the private information, identities, or family details of plaintiffs and associated individuals, whether through social media, public forums, or any other channels, to protect the safety and privacy of those involved. Requiring Barbecue and Granny to immediately remove any existing online content, videos, posts, or publications that reference plaintiffs in a defamatory, harassing, or intrusive manner, and to certify in writing that such content is permanently removed from all platforms under their control. Ordering Barbecue and Granny to reimburse plaintiffs for any costs incurred in addressing or mitigating the harm caused by the defendant's unauthorized disclosure and defamatory conduct, including but not limited to legal fees, investigative costs, and any necessary remedy actions. Mandating that the defendants inform their audiences. Okay, this part right here. Mandating that defendants inform their audiences, including followers, supporters, subscribers, and associates, to cease and desist from all defamatory, harassing, or threatening behavior, and to provide evidence to the court within 7 days confirming that such instructions have been given in good faith. Granting such other and further preliminary relief as this honorable court deems just and appropriate to prevent ongoing and irreparable harm to plaintiffs. After trial, a permanent injunction permanently prohibiting Barbecue and Granny from committing any further acts of disclosure, dissemination, or public sharing of private communications involving plaintiffs or their associates, and from any future violation of the Pennsylvania Wiretap Act. Permanently enjoining Barbecue and Granny, as well as any agents, employees, or affiliates acting on their behalf, from making any defamatory or harassing statements regarding plaintiffs, from engaging in any conduct intended to harm plaintiff's reputation, privacy, or personal safety, directing Barbecue and Granny to return any confidential or private information obtained during the course of their conduct, including but not limited to recordings, messages, or other data related to plaintiffs in whatever form it exists, and to certify that no copies or derivatives remain in the possession or the control. What? Barring defendants Barbecue and Granny from contacting plaintiffs or any named individuals in this action, directly or indirectly, through any means for any purpose other than court-sanctioned communication, mandating that defendants inform their audiences, including followers, supporters, subs, and associates, to cease and desist from all defamatory, harassing, or threatening behavior, to provide evidence to the court within 7 days, confirming that such instructions have been issued in good faith, ordering Barbecue and Granny to reimburse plaintiffs for all costs, expenses, and damages arising from their unlawful conduct, including punitive damages as appropriate for willful and malicious actions, granting such other and further permanent relief as honorable court deems appropriate, to fully and finally resolve the matters at issue and to protect plaintiffs from ongoing harm. Joseph P. Lesniak. Then there's a verification from Hong that this is all true and correct by At Night. And that is that. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, before we're done tonight, can we do this? Because I need a laugh. And she provides a laugh in this one. Holy shit. We made it. We made it. I think. Am, thank you for the gifted memberships, you guys. Welcome to the cabana. You guys are amazing. Seriously. I skipped some. There's his signature isn't on here, but I can go back up. We saw it many times in 7.0, where Castor is referred to as counsel and co-counsel. And then he is also, let me show you this page. Let me show you this page because this says it all. Couple this with the One World Media, and then the multiple times he's referenced as co-counsel in here. Right here. This is all we need. There we go. Here you go. There you be. There she be. There she be. There's that. I mean, his law office is right there, by Bruce L. Castor Jr. Esquire. And it's mentioned, let me find it. Let me see if I can do a quick glaze over this. Hold on. Sorry. All of this is public. Oh, right here, I think. The petition. Let me find where he's referenced. He's referenced as co-counsel in this numerous times. Counsel and co-counsel. I might miss it. My eyes are going crossed at this point. It's in here somewhere. You can pull this up if you want to read the whole thing. It's online. This is right off the website. But oh, wait. Here it's mentioning, during the interview, Mr. Castor made it clear. It quotes him from the interview. And then right here. The same day, defendant Granny's Watching hosted a 2-hour and 42-minute live stream dissecting the 17-minute interview with plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter and counsel Bruce Castor, during which she disregarded the law and its protocols. Well, Mr. Castor, it doesn't say that, he's only, it goes on to say in numerous parts that he's co-counsel, counsel, and all sorts of stuff in this too. So it'll be interesting to see. All right, let me switch us around here. So this is what I was watching before I came in. This is Betty from today. This all falls under fair use, and this is just our laugh before the end of the night to get out of here. Thank you all for hanging out with me tonight, too. We're going to wrap it up with this train wreck. Granny, that's what How the fuck did she disregard the law by going over a live stream? Like, what the fuck was this? Like, again, there's no criminal. It's such, whoever wrote that in the one paragraph that we read in seven Diet Coke funds. That was a lot of words to say a whole lot of nothing. They are known as the Baffle with BS crew. It is so bad. Thank you for the support. But it is so bad. This whole thing has been in one paragraph. They talk about, they're trying to accuse Granny of being a part of the enterprise, but then they talk about Brittany and her associates. It contradicts this in the same paragraph again. It is so embarrassing. We pointed it out in 7.0. It's just embarrassing. All of this is so embarrassing.
Hey guys, I hope you guys are doing well. Happy Hump Day, everybody here on TikTok. I'm Bullhorn Betty. I cover true crime, and we're covering the case of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I did a live, hey Emily, it's nice to see you. Dawn, good afternoon, Leanne, or good morning, and Diana, it's nice to see you.
You know what's fucking illegal? Okay, can I be petty? Can we end it out with petty shit? Can I be petty, please? And thank you, thank you, thank you. You're allowing me to be petty. Okay, everybody switching gears here because petty asshole is coming out. We just read through these documents and listened to all the bullshit. We started off listening to Nick the Hat. Okay, if anybody has any brain cells left after this, you can sue me. You can sue me for the torture that I just put you through for the last 4.5 hours. Fire in the hole. You got my permission. Sue me. I made you listen to Nick the Hat, and then my stupid reading of this. Anus sounds better. Like, I should just replace all the A words with anus. That's next time we're going to go in and say, if it's an S word, we're replacing it with shit. If it's an A word, we're going to do a Mad Libs of the next filing, okay? We're just doing our own thing over here from now on because this is some straight up fuckery. Anywho, you know what should be a crime? You neglecting that left tit. Can you pick it up and help a girl out? Seriously, Betty. It should be a crime at this point because I cannot unsee it. Ugh.
See you. Holy smokes, Belinda. It's nice to see you as well.
It's a fucking tripping hazard at this point. I'm calling OSHA.
I am going to be doing a live here shortly on YouTube at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So I thought I'd pop in here real quick and just say hi to all of you because I know a lot of people here on TikTok really don't go over to.
I'm sorry, I'm harming her professional abilities again by pointing out that she's got a tripping hazard. We're calling OSHA. My brain's gone at this point. KB, it keeps hitting me in the face. Sorry.
YouTube very much. So I wanted to give you guys some updates on the Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers case in case you guys have missed it. How many of you have...
By the way, please stop. This is nothing to do with Sebastian. There is no updates on Sebastian. They continue to use Sebastian's name for frivolous purposes. There is no updates on Sebastian. This has nothing to do with Sebastian. The interview with Lore Lodge and SF has nothing to do with Sebastian. It was bullshit, intentional. Nick had just done a whole thing on SF saying that SF was extorting him. Lore Lodge, they're taking their shots. They've been intending to do this. Nick came in going after SF.
I am Susie Q. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you.
If we're being honest, it was a dick measuring contest with millimeter rulers.
Guys are on X, let me know. Just show me like a 1 or something in the chat if you guys are on X. Hello, it's nice to see you, love. Nice to see you. Okay. So do we have most of you? Hey, Sandy, it's nice to see you, love. Gemini, good morning. Good morning. So you guys do have, okay, so you guys do have X. Did you guys watch that? We've been talking about the Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers case, and even though we're like kind of condensing it down like in little bite-sized pieces and stuff like that. Hey, me and you, it's nice to see you, love. One of the things that that was posted on X, Hong, which is associated with the at night private intelligence, is around the grandmother.
Okay, hold up. Even saying anything with Hong and at night, like, again, can we stop? Yeah. Okay, I gotta hit play.
Kathy Bauer's socks. There was allegations early in the case that she was seen at Warsham's, a general store right across the street from the high school where Sebastian went to school at, something like between 5:30 and 5:45 in the morning. Do you guys remember hearing that early in the case? If you do, raise your hand or put a 1 in the chat so I can just gauge the audience to make sure you guys heard that.
Yeah, we heard those rumors and they were unfounded because there is no video proof of that whatsoever. But law enforcement, the actual investigative agency that matters, will be able to track down if there was anything. Again, law enforcement hasn't even named them people of interest, let alone suspects. So shut the fuck up.
Now, there was, I think if I had to count, about 6 people that came forward. And okay, so you guys do remember that. So about 6 people came forward on there. And now we're hearing
6 people came forward on an anonymous post in the discussion group. Shocking. Oh yeah, but there's still no proof. Nobody has proof. They can't. Sure, Betty.
Because a lot of you, I don't know how it is here on TikTok, but a lot of you guys believed that he never made it home. When I did a poll in my own chat on YouTube, I could poll it. It looked like 1/3 of my audience believe he never arrived home that evening.
Even though we know, even Seth admitted that there is audio from her car.
And about 2/3 believe that he did arrive home that evening. But some people thought if he didn't arrive home, that somebody brought his shoes back to the house and placed them there.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like, okay, well, then what was the purpose of the 3 a.m. lights? Just going through the run of the mill. Hey, Emma, it's nice to see you, love bug. Christina, it's nice to see you. So we went through the whole, list of what it could be.
They have honestly, in the last week and a half, they have gone back to the very, very foundation of every single initial rumor. They have regurgitated every single rumor, from Chris harming his stepsister, which was a sweetie pie. They have regenerated every single initial rumor that have already been debunked. BJ, by the way, fucking you idiot, you dumb twit over there. Chris and Katie did not know. And when we're asked if Sebastian was found hiding under a car, their initial response was no, not that they knew of. Through the process of this investigation, things were found out, and they found out that Sebastian was under the car. They never knew about it, though, because when the man went to the door, they were not home. You get it? So although they had initially said, no, Sebastian wasn't hiding under any cars, as information came out, they realized, oh, shit. So initially they did say, you said, oh, it was debunked early on. Yeah, we debunked it from their words. Because at the time, that is what was to be believed. They didn't have any idea. And as the process of the investigation and talking to law enforcement, they learned that it was Sebastian, you idiot. I swear to God, she's been covering this case longer than I have. She's been covering all of the information and the breaking details, and she can't even fucking fight her way out of a wet paper bag.
And I'm like, what about the 3 a.m. lights? That's one of the reasons why I think he was home. Well, come to find out, it appears, according to Hong from At Night Private Intelligence, that Kathy was seen.
Grandma Nini, I don't think you'll ever, I don't think I've ever called, babe, have I ever called anybody love bug? I doubt I have. Chances are you don't ever have to. I think we're good on that.
Air.
Usually it's, yeah, I'm trying to think of any like terms of endearment that I do use. In the morning, I'll text my girls and say, good morning, gorgeous. Good morning, beautiful. Good morning, lovely. Like things like that, but never love bug. Hey, Revival, I'm trying that out tomorrow. Hey, love bug. She'll probably throw her phone.
With a case of eggs from another store in a Worsham's bag. Did you guys see that post on X? I kind of covered it in part last night about that. And it's just, this could solidify new information for those that are covering this case. Because again, I believe he made
it. Granny says, I'll block you. I just can't even imagine that coming out of my mouth.
Home that night. There's several reasons why I believe he made it home. One, his shoes were there. Two, the trip from the time we heard eyewitnesses say that the car went in the driveway and into the garage. There wasn't a whole lot of timing there. And we have the 3 a.m. lights. What's the purpose of the 3 a.m. lights?
Granny says, send a wellness check assuming you've been kidnapped. That's the shit. Anybody that knows me knows. Like if I ever say sorry, but oh, these people. Revival says I just threw up a little bit.
If he never made it home. So some people justified the 3 a.m. lights as, evidence being taken out of the house or brought into the house. And then it went over to the grandmother being at the store some 15 to 30 minutes before this child was even known allegedly to be missing from his bed.
Oh
so is this a clue? What was in that carton of eggs? Was it just eggs or was it something more? Because it looked like a derby race.
What the fuck? What is this shit? A carton of eggs. What was in those carton of eggs? Like, how desperate are these people? Are you sure it wasn't an 18 pack? How much were the eggs at that point in time? Do you have a receipt of those eggs purchased? Like, what is, anything. Anything, Baton Rouge, anything.
When Katie left the house and went through that parking lot at that school, remember, she never stopped at the school. She tells everybody she thought maybe he walked to the school. Well, don't you think if you thought your kid walked to the school, you would go up to the school, knock on the door, see if anybody saw him? Why go through the parking lot? Like on the other end of that driveway is Worsham's, where everybody said that they saw Kathy at between 5:30 and 5:45 that morning. Well, we know Katie wasn't up there until closer to 6:30 when she went through that driveway.
God.
So what happened and who was there? Okay. Anyways, I digress on that topic, but all I'm trying to say is go watch Hong with Not a Very Nice Community. Which community? The true crime community right now is awful because there's too much people from the drama community trying to infiltrate true crime. And so like us on YouTube, we put a line in the sand. We're kicking them out. We want nothing to do with them.
This right here. This is why this right here. They drew a line in the sand. They're kicking people out. These fake communities that have no boundaries. They don't have like electric fences. We can't shock people. You are free to roam about the cabin as you wish. She drew a line in the sand and they're kicking people that they're straight up. Okay. All right. Oh, yep. Betty's not drama. Not drama.
And if you guys are having problems here on TikTok, I would do the same. Find out who your true crime content creators are that come here with truth and which ones come here with drama. It's opinions. Yeah, opinions can get nasty. Even mine. But honestly, as long as you're respectful, you're here bashing. You're not. I'm not here bashing. Who's bashing? Oh, you're talking to Christian Nation. Well, I'll tell you just so everybody knows over here how I run my chat over here. To me, it's a privilege to be in my chat. Okay.
It's a privilege to be in her chat.
It's not a right to be here. So if you just come here and you want to debate issues, I'm perfectly fine with debating of issues. When you start debating people, that's where I draw the line. You have no right to insult people for their opinions, but you should be respectful. You come in here being an a-hole, people are going to treat you like you're being an a-hole, right? So that might be just something I didn't watch what happened, so I'm not saying one way or the other who's at fault, but that's just the rules of my chat over on YouTube. I don't really do much here because I'm saying Betty should let the police do something. The police have been doing something we're going up on a year. I've been sitting in Florida. What do you, I don't know what you're talking about. I let them do it. I monitor everything they do and I talk to my audience about it.
Oh, she monitors. She's the police monitor now.
So law enforcement works for the people. I think we need to bring it back to reality. People have a right to question law enforcement. People have a right to question certain situations. If they can't answer those because it goes to the integrity of the investigation, that's what happens. But they have a right to ask. And people have a right to public records. That's why we have public record laws all over the country. You know why? Because it's ours. It belongs to us. The police departments, the government, everybody works for us. That's why these laws are in place, because we are the bosses. And when people,
speaking of entitled,
people start getting that through their head, things kind of open up for them just a little bit, So we let law enforcement.
Betty don't have a boss, bitches.
Do what they need to do. I haven't stepped on law enforcement's toes, not one bit. They've stepped on my toes, quite frankly. So there is that. We have a right to.
Okay, I just saw you. I hope you're feeling better. Can't imagine hearing this crap without your laugh track and commentary. People have to get educated and realize what kind of losers would do file something this. People who are shading. Kate, did you hear? You guys, when this is over, you should be able to transcript it. Go look for Nick comparing Sebastian or saying, he makes an analogy and says that this is like January 6th, but Sebastian is the capital. I'm not even shitting you. Thank you for the support too. Like, if you guys didn't catch that, Nick in an earlier video that we reviewed claims that Sebastian, this is like January 6th. What is happening here is like January 6th. It's just in digital format. And that Sebastian is the capital. I'm not even joking. That was exactly what was said. It is fucking so cringe. And they kept calling him a ghost in the machine.
To investigate and do investigative reporting in any case. It's not, there's no law that prevents us from covering criminal cases, covering active, cold cases, anything. We have a right to be in the know. Why? Because people work for the people.
People work for the people. People work for the people.
That gets a government.
Power knows power. Is that another word? People work for the people. Power knows. Okay. All right.
Check. Guess what? It's our taxes. And so I hold people accountable to every penny that I'm paying into taxes. If you don't want to, that's your choice, right? But don't be beating up the people that do. I like to know. I like to make sure that people are doing what they're being paid to do. I like knowing that they're not avoiding or not following, proper procedure and protocol. I like to know that the governments across the countries are being fiscally responsible with their funding that they're getting. There's a lot that goes into crime, right? I don't just sit here and cover a crime. If you know anything about me, I'm out there in my community.
She's out there committing those bitches too.
I go to my community meetings. I'm in my Board of County Commissioner meetings.
Oh, we've seen it. We've seen it. We've seen all the people behind you going, not this bitch again.
I'm in some of the Board of County Commissioner meetings across this country, depending on how pissed off I get at what's going on. Because what I do is I cover true crime. I am a investigative journalist, but don't ever forget, I'm also a community victims' right advocate and activist.
Oh, victims' right advocate and activist. Yep. Sure. With associations within the Proud Boys. Okay. Yep. Gotcha.
That means I don't mind if I see something completely gone awry, getting out there in the street with my picket signs and my bullhorn. So there's a lot of hats that I wear, but every single job that I do is protected under the Constitution of the United States of America. So, I raise my voice.
Dunce cap being the one most common.
When I see injustice, I don't sit on platforms and complain about it every single day of my life, right? If I see something that's bothering me so much that I have to complain about it, I get to work to resolve it. Okay. There's a difference between the complainers and the doers.
Oh, she's a doer. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. She's a doer.
I'm a doer. There's a lot of people out here that are complainers.
That's why we saw her sit there and look at the glass in her yard and throw a fit about trees being blown over while people lost completely their entire houses and livelihoods. And she was throwing a fit over some broken glass. And how am I going to clean this up? I'm just going to cover it with dirt. But she's a doer, not a complainer. Don't get it twisted.
But when it comes to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' case, our focus is bringing this child home. We also believe that law enforcement dropped the ball at the beginning of the case. Now, have they made that up? With the newest information from the father in the most recent news conference he had given, or update on the case, he said he had a renewed hope and believed in law enforcement, that law enforcement was doing the job that they needed to do to bring his son home, and that in his opinion, their focus is on bringing his son home. So he had this renewed faith in law enforcement. He's more critical of law enforcement than I am. So, whenever I hear him being hopeful, I want to support that as much as possible. So I care about this case. I care about the victims that we cover, and we get a lot of flack for caring, the difference.
Oh yeah. This is caring. Can you imagine the uncaring?
Difference is that some people put their tail between their legs and run off and close their channel down. They become bullies themselves, or they just stop giving a crap about the cases and start looking for the clicks and the views. I can promise you that here on this channel and all of my channels, we've always stayed victim focused. And that is very important. It's not just
victim focused. Did you hear that shit? This is why we're listening to this, because the amount of fuckery that she's spewing.
It's important to me, but it's important to the audience that supports me. We don't really engage with the haters. Why? Because it's a privilege to be in my chat. And if you cannot handle yourself like an adult, we remove you.
She don't engage with the haters. Meanwhile, 99% of her content is in back and forth with what she classifies as haters.
It's that simple. They're saying they aren't talking about it anymore because there's no new updates, but he's still missing. who's not talking about that. Well, it's not it's a responsibility of us. If we left, guys, let's look at this situation in a different light. If there was no social media here, do you think this child would have had a fighting chance? Because if you look at the local.
Yes, because social media has not impacted his case in any positive fashion at this point in time. Law enforcement is going to be major. Social media has not done anything to further this case besides further harm.
Local media covering this case, there's zero. There's nothing covering this case. This case would have went to the wayside in 2 weeks. That's the difference between mainstream media and social media, is because people like me care about these cases. We get involved. We learn about the victim. Well, we learn so much about the victim that we almost take them as one of our cubs, right?
Oh God. This woman takes him on as her own cub. That's why you got a tattoo of him on your body.
And then it drives us even further to do even more. On mainstream media, it truly is just a story for them. For us, it's a way for us to give back and help these families and victims of crime. For most of us, there are bad actors on here, just like with any other thing. We have bad actors. We have people that do bad things and treat people poorly for trying to do good. There's a couple of creators that stopped covering the case. There's a lot of creators that stopped covering the case. You know why? Because they were being threatened and bullied, and they didn't want to deal with the BS. I mean, look at the deception detective. He's on YouTube, really good with his craft of statement analysis. He's been educating people on the platform for quite some time. He has.
And again, completely anonymous person that I give no gravity to whatsoever, because in order to claim you're a professional, I'm going to need something beyond an anonymous account. Sorry, that's just me.
This deception deck right here that he sells, and it kind of breaks down and helps you learn about pinpointing and identifying deception. Do you know he made statements like he did not know how crazy this case was? People are getting involved because of the hate channels, the bullies, and you guys have a few over here on your side too that need to be cleaned up. And you know who they are. You know who they are. The ones that are always out here stirring stuff. We don't need that in true crime. True crime's hard enough. We have real victims that have missing people or deceased family members. If you don't have a deceased family member or somebody missing from your family and you're bitching to somebody else, sit the F down. Like, I don't have time for that nonsense. You're up, you're walking, you're breathing, you're allowed to be opinionated. What you don't need to be doing is causing more grief in a case that is filled with grief. And people choose to be hateful and nasty and do that. And it's sad. I hope that everybody here on this platform becomes a little more responsible. Your children are watching you act like this. So I don't want to hear in 10 years, you don't understand what happened to your child, why your child's in so much trouble. When you've been on here for hours and hours and hours on end spewing venom and vitriol and just hate, and your child is a sponge absorbing that nonsense. So don't come here later down the road and say, I have problems with my kid. I can't figure it out. Can't figure it out.
Oh, talk about Betty. Maybe you should have a conversation with your co-plaintiff that called you an opportunist.
Well, the rest of us can. Just saying. We as a community here on True Crime need to be coming together. We all have a lot of gifts. Even people that don't really have a lot of experience, and most of those people that have no higher education have more common sense than the people at the top. Okay. So I believe in we, the people, we all have something we can give back to these cases. We all have some type of experience that may be able to be applied to help move a case along, or just explain it in our heads a little better, right? We seek truth. We seek to try to understand things. And here's
truth seekers. Yep, sure. Top of my list of what you are or not.
Another critical breaking news piece of information that I truly believe, now that I heard more information about the mysterious car, I believe the dog tracks didn't come from the Sebastian's home. When we talk about the dog tracks, I truly believe those dog tracks, the scent dogs that were picking up the scent, were picking up the scent from the house to the construction site. As a matter of fact, here's breaking news. I believe those dog tracks, the scent came from the construction site to the home. Why do I say that? You should be watching me on YouTube first and foremost. But moreover, the reason why I truly believe that is because if you hear the mysterious car, if you listen to the people that have watched.
So Betty's opinions are now breaking news in this case. Betty's opinions are now breaking news. That's what I said. To Dexter.
Watch the videos. They refer to that car coming into the neighborhood and driving up to Kellen all the way to the top. That is what the statement said, all the way to the top. Do you know what's at the top? Devon. Do you know what's on Devon? The entrance to the construction site. So they drive all the way up there. Then they turn around. Then they come back down to Stafford. Then they sit there 3 to 5 minutes. I believe they picked somebody up at that construction site and brought them around. They sat there for 3 to 5 minutes. The lights came to the vehicle. One light proceeded back to the home. The car left the community, and that's the last we saw of that car.
So would that mean that he's not a package or in pieces like you have been suggesting for 10 months?
So I truly believe at this point, the scent dogs, the ground disturbance dogs, these are not scent specific dogs. These are just, they catch a scent, they follow the scent, okay? That is what Max was doing. Max followed the scent from the house to the construction site, but he was just following the scent. There's no way to determine where it started and where it ended. But now that we have one more little bite-sized information to plug into the overall timeline, we now know that the car, the mysterious car, the car that we're trying to identify, entered the community, went all the way up to the construction site, came all the way back down to the home. So I believe that that scent started in the construction site, not ended in the construction site. More new information, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me this morning. I'm glad we got to
more new information. Her opinions are new information. What? Everybody okay? Everybody okay out here? I mean, we know the answer is no.
chat.
No.
I hope you guys learn a little bit about me, learn a little bit about this case, and
I don't want to learn any more about you. No more.
Understand. Nobody is perfect in this world. I know you guys that have this heavy judgment for everybody else. Let me break the news to you. You ain't perfect either.
Oh yeah, bitch, I am. I'm a perfect fucking asshole. Guess what, Betty? You might be an electrician, a seasoned electrician from the time you were like 3 years old, but bitch, I am a vacuum cleaner expert. Okay, just say so myself. I mean, it's Betty's world. We're all just living in it. We can be experts of anything too. I am now a vacuum cleaner expert.
We all have skeletons in our closet. We've all done things that we're not so proud of. So let's quit living in those glass houses. Let's get back to reality and get back to earth. And let's start working together for the recovery.
Betty, did you get my memo the other day that people in glass houses shouldn't throw orgies? Did you get that memo? I know. Words of advice. Don't throw an orgy, Betty, if you live it. Please, for the love of everything and everybody's eyesight, do not throw an orgy if you're invited.
And the finding of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He's out there somewhere. Okay? There's 2 options. I hate to burst your bubble. There's only 2 options. He's either alive or he isn't. Okay? Those are the options.
Where's the fucking button? Ding, 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 ding. What? What? I mean, NASA scientist. Add that to her list.
He's either alive or he isn't. That's pretty grim for a father. Can you imagine? Most of you guys are parents on this platform. I want you to reach deep inside of you, especially the ones that want to judge Seth. I want you to reach inside of you and you sit in a dark room, and you think of your child when your child's not around.
What about Katie? Can we not think about Katie too?
That your child can either be alive or dead and you don't know which, and you tell me how you feel inside.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of people in our comment sections that have gone through not knowing.
And then you take that and you put all your judgment that you put on Seth back on yourself. And you think of all the things that you've done wrong in your life. Because it's just not fair to be doing that to a man that's innocent.
Oh, okay. So because they've deemed Seth innocent, it's not okay to do. Okay.
So Sebastian has to be saved or he has to be recovered. Those are our options. Okay. Right now, we're praying and hoping that he's still out there and he's still able to come home and be in his father's arms. But guys, we're working up to a freaking year. A year. Nobody has seen or heard from him. Nobody saw him walk out of the house. There's no scent of him leaving his home. We need to be coming together, not pushing apart for the sake of this boy. You do as you want to do. I live by example.
Holy shit. Shit just got real deep. Vamos, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Y'all, thank you. Justice for Crystal, this is whoever warned me. Everyone warned me. Yes. Avoid. Thank you for the support too. I just saw those. Thank you so much for the support. But yes, avoid at all cost. Justice for Crystal McCory Jones. Yes, please avoid at all cost. And again, you're free to do as you wish. KB, thank you for being a member too. Akira and all of you guys. Trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody else. Thank you guys all for being here in the support. This is crazy, but this is definitely one high on the list to avoid.
Lead by example. And I will tell you, we need to bring him home. And this bickering and this pissing contest on all these platforms over this boy is getting downright ridiculous. And what has it done to move this case or advance this case forward?
Look at that.
That's all I'm saying. And then we have the Lore Lodge that gave the unscrupulous PI a platform where he didn't even interrupt him, not once. I think he asked him a total of 6 or 7 questions in 2.5 hours. And this unscrupulous PI showed the whole world he's full of shit.
Again, at the end of the day, I'm sorry to say this. Again, nothing against SF, but yes, he's a legit PI. He's a licensed PI. But that wasn't about, they didn't want to learn anything that he knew. And unfortunately, none of those guys, hopefully something he will find, or, you know, at least he's doing something. He's flying out there, all of that stuff. But it wasn't about Sebastian to begin with. It was a pissing contest. Because Nick and SF, Nick has been going at SF since the moment he entered this case. And then we find out that there was emails back and forth between them. Like this shit, and all they did was use the Lore Lodge and his immaturity to continue it.
And then goes and attacks Lore Lodge for giving him a platform and not interrupting him. And I hope you guys go over and watch that interview, because you guys—
that chat was fucking disgusting. Disgusting. It showed such an overview of where these cases go. People aren't interested in learning details about the actual, like, what people are finding, people who have actually been there searching, or if somebody wanted to go search, like, places they could go search. They're not there for that. They're there to attack one side or the other. It's horrifying. And unfortunately, I hate to say this because I know that it feels heavy when I do say this, but you guys, as soon as they can find another case to do the same thing to, this playbook of sorts, the attention span will be moving on to another one, because we are hitting that time frame where things start to recycle. People will start backing away from this one and they'll wait for the next one to come into play, and they will run the same playbook. And we're hitting that time frame as soon as the next family is in the spot of it's going to happen again. And there is nothing we can do at this moment to prevent it except try and warn families, bring proper awareness, all of the things, continue to put resources to the organizations that bring awareness. We're going to continue to try and find any and every opportunity to talk to actual advocacy groups, and something's got to be done, because we're just on that cusp of the next family.
I just want to see the real unscrupulous PI. He was on full display. And I guarantee you'll catch your own lies that he said to you personally, or that you've read on one of his posts. So go over there, check that out, guys. Thank you so much. Please keep Sebastian, and more importantly, his father.
Never night. I think there was a few things, and I don't necessarily think, again, I don't pay attention that much to him. If I'm being honest, I'm not a fan. And it's just because I do appreciate he pushes back for the family's sake. I do appreciate that. But at some point in time, it just becomes, to me, more problematic and gives these guys, like, I don't know, if it wasn't SF, would they be going after some? I don't know. So at that point in time too, like, at least he's pushing back some for the victims and their families. But at the same time, like, it causes just a lot of unnecessary, because he is not, everything that he does or says, it's always reflected right back on Chris and Katie. Everything he does, they twist and turn and use against Chris and Katie. I think there was a few things that they've been saying, and again, I can't tell you exactly for sure, but they're saying that he misrepresented when he was actually hired or paid. Again, Tony, like, it's so similar to the Tony stuff, things of that nature. I know he stood 10 toes down on some of the things he said, but they're not there. He's been saying the same thing. From what I understood was that there's 2 different sources of the lights. So the trash truck does go by in that video later down, but the other lights, like, I thought he was always talking about 2 different incidents. And they're like, see, he lied. It was the lights it wasn't the trash truck. He doesn't believe, like, they've tried to spin every single thing that they can. Are they blatant lies? I couldn't tell you, because I don't pay attention enough to know what he said. because at the end of the day, he's just another character. He's a PI again, but when I'm looking at the things, these cases have PIs. It doesn't matter if it's SF, Jim, Terry, and again, I'm not comparing them. I'm just saying like each one of these cases has PIs that get involved, unfortunately.
You know, the man that's been looking for him since day one, not 10 months later, that man, yeah, he's still wanting his son home. I can tell you right now, after this week, he has hardly slept. He's been sick. He hasn't.
Revival, can I send you your dog now? Because he's got his head in my lap and he's just whining and then, snot.
Been doing well. So please keep him in your prayers. Instead of judging him, maybe show him some grace. All right, guys, take care. God bless. Rock it out with your coffee beans out. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
How did she switch to that? Like, I'm sorry, I don't have that. Yeah, Autumn, and I can see why he grows on people. Like, again, it's nothing personal for me with him. Like, I just am not, I look at everything. Hopefully this makes sense a little bit. Like, I'm not invested in that piece of it. Like, all of these people, I'm interested in the information from law enforcement, of course, when we're owed, when it's time that we get information. I'm interested in how they continue to do this over and over to these cases and how many characters insert themselves as like help for the families and then end up, in my opinion, exploiting them emotionally. So I look at this from a way different perspective. And I really hope that in the end of this, it's really sad. It's fucking sad because in so many cases, there's PIs that insert themselves. They're, and some of them have good intent and some of them have horrible intent, but every shot he takes at them, they fire a shot back and it hits Chris and Katie. Absolutely, Autumn. Just another role in a production. Absolutely. That's a perfect way of saying it. Yeah, and him and Betty's back and forth. Again, it's nothing against him. Like, I give him huge props for being out there on the ground searching, running. Like, I have nothing negative to say as far as like any of his actual efforts because he's not my employee either. Like, the parents are allowed to hire whoever they see to best suit them. Like, that is their right, whether we like the people or not. They're not. SF is actually searching. He's actually doing things to try and help find any answers or solutions to where Sebastian. That is, I will always give him credit for that. That is incredible. And to see people cutting him down because his retainer fee or whatever, I don't know what a going rate is for a PI, to be honest. Like, I couldn't tell you. But I know that the creators who are sitting here like scoffing at him and picking apart every single thing that he's doing have made just as much, if not more, than that man has. And at least he's out there searching. That's another thing. Like, at least he's out there. So he's just another person in the whole thing. And it just gives them more back and forth. I think them going at him was absolutely intentional, but he came in defending Chloe when she got let go of by Seth. It's a lot. It's a lot to unpack. There's just so many different angles to this. I think Nick has been trying to allude to his involvement with other people behind the scenes for quite some time too. Like, and not with SF, but I think he's been playing, like Nick's been playing a very intentional game, trying to bait people in to different things too, like to make things look certain ways. And they keep getting like SF in a position where they don't care. They could care less about what SF actually said. They're going to turn and twist anything and everything he says for whatever benefit they need. He could say one thing one way and they will twist and turn it against Chris and Katie. You know how many people cannot public speak? I get irritated, triggerment mocha, by people saying or like or right after everything they say, but I do the same shit. We all have our little quirks, truthfully. Yeah, it's just another spin cycle and it sucks. It fucking sucks. But I'll always give him credit for being out there searching and being on the ground. I really do think he genuinely really wants to get in and find the missing, and I will never cut somebody for doing that. I'm not going to question his intent being out there searching because these other people that are questioning his intent, like, it's just so fucking crazy to me. Like, but again, it goes back to like the Tony shit too. I don't care for Tony at all. Tony has lied, provable lies many times. But same thing, like, just because I don't care for him personally, that's Seth's choice. Like, whatever Seth chooses at the end of the day, we have no say or control over what the parents make choices for. Like, it's for whatever best they see fit. But you can see two distinct directions that they've gone. One went for a PI that's actually on the ground searching and has skills and equipment for actual searching for missing. And the other one is like a campaign management company, like when you're involved in a scandal, who do you call? I mean, that was what fucking Mr. and Mrs. E's basically said about Nick. It's crazy if you sit back and just look at all the optics of how these stories go and how they continue to cycle around. It's really, it's helpless feeling. It's truly helpless feeling. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Never night. Yep. Oh, hell no. Hell no, Revival. No, that's only came out of his mouth. That's the thing, is like, there is nothing that we can do. And they know, though, on certain things, they know they're insulated because there's not anything that can be done to prove that as falsehood. So in order to prove that as a falsehood, Chris and Katie would have to show those, or somebody would gain them from not good means. That would be the only way to counter that. They know that, and they know that it's something that can't be done. It's a big deal to release records like that on a minor child. So they've got him over a barrel there. Like, legally, they can't come out and show the records, no matter what. And leaking them, then it's going to be like, oh, are they, it's just, they're taking every opportunity. That's what a PR campaign does. If you look at it's about optics, you guys. It's about optics. It's not about evidence or proof. This isn't what this true crime sector is about. It's about swaying the public opinion and perception and gaining the biggest target audience you can with rumors and speculation for a real life game of Clue at the expense of somebody else's life in their worst moments. If you sit back and think about that. Over the last 2 days, I was super frustrated. I was exhausted too, like emotionally and mentally just tapped out. Just because of a combination. I've been worried about Kyle, and then being sick and being back at work and being, stuff like that. And then just regular stuff. So not from this stuff in general, but it does become really frustrating because, as you guys know, how can we help? Like, it feels so helpless. I feel so helpless. I can't stop what's happening to Chris and Katie. And every day it gets worse. It gets worse. For the last almost year that their child has been missing, they haven't had a day off. They can't shut it off like I can. And you know how selfish I feel that even saying publicly that I'm exhausted, I can't even imagine and I don't want to. I don't want to imagine. But how much more do we expect them to endure? And at what point in time, as a society, are we going to say enough's enough? I don't know. It seems like it's being cheered on. There's more people, if you think about that, there's more people interested in watching the downfall of a complete random strangers, with the outcome being something horrific happening to Sebastian and their downfall of being arrested so they can say they're right off of judging somebody that they've never met. They are giddy and more interested in something ultimately horrific happening to this child and the downfall of the parents so they can say they were right. Then they're more interested in that than seeing Sebastian come home. Play nice, 100% agree with you. the fact, if those reports have been passed around, which we've assumed for quite some time, I've assumed for quite some time that they were, and that's why they'll lie about Michaela having access to them, so they could say, not my problem. If they did, I think they did release them, like some of them. But again, I mean, like, think common sense about that. That was months ago that they started that lie about Michaela had access to them when the big T-Rev fallout happened. To me, there's no way of proving that. We don't know if Michaela had access to them willingly or not. So it's just his word against theirs, basically. And again, I think that was intentionally done in case the people that they were shared with intentionally decided to put them out. And I think they only showed a few of those reports and then told them that there's XYZ amount of them. I think they've only seen probably a little bit, and what they've seen is probably something really like minor, and they've been told, this is just my assumption, that if you think that's bad, you should see what's in the other X amount of them. I don't think they would show all of them, because if they had something, if they really had something, they would have made sure that they would have gotten it leaked out and used the fail safe of blaming it on Michaela to do so. If there was something in there that somebody determined was really that bad and proved beyond, something of that nature, they would have, in my opinion, leaked them. I hope they never get leaked for Sebastian's dignity. Truly, that's my only concern. I understand like the need to defend Chris and Katie, and if they aren't true, of course, like I would personally want to leak them for sure myself. Like it would be hard to take all those hits. It would be hard to take all these hits. I will be honest, the human side of me, the petty side of me would want to hit back. There would want to be things that I would want to hit back. If I was being accused of horrific, you can hear him now too, babe. Dad says, shut up, Dexter. It's just sad. It's all sad. But all right, we did really good. We got through. I did skip a lot and didn't read all of it. Sorry, but I think you guys got the biggest parts of it. If you go back and listen to like what they've been saying, it doesn't match up. It's never going to match up with what is going, it just, the filing, what they have, think about how much they've gaslit their audience though. Think about that for a moment. Think about what, like, if you haven't read these before, and then you heard somebody talking about what was supposedly in these and what they're supposedly wanting and asking for, you really start to think like, oh my gosh, like this injunction is going to, then you read it and you read what they wrote and you're like, how does that even, there's nothing here. Thank you, YouTube bad actors. Oh, YouTube bad actors. By the way, I watched. The fact that you opened up with the legal panhandling clip from the news had me in stitches. I don't know why, but that clip right there just cracked me up. I was not expecting your video to open with that, and I about fell over laughing. I was like that. Smart. Smooth. Your edits remind me of like when I used to edit Molly shorter videos. That would have been some smooth shit I would have tried. When I edited Molly and Mallory into White Girls, that was probably one of my funnest times. I enjoyed doing the little short pre-records and put stupid shit in with them. Yeah, I'm reading some of your guys' comments. Editing can be fun. Yeah, it can be a lot of fun for sure. I like the short little videos. Plus, I have such a dry sense of humor at times that I think I confuse people. And in some of those, my dry sense of humor really comes out in the shorts or like pre-recorded videos. I love doing them. They're just so time consuming. I love the outcome though. You guys make sure you go check out Revival's Betsy's Army. Please and thank you. You want to talk about a good laugh. And please understand, like, Betsy's Army, like, heavy on the sarcasm always. It's basically shit that you'll get it. It's like a comedy strip. It's awful when you have to explain. Revival, some people are so literal out here. You said that the other day. You were like, hopefully they get, you should know. Like, I get it because I know your freaking humor. always, and exactly where it's coming from. But I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for Revival to get called out by one of these channels for her comedy strip because it went over somebody's head. Dexter. Oh yeah, Duchess, your short ones crack me up too. Oh, Akira, we got to do that when Kyle gets home. He's got like 4 since last time we checked on him. I checked on him the other day. Oh my gosh, that's funny. You two bad actors. That's cool that you have a counterpart to do stuff with. If I had the time, like more time, trust and believe. It just takes so long to go gather the clips, and I like to do long form layouts. So, oh, and make sure you go check out Duchess. She did a Missing Mondays, but wasn't it Missing Tuesday? Didn't end up getting bumped to Tuesday. Am I right on that? I think I am. I can't remember what day it is half the time. Was that last night? I think it was last night. Oh. Yeah, her comedy sketches are freaking amazing. Her art skills too. Just the skills. Like there's some funny fucking people around here. No, you were not, Revival C. Oh shit, Sunny Cat. I'm sorry about that. It was Tuesday, yes. Missing Monday, but it was on Tuesday. I forgot that you got called a bully. Fucking bully.
If you want to send people to prison, send it to this person.
No, I'd never do that. Kenzie's on TikTok bitching about somebody. She's like, "You want to go report this guy, Mom?"
He
No.
started making fun of somebody for being Hispanic. 2,
Oh.
they started making fun of somebody for being Jewish. And then somebody was trans that came up on the
Oh,
live stream,
what?
And he was talking smack to them and being like, "Why would you ever do that to yourself? You're a weirdo. You're an alien," and all this stuff.
On the
And
he's a TikTok creator.
you know J-Ren?
The drama on TikTok. Yeah. No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
He's disgusting.
You see where it rubs off? Did you hear what she was just getting pissed off about? Friends? She.
I'm talking to my TikTok manager, and he's gonna kill all of your.
Did you hear what she's all pissed off about? Somebody's bullying Jewish people, Hispanic people, and or transgender people on TikTok, and the apple don't fall far from the tree. She's like her mama. She don't have no tolerance for
You wanna
idiots.
do me a favor?
No.
Go to the gas station.
No, hell no, I'm not.
Please.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No spam. No ham. TikTok stuff. Oh God, those people are terrible. Some of the stuff that goes on over there, it's crazy. No, Roro. Oh my God. Remember the other day when she screamed? I don't know if you guys were in here for that. She was like, "Mom!" It was because TikTok went down. Yeah, she's a good kid. She is a good kid. That is for sure. She can't stand the bullies over there. Like some of those people, especially kids her age, like the 22 to like 35 arena is horrible. Hong was being transphobic on X, and Betty, of course they all do. They've all done like,
These two right here, they're battling him on a 1v1v1v1, and they said,
oh, this is the guy?
Yeah, no, this one.
Oh yeah, yuck.
They said if you get more points than both of us, we'll delete the app. But if you lose, you delete the app because they're trying to get him off TikTok completely, like kick rocks. He's like, I'm gonna get
That's cool.
myself.
That's cool. That's 2 older guys are trying to get him off there.
No, he's younger than him.
Well, at least they're standing up for what's right, though. There's 2 men actually standing up to this guy and taking him on. See, this is what my life is. All right, you guys. I know, you 2 bad actors, same. It is so bad. Yes. Really, Pen? Oh, that's not good. See, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of it, you guys. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more upcoming of people feeling entitled to do this. I really do. And I'm really, really nervous for all the people that it impacts because I think it's going to get worse.
Personal mission to kick anybody like you off that.
TikTok is such a shithole with people that just say horrific, like some of those live streams, because they delete, so they think that they can get away with shit. There's actually, if you want a good drama show that's not like this type of stuff and not toxic like this, it's toxic in other ways. But there's accounts that have been made over here that on YouTube that expose just like the TikTok panhandlers. It's something I've never seen. There's a guy that comes on here on TikTok every day, probably 25, 26 years old, with a grocery list every single day. I am too, Revival. I'm super, super. Sprite can. No, Autumn. Hold on, let me look what the name is. It's some weird long name, but she or he, I think it's a she. She clips them and then she brings them over here. I was watching her the other day. Let me see if I can find it in my watch later or my watch history. It's stunning. Like, it's absolutely stunning what happens. Sometimes, oh, you know what else is? Okay, how am I getting strippers? You guys know my algorithm goes fucking sideways. For some reason, YouTube this week has decided I need stripper cash. Or how to learn. Why am I getting stripper content? It goes from swinger, like, what is YouTube trying to tell me? I need to be a truck driver, a stripper, a swinger. What is it trying to, a tiny house builder? Like, why is my algorithm like this? It goes from psychics to these people. I'm not even joking anymore, you guys. Like, this girl named, hold on, let me see if I can find, you shush it, Dexter. He knows, and he just had him. Stop it. Stop. Barbie Stacks. Barbie Stacks. She's a beautiful young lady, let me tell you. I watched like 10 minutes of it. Don't ask me. It popped in and I was like, what the fuck is this shit? I got no hate. Do you? Beautiful young lady. I mean, if that's what, I mean, whatever. But I was like, what the fuck, Barbie Stacks? How'd you get my timeline? I don't know. No, stop it. Stop talking. Hold on. I'm trying to find it for you. It's, oh, hot takes on internet fakes with Lee Marie. Hot takes on internet fakes with Lee Marie. Not a whole lot of commentary. She does do a little bit because of fair use guidelines, but it's pretty easy to follow. Hot takes on internet fakes with Lee Marie. All one word, Lee Marie. Do you want me to drop you the link, Autumn? Autumn's like me. Sometimes we just need useless scroll content. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'll drop you the video I watched so you have it. We all need good, yes. Yes, Autumn, good brain rot. That's exactly, I'm glad somebody knows what I'm talking about. There's one of her videos. And then you can follow it from that. I follow a certain city on X. Follow a certain. Huh? I'm super confused. Angel chips. It's so bad. I gotta wait for Revival. What do you mean? I'm confused. Can we say the name or not? I'm all nosy over here. You guys have hung out with me this long. You guys are rock stars. Tell the Duke I said he better behave. Did he get results yet, Duchess? You guys, my brain has just been all over lately. Oh, No revival. Oh shit. That'd be like, okay, like Memphis. And then you get a porn star named Memphis. I get it. Okay. Oh, good, good, Duchess. I'm so glad to hear that. Okay. Spooky, I know what you're saying. I get it, but that will be twisted and turned. So I'm going to delete it just because I don't want people to misrepresent what you're saying, because they will say, look at, she allowed similar things to be said. I get where you're coming from, but I deleted it just so it doesn't get twisted up on you. I don't wish infertility on anybody, including her, but I get what you're saying. That's not what you were doing. At least I don't think so. You love, oh, same, Fiddle Dee Dee, same. You guys are just talking to me now. Am, is that what it is? Oh my God. I love it though. Sometimes it's good brain rot sometimes. I love Fiddle Dee Dee. We watch all of the documentaries around religion, like cults. I am obsessed with cult stuff. I need to find enough time to like dabble into both, because I would love to do cult talk with you guys, like actual discussions about these communities and stuff, because there is such a like an X. So there's a lot of the X communities, the cult followers, Mormon, FLDS, Scientologists, Jehovah Witness, you name any name, like any cult. It can also be ones not around religion, like Love Has Won. But there's so many similarities to some of the way that they control their followers and they control the narratives. Oh, there's that word again, narrative. To their groups of people. There's similar tactics used in how people keep their audiences engaged in this shit too. Oh, what? Kylie. Can you explain? Like, the video was about him tagged in the... Are you talking? Yeah, Lauren, that's what I'm like. Are you talking about the title of the video tagged in the description box? Yeah, same. That's why I was like, ugh. I was going to first go in with a heavy thought, but then I was like, wait a second. Let me get more context to this, because did that happen? I'm assuming that happened, but can you give me more? Like, is it the title of the video? Yeah, tell us more, or tell me where to go find it. And could it also have been, this is one thing that I do suggest people, like people have pointed out, I will have started off a stream about something and usually use the tags. You preload those into your, and then if you start going and the conversation goes off, sometimes I forget to go back and take out a tag that I want out of a certain video too. So is it the title, or is it a tag in the description box? Like, what are we talking about here for tags? Has anybody heard what she's talking about? Kylie, are you still in here? I'm just curious. Granny and Jay had an entire convo about Granny going to use her vibrator. It's on Granny's channel. All of Sebastian's tags were. Kylie, did you mention to her? Granny, are you still in here? I bet if you mentioned to her, I bet she wasn't. And what are you talking about with it was a massage pillow? Okay, wait a second. Are you talking about a vibrator? Like, okay, Kylie, we got to have more context here though. Are they talking about a vibrating pillow? Or are we talking about like it was absolutely a video about, are we talking about a pillow, or are we talking about That's a huge difference too. Wait a second here. It was a joke. It was a massage pillow for her back. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Channel activity problematic? Not shocking.
Dang, I got blocked.
Yeah, that sounds like that was being intentionally misdirected. Yeah, I think the way that line of questioning. Give me a timestamp, Kylie.
He lost the battle.
Please.
And he said, I couldn't recharge, you couldn't recharge. And then he's talking about other people's life decisions, but he has a
Oh, give me a timestamp, please. If you could. Oh, she was. Oh, see, that's way out of context. If she was using a pillow and she didn't want the sound, no, that's way different. Yeah, we need more context to this. Yeah, we need more context to that because depending on, it sounds like there was something else, like a massage pillow that was going. Yeah. Thank you, Kylie. I appreciate it. I'll go watch it. Have you guys ever like tried to, if you have a problem with it, reach out and say, hey, I was watching this and I thought maybe, and have a conversation. Have you ever tried reaching out and like having a conversation about your thoughts or opinions, or do you just run into other creators' chats and ask questions? Just wondering, because a lot of my subs, like if they're disagree with something I do, they'll reach out to me in email and be like, I know you didn't mean this, but this is what it could be perceived as. You were watching it, Angel. Thank you. And like I've had tags and I didn't even remember I had certain tags in a video or something, and people have reached out and I was like, thank you for letting me know, or retitled something if people bring it to my attention. Like, have you guys ever tried doing that? Because sometimes it's just misconstrued. And you could reach out and like, if you took it a certain way, I guarantee she would have explained to you. Yeah, that's another part, Duchess, is there's a sub named Vibrator. Yeah, true. That's true, Autumn. Very, very valid point. They were just looking for their downfall instead of. Yeah, YouTube bad actors, absolutely. I would give grace on anybody for that. I've given grace on fucking BJ up until today. I have not said anything, and the only reason I'm saying something now is because I would fucking hope. I first and foremost, if I was doing those things, Kyle would have yanked my internet. Kenzie would have yanked my internet. Somebody would have yanked my internet in my household. And then my direct friends right around me would have gotten a hold of Kyle or Kenzie because they have access to them. That's, how we work. And they would have had me disconnect and said, look, we're concerned for her. That's why at some point in time, we're enabling bad behavior. We're enabling poor behavior. It's not up for us. We can't do anything about it, but I'm damn sure if this was other people, yeah, I would say something. And I'm sick and tired of like, that shit's fucking annoying. The way it's weaponized and turned around, like there's a lot of people that have suffered significant fucking loss. And no, it's not your responsibility to keep everybody's emotional state in check. Absolutely not. But we want the stigma around addiction to change and people to be able to be proud of recovery. And the conversations around addiction are so important to be had, not weaponized for a fucking back and forth bullshit. And making it into like, there's no problem over here. It might be, if it's a medical issue, go get fucking help. Do something. She was worried about the sound. Okay, thank you. But Kylie, was it about a missing child? Was it about Sebastian? Because again, I doubt it was about Sebastian. It was probably about, and do you go into everybody's comments? I mean, and I'm not trying to be mean, but honestly, most creators do take Sebastian's name. I know you might disagree with it, and I personally don't usually take his name in most of my stuff, but 99% from the green team to the red team to Granny to like people use his name. That's how they get in the algorithm. So do you go over and tell all the other people? They're not doing videos about Sebastian. There's no updates with Sebastian. They're talking about all the stuff around his case. So do you still have the same feelings when Sebastian is tagged and they are talking about all this other shit over at BJ's? Just as an example. Or do you not care when they tag? Is it just asking? Because most of them do tag Lore Lodge. And it was not details of Sebastian's case. I know, Cinda. Fuck, that's why I called myself Playground Monitor the other day with 2 broken arms. I thought that shit was funny. I put a fucking terrible picture of me with 2 broken arms on there and called myself a Playground Monitor. I thought it was pretty fucking funny. I don't give a fuck. Sign me up. People think that like it's gonna hurt my feelings when they call me a virtue signaler or she thinks she's better than everybody. First of all, no, definitely don't think I am better than everybody. Autumn, I did that shit. I was proud of it. I sent it to Revival and was like, is this okay? And she's like, yep. Sure did. That shit don't hurt my feelings because it's not that hard to be. It's not that hard to want better for victims and their families. Like, it's really not that hard to be like, yeah, this shit sucks. It's taken it to, like, I am no fucking better than anybody else on this platform. No better. I am just as flawed in so many different. If you guys only knew some of the shit that we go through and we just laugh about. That's how I get through life, is a lot of fucking crude, laughable, stupid jokes. But it's not that hard to want better. Yes, pelvic thrusting. Lady K, 100%. Nonsense is the kid who gets to take the names when the teachers. You know what the funny thing is, Cinda? I was a 4.0 student and brown noser from hell. I never got in trouble one time, never got called to the principal's office, never got in trouble. Just never did. I've always been super respectful of authority. Like until I got of drinking age. And then for some reason I thought I was like, for some reason I had problems with bouncers. I always wanted to pick a fight with a bouncer. Never did. But for some reason it was like, if I drank whiskey, Coors Light, it didn't matter. I wanted to, oh, you think you're tough and can, like, for some reason, it was just like this taunting thing that I would always go and like talk shit to them. I never got in a physical altercation, but I would shit talk bouncers for some reason all the time. Don't ask me why. I don't know. Yeah. Then I got some liquid courage in me and I was like, let's go. I was a mess when I used to love everybody except bouncers. I was just a shit. It's because I started bartending at 18 and I had to deal with firefighters, like actual professional firefighters coming into Montana in the summer for fire season. And those guys can be crude. I was 18, working behind a bar. And those guys could be very crude, very inappropriate, very like, they thickened my skin right up. And then bartending in a logging community was very rough. They used to do Barstool Olympics and take bar stools and toss them from one bar to see how far they could toss it across the street. And they broke out a couple windows across the street. You know, a bunch of men, they would take their shirts off, and there was wooden bars that were, they had like, they weren't oiled, but they had a coating on them, and they would see who could slide the furthest down the bar. They tried anvil carrying a few different times. I mean, they had loggers days though. Those guys are like they just, it was interesting. It was very interesting, to say the least. So I think that toughened up my skin. All right, y'all. I'm just chatting away now. I'm going to go to bed. It's 10:30, and I think I can actually sleep tonight. I will try to see you guys tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Thursday? I will try to make time to come on here, and I want to do the next segment of our timeline. I want to, now that we finish this, but I thought this was really important considering what is going on with the Castor situation, to go back and highlight this. So I want to do another, oh, Terry, you get it completely. You get it completely then. They're not always YouTube bad actors. They're definitely not always. Some of them are really stinky because they've been out on fires for like weeks on end. And we had professional smoke jumpers and stuff that would come in. Like, thank God for those guys. I mean, hats off to them. But some of them were interesting. But I want to go back to the 13th, 14th, and 15th and finish out that, because the optics part, I think, is where we're going to get people to understand how this is falling together. And I don't know if we'll be able to stop or help prevent some of the people getting involved in the next one, but we can maybe hope for the best. So thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. Thank you, Revival, for putting up with me reading that. I hate that. Thank you all for being here, though. Seriously, you guys are amazing. Thank you once again for all of the support. You guys are very appreciated. Oh, Kylie. It's at 5:09 to 5:03. Wait, 5 hours or 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Because 5:09 to 5:03. Kylie, can you answer that really quick? Are you talking 5 hours in or 5 minutes in? Okay, I'll go look. I'll see if I can. But I bet if you go to her and talk to her, if you ever, or like have an open conversation, you'd probably be able to understand what they were talking about. But I'll listen to it because I'm assuming it's, yeah, it sounds like it's being taken out of context. So, all right, you guys, have a wonderful night. Thank you once again, and I will see you very soon. And again, if you guys did not watch my video earlier with Chapped, please go at least put some comments of support for Chapped. It would mean the world to us. And I so appreciate all of you, because after that, so many people reached out and said, I'm willing to do whatever we need to, however we can help. We are here. And I know it would mean the world to her. So please go. That's what's important, is victims and their voices and their stories being told from their perspective in their time. So please go watch that. Give Chapped some support. There's no ads turned on it at all. It's not monetized. It won't be. So thank you once again. Good night, everybody.